Chapter 401, Your Majesty. I flinched at the voice that came from beside me. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Are you already drunk? Aha! What? Turning to my side, I saw Jupiter sitting there. The one-eyed veteran wore a familiar, mischievous smile, a cup of strong liquor in one hand and a smouldering cigar in the other. She frowned beside me. This is troubling. Weren't you supposed to be my drinking partner all night today? Ah, anyway, so here's the thing, that tiny and sharp junior, what she said to this old lady was, this was the Mercenaries Guild's bar. I glanced over the empty bottles in front of me. When did I start drinking here? I was certain that. Your Majesty. You seem really drunk. Shall we call it a night? No, no, I'm fine. Then please fill up this old woman's cup quickly. You haven't been pouring, and I've been babbling to myself with a dry throat. I quickly picked up the bottle in front of me and filled Jupiter's cup. At first I was bewildered, but soon a slow smile spread across my lips. How long has it been since I drank like this with Jupiter? Hey, Jupiter. I don't know if this sounds awkward all of a sudden, but I really enjoy having a drink and talking with you like this. As I said this and poured the drink, when I turned to the side, suddenly, this wasn't the Mercenaries Guild anymore. It was atop the southern wall. The smell of blood, gunpowder, and this wall filled with the corpses of warriors where Jupiter lay dead. Her chest was riddled with wounds from a magic bullet, and the veteran had long since breathed her last, her old black uniform drenched in blood. What is this? What's suddenly happening? Panicked, I hastily backed away. Then the scenery changed again. This was the annex next to the Lord's mansion, where the Shadow Squad stayed. Prince, Your Highness! Two young elves I hadn't seen in a while ran towards me. Old girl, always grinning and waving at me, and Skull, her face covered in scars. The two elves stood on either side of me and whined. We want to drink fruit juice. The nut-filled cookies you gave us last time were delicious. All right, kids, I'll take care of it, but wait a moment. Let me catch my breath. As I gasped for breath and looked down at them again, thud. Crackle, old girl collapsed like a dried-up old tree, her body drained of blood, and Skull was shattered to pieces by a blood magic bombardment. My whole body stiffened. Turning around with a creak, I ran. I ended up in front of the barracks. Huilan's brother, Curaha, stood there, a red-haired beastman. Curaha, call the people. Something's wrong. Your Highness. The next moment, Curaha had transformed into a giant wolf monster. His deep, sad eyes looked at me. Give the order, please, Your Highness. And then he collapsed and died like an old tower crumbling. I ran towards the inner city, holding back a scream. In front of the alchemist's workshop, Godhan was peeking inside, holding a bouquet of tangled flowers in his hand. Was he hiding here to surprise Lily? Seeing his shy smile made my eyes burn. Godhand, thank goodness you're here. As I ran and grabbed Godhand's shoulder, whoosh, flowers scattered on the ground, holding the bouquet along with his prosthetic arm, leaving only the flowers scattered. Godhand disappeared without a trace. Breathing became difficult. Staggering back, I entered the temple beside me, but even here, in front of the statue of the goddess in the temple, Saintess Margarita lay fallen, an arrow pierced through her chest, quietly, as if asleep, peacefully, breathless. Gah! I clenched my teeth and suppressed a scream as I left the temple, running through Crossroad to escape anywhere. But there was nowhere for me to escape in this city. The whole city was filled with memories of people, and thus the whole city was death. A city atop a grave. The nickname of Crossroads slowly stirred my mind. The bodies of my heroes, my soldiers, filled the city. Eventually, I couldn't bear it any longer and ran out of the city. Ha, ha! As I opened the city gates and burst out, I saw Ken surrounded by a swarm of black spiders in the distance. That shield knight who died in the tutorial stage looked at me, then muttered in a voice mixed with tears. Damn, I knew it would come to this. The spider's claws swung, and Ken was butchered. I numbly took in the scene. The entire horizon was filled with the deaths of my people. Unable to bear it any longer, I fell to my knees. That's when it happened. Someone approached me slowly, dragging their feet beside me as I gasped for breath. Looking up, I saw a skinny old man with a beard. It was a face I couldn't forget. I called his name. Margrave. How was it? The former Lord, Margrave Charles Cross, asked with a bitter smile. Was it worth it, protecting this city, sacrificing your most precious things? And before I could answer, crash, his body, eaten away by rats, collapsed next to me. His broken spear and shield followed, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. I couldn't breathe. I just couldn't breathe. I curled up and lay down. The whole world was darkness, death, blood, and screams. It was the world I had created. There was nowhere to escape. That's when it happened. Ash! From a distance, someone faintly called my name. Snap out of it, Ash. A reaching hand snagged the back of my neck. Ash! I suddenly opened my eyes. I was sitting on the ground with Salome in front of me. Her hands were on my shoulders. Had she been shaking me awake? Gasping for breath, I ran my hand over my face. It was drenched in cold sweat. What just happened was, that bastard's doing. Salome glared at the empty space behind me. I awkwardly turned to look in that direction. There, something black and hideous writhed and hovered. A swarm of insects. No fog. Rats, crows, or its form was indistinct, a mass of monstrosities pulsating as they entangled with each other. And then that dreadful something spoke. "Are awake, are you, Ash?" His voice was unmistakably that of the Plague Legion commander. Raven, torn and mashed as it was. To regain consciousness, even after being infected by my new plague. Indeed, your spirit is steadfast. A plague, you say? I stood up with Salome's support, my legs still shaky. That thing I just experienced, that was a plague. Yes, a new realm I've reached. A plague that not only devours flesh and mind, but also rots the soul, the ultimate plague. Raven, chuckling lowly, gazed at Salome. He no longer had eyes or anything else, but his evil intent was clearly felt. Salome, I've always been curious. What kind of plague would be born if I used you as its source? Ah, Salome quickly hid behind me. Raven continued, seemingly amused. If the psychical body, which is more mentally significant than the physical one, is entirely consumed as fodder, what form would that plague take? Would my plague, which stops at the destruction of the physical body, not evolve into a new form? Raven, if that mass of monstrosity could be called a body, flung it back theatrically. But then I realized that I was the same. I had long transcended the limits of the physical body. So I used my own mind and soul as a mold, breaking and crushing my soul, using it as rot and material. And then, oh, I have finally reached it, beyond the immunity of the body, beyond the mental barriers, into a new realm where even the soul rots. Even in that state, his theatrical and over-the-top way of speaking hadn't changed. I clicked my tongue. Anyway, his words were long-winded, but the summary is simple. It's an attack directly on the mind. The phantom pain, used by Raven's avatar, the illusory pain was nothing but a fake. It was just an illusion of being infected with a plague in the body. But this was different. Raven's original plague was real, eating away at the mind and swallowing the soul. A plague of mental contamination, concept contamination. Damn, that's really messed up. I clicked my tongue. A plague that acts on the mind. My passive skill, unyielding commander, is immune to all mental status abnormalities. The issue lies in the judgment of this immune state. Each status abnormality's defense score is considered immune from 100 points. For example, if the ice attribute defense score exceeds 100 points, one would not take any damage from any ice attribute attack. This is why I have been immune to any mental attacks until now. But the plague status abnormality continuously erodes this defense score. And if even 1 point is deducted, it's no longer considered immune. Damage starts to seep in, little by little. Raven has become a bizarre existence called a mental plague, and it has succeeded in slightly eroding my mental defense score. Like Achilles, who was invincible except for his heel, was killed by an arrow there. His plague eroded my mental barrier, creating a gap and infiltrating my mind, showing me the terrible illusion earlier. If it happens again, can I escape it? Until now, I was immune to mental status abnormalities. Therefore, I didn't need to think of a defense. But Raven has overturned that premise. I recalled the terrible nightmare. I just saw the death of my comrades. I bit my lip until it bled and clenched my fist. Facing that wave of guilt, could I withstand it if I faced it again? I steadied my breath and racked my brain for a countermeasure. Even in this situation, Raven kept babbling on. The current me, rotting body, mind, and even soul, is truly the ultimate form of the plague. Even that arrogant king of kings will not stand a chance against me. Whoosh, darkness glared at me. But my target is, first and foremost, you, Ash. I will melt and kill you first. And then, the now useless Salome, too. I'll eradicate you together. And after that, all other Nightmare Legion commanders, even the King of Kings, I'll rot them all, Swoosh. Raven, with the sound of thousands of insect wings, flew towards me. I will cover this lake kingdom, and the entire world, entirely with my plague. Raven's black mist surged like a tidal wave. That's when it happened. Someone's strong arm grabbed my waist. That same arm then grabbed Salome and sprinted backwards with us. Turning around, it was Mason. Mason, with us on his back, dashed towards the sewer. In front of the black water-filled area, Sword Demon and Spear Demon waited in a boat, oars in hand. "Hurry up on the boat!" In an unprecedentedly urgent tone, the two robbers shouted. "Hurry!" Chapter 402 Swoosh. The boat we were in slid into the sewage water, gliding into the sewers. Staggering on the boat, I looked around the bottom village. Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Protect the gold, protect the gold. The sight of the village swept by Raven's plague was horrific. The residents scratched their plague-ridden skin, and at the same time, due to their contaminated minds, they smashed their heads on the ground. Both body and mind were collapsing. Even worse, it was contagious. Residents not yet infected tried to save others, only to be infected through unknown means, their bodies and minds similarly collapsing. Cough. It was literally a living hell. But I had no time to worry about them. "I'll chase you to the ends of hell, Ash," because Raven was hot on our heels. The Plague Master followed us closely, transformed into a mist. Just being swept up in his path caused the sewer water to boil with a foul stench, and the sewer pipes corroded and crumbled. "We're done for if he catches us, love." "Don't worry, no matter how powerful a Nightmare Legion commander is." Despite the critical situation, Sword Demon and Spear Demon calmly rowed the boat, advancing it. Sword Demon steered the boat with a fierce gaze at Raven. "He can't navigate these bottom tunnels faster than me." Swoosh. Aligned with the time of the flood, the black rainwater already filled and swirled in the sewers. The boat was pushed into the giant sewer, swirling like a black whirlpool. Like a leaf on a stormy sea, the boat rocked precariously. But Sword Demon and Spear Demon expertly navigated the boat, maintaining their balance. The speed of the swirling rainwater was terrifying. Riding its current, the boat sped forward at an incredible pace. "I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Come to me. Your body, your mind, your soul." Raven, transformed into a mist, shrieked eerily, stretching out his hand towards us. But the boat narrowly avoided his hand, and Mason countered his close-reaching hand with a giant claw strike. "Are you okay?" "Barely. I'm fine." Mason's nails corroded and fell off, but with another effort, new ones grew back. Such is the convenience of beast transformation. Swoosh. The giant sewer twisted and turned, splitting into several paths, then merging again like a maze. The boat continued to twist and turn, escaping the labyrinth. Raven, less agile, started to lag behind us. "Ash!" As we continued to ride the boat deep into the sewer, Raven's voice grew more distant until it could no longer be heard. "Did we lose him?" Sword Demon and Spear Demon kept the boat moving fast without letting their guard down, but having tangled with Nightmare Legion commanders for a long time, I felt it instinctively. We had shaken off Raven's pursuit. Phew! Wiping the sweat from my brow, I finally checked the condition of my party members. Thankfully, or perhaps miraculously, Salome, Mason, Sword Demon, and Spear Demon seemed relatively unscathed from the plague, thanks to my mental defense passive skill, Unyielding Commander, and its wide-ranging effect against all diseases. They were able to protect themselves from Raven's plague. But just as my Unyielding Commander was breached earlier and I fell victim to his mental plague, they too could have their minds infiltrated and be subjected to horrific hallucinations. Thankfully, my all-disease immunity still held up due to its high defense score, but the situation was still precarious. What the hell is this? He's not some kind of Parkman evolution. I gritted my teeth, thinking about Raven, who had entered his own hidden phase alone. At that moment, Sword Demon and Spear Demon, who had been silently rowing, spoke up. "It seems we've shaken off the pursuit. Now we just need to make it to the surface. Just sit tight. We'll be out in no time." Looking at their backs at the prow, I hesitantly asked, "What will happen to the people in the village?" Before escaping the bottom village, I saw it clearly. The people of the village, suffering from Raven's plague baptism. What will happen to them? The two silent robbers reluctantly answered, "All our villagers have received the curse of immortality. We cannot die. So if the plague doesn't heal, we will suffer until the end of the world." I was horrified by their matter-of-fact tone. "How can you say that so calmly? What's the difference?" Sword Demon looked back at me with a smirk. Do you think life searching for gold in these depths for 500 years is enjoyable and happy? Either way, it's the same as living a life worse than death. Just one more plague added to the mix. Spear Demon took over the conversation. You might not know, guest, but we have experienced things far worse than this plague. Worse things. 500 years ago, when the Lake Kingdom suddenly sank beneath the lake, what do you think happened to the people? Spear Demon stared intently at the black water filling and flowing through the sewer. They drowned in the sunken city. But since everyone was under the curse of immortality, no one could die. Unable to breathe, clutching their painful lungs filled with water, endlessly suffering in the water. I thought about the scale of the Lake Kingdom I had seen from above. A city-state nearly the size of the imperial capital, New Terra. If such a large city had completely sunk beneath the lake, how many? The Demon King made us an offer as we fell into that living hell, Sword Demon continued. He said he'd let us escape this painful reality, that he'd let us sleep peacefully. In exchange, the nightmares we dream would be his. The vast majority of the Lake Kingdom's residents surrendered to the Demon King then, and, wrapped in black cocoons, they fell, dreaming nightmares for the Demon King. The human-shaped black cocoons I had seen continuously since entering the depths of the Lake Kingdom. They were all, once people living in the Lake Kingdom. Then, what about the survivors who didn't turn into black cocoons? We endured, for 100 years, until the water drained from the Lake Kingdom. 100 years. Enduring the agony of drowning for 100 years. We who have endured 100 years of drowning will not succumb to this mere plague. We immortals have our own way of living, so don't worry about us. After you safely get out of here, just bring loads of gold. Sword Demon and Spear Demon refocused on steering the boat. I clenched my fist, looking at their backs, and then, gathering my resolve, I spoke. Let's go back. What? Everyone seated in the small boat looked at me. I said more forcefully, let's go back. Let's go back and defeat this plague. Defeat Raven. The one who reacted with a stunned face was Salome. What nonsense are you spouting, Ash? That guy broke through your mental barrier. Even I, a succubus queen, couldn't overcome that barrier, but he did. If it were only a mental barrier, I wouldn't say a word. But the essence of that monster is a plague that decays the flesh. You might have been lucky to eat that fruit and gain resistance to the plague, but if by some chance it breaks through, you'll taste the true torment of hell. Mason also vehemently opposed with a hoarse voice. I know you are usually reckless, but this time I just can't understand it. Even if we go back, how do you plan to defeat the Plague Legion commander with just 5 of us when it would be a tough fight even with an army? I lifted my tired eyes to look at the people on the raft. I'm not saying I don't want to run away right this instant. The illusion I had just experienced at the hands of that thing was truly horrifying. The last thing I wanted to see, the deaths of the comrades I had lost. If I saw something like that again, my mental fortitude might not hold. But I am someone who aims for the true ending, a player who has to plan out until the end of this game. We have to defeat it here. Raven's plague has evolved in a grotesque direction. Already a damn nuisance for potentially causing permanent injuries to our allies and spreading decay and contamination throughout the entire city if it invaded Crossroad. It has now become an even more terrifying entity that damages the mind. If that plague were to leak out of the Lake Kingdom, Crossroad, no, the entire world, might fall into ruin in an instant while it is still here in the Lake Kingdom. We must eradicate it before it seriously increases its followers. I have a strategy to defeat it, even though it consumed a strange evolution stone and caused a mutation on its own. If its essence is still the Plague Legion Commander Raven, I have a way to defeat it, a method of extermination I established during the game. It's actually harder if we have more people. A small, elite group is ideal. The Plague Legion's damage exponentially increases with the number of people on our side. As few as possible, honestly speaking. It's ideal to form a party with those who can be sacrificed, who won't mind being infected by the plague. I spoke frankly as I looked around at the party members. Immortals who cannot die, the Sword Demon and Spear Demon. Mason, a half-human, half-beast on the brink of death. Salome, who I would have to defeat eventually anyway. Shall probably run away using escape reality if things go south. With this party composition, I can deploy them in the operation to defeat Raven without any guilt. I was blunt about it. I am dragging you all into a suicide mission. Salome, who had been quietly listening to the story, looked at me with trembling eyes. We might be okay with it, but Ash, what about you? I sighed and nodded. Raven's plague, once he is defeated, will disappear entirely. While the damage already inflicted cannot be healed, the plague itself will disappear. No matter how widely it has spread, it will lose its source and power and vanish. That's because the basis of the plague is Raven's malice. So, I just need to kill him before I die. Salome seemed astounded and tried to say more, but I turned away. The sword demon and spear demon, who had stopped the boat, were glaring at me with fierce eyes. Quite the funny guest we have here. Why do you think we would follow your orders? I silently took out a piece of paper from my pocket and showed it to them. The oath we had written and shared with each other back then. The Desperation Homeward Band will assist Ash until he escapes the dungeon. Once the dungeon escape is successful, Ash will pay half of his wealth to the Desperation Homeward Band. That's right. It's not about helping to escape. It's about until the escape. Whatever I ask them to do, whatever happens, they have to help me. You see the seal here. You too, you must cooperate with me until I escape. What the hell? This damn thing. The sword demon and spear demon hastily checked their own copies of the oath and clutched their heads as if they had been struck. I gazed at them and began to speak. When the Lake Kingdom was submerged, the other survivors gave up on reality. They chose to escape into nightmares rather than suffer eternal torment in life. But you people from the bottom town chose a reality even more terrible than nightmares. Why? The sword demon and spear demon exchanged glances, hesitating, then spoke. To exist. To become human. They crumpled the oath and tucked it away again, continuing, that's why we spent our whole lives gathering gold. Spinning nightmares in a cocoon for a demon lord wasn't our dream. I feel the same. I nodded. I still want to remain human. A little while ago, when I last looked back at the bottom town, I locked eyes with the little guy I shared the fruit with. He quietly waved at me, his body stained red, being consumed by the plague, yet he waved like he was bidding farewell to a departing friend, with a peaceful face. If I failed to deal with Raven in time, the villagers and that kid might writhe in agony for hundreds of years, their minds and bodies eaten away by the plague. Sigh. I exhaled and slowly rose to my feet. I am scared. Of the nightmare Raven showed me. Of all the people I've caused to die. This guilt weighing down on my shoulders. But however, I know something even scarier. Bro, I could have saved him. I could have reached out. The small life I turned away from and ignored. I know painfully well that the regret of missing an opportunity without even trying to fight is greater than the regret after fighting and losing. I want to save them, the people within my reach. Still, I want to save them. So no matter how arduous, horrific, and painful this battle is, I will not back down. Let's go. Standing upright, straightening my back, gathering all the courage I might have left, I declared, kill the monster and protect the people. Hoping that the flag I once abandoned is still within me. Chapter 403 Swoosh. The boat cuts through the water, changing direction. The sewer system was connected throughout the Lake Kingdom, and the sword demon and spear demon skillfully steered the boat, making a wide detour. There's a place where the water flows backward whenever there's a flood. We'll use it to return to the depths of the Lake Kingdom. Honestly, it's pitch dark all around, and with the direction constantly changing, I can't tell if we're going up or down, left or right. But since there's nothing else I can do on the boat, I just sat quietly, trusting these two robbers. And after racing through the darkness for a while, whoosh. Just as I thought the water was shooting up high, suddenly the boat was flung into the air. Even while panicking, I quickly surveyed my surroundings. It looks familiar. Here is the towering skyscrapers drenched in rain, and the darkness rippling like waves. It's the central fountain plaza of the 10th zone. We really had returned to the very heart of the Lake Kingdom. Hit the mark exactly. This fountain overflows with filthy water during the flood. Indeed, the fountain that used to spout clear water just a few days ago was now overflowing with black sewage. Even though I thought the fountain was quite large, I never imagined a boat carrying 5 people could be ejected from it. This fountain was a showcase of the Lake Kingdom's magical prowess. It used to draw up sewage and purify it with purification magic. But in a world submerged in dirty water like this, even the finest purification magic couldn't withstand it, and the fountain in front of the royal palace began to emit a foul odor like a sewer. When the world comes to this, slaves and royalty alike all stink the same, don't they? Hee hee, that's why you're as beautiful as a queen. Oh, you old man, always making a fuss. The two robbers casually chatted and steered the boat to land beside the fountain. It seems like the peak of the flood, with almost torrential black rain pouring from the sky. The area around the fountain is a complete mess. Tooey. Standing up in the pouring rain, I spat out the rainwater that got into my mouth. This isn't acid rain, is it? No, it feels even worse than that. Prince, Mason called me with a slightly tense voice. Why? Mason pointed towards the distant street with a grim look, and I frowned at the sight. White, smiling masks. A legion wearing those masks, the Nightcrawler unit, clad in raincoats, was approaching us. Their pale faces floating in the torrential rain were incredibly eerie. The five of us tensed up, preparing for battle, but soon realized that our opponents were not in their right minds. The Nightcrawler members were all staggering as if injured, some even falling forward as they walked. What's going on? Crown, leading them, approached me and gasped for breath. That's when I realized why they were in this state. His face inside the mask was covered in red and purple rashes, and the skin visible through his disheveled clothes was darkly discolored. They were affected by Raven's plague. "Where are you going, Ash?" Crown asked laboriously. There was no need to beat around the bush. I answered succinctly. "To kill Raven." Swoosh in the dead streets of the blackened city, only the sound of rain hitting the ground was loud. Crown, who had been staring at me intently, coughed violently and then slowly straightened up. He then said, "We'll cooperate." Right now, he is indiscriminately spreading the plague within the kingdom. All the monster legions have holed up in their bases, and my men and I, who tried to stop it, have already been afflicted. Crown clutched his mask with trembling hands. The pain of the body decaying is bearable, but the mind melting. That's harder to endure. You say that, but aren't you moving quite well? I almost lost my sanity and died from hallucinations as soon as I was infected. But these guys, though staggering, are still walking around. Crown then bitterly smiled from behind his mask. Every day is hell anyway, so even if his plague shows us hellish hallucinations as it melts our minds, it's not unbearable, just more horrific. Despite his bravado, Crown's men were collapsing one by one as we spoke. "We need to hurry. Explain the plan." Crown gestured to me. I began to speak. "The key to defeating Raven is always the same. We have to attack his main body. But we don't know where his main body is roaming right now." "Right, so we make it so he has no choice but to come to us." I explained my strategy to everyone. As they listened to my plan, Crown and the Nightcrawler unit, as well as my party members, all looked incredulous. Yeah, just hearing it, it seems like a disconcerting plan. But I am the human side's grand strategist who has taken down 4 Nightmare Legion commanders. My past victories prove it. In this world, there is no commander better at killing Nightmare Legion commanders than me, and no hunter more skilled in dealing with them. After I finished explaining the plan, Crown let out a long sigh. Outrageous. Can that really work against Raven? You're not going to follow it? At my question, Crown glanced toward the city. You know what, Ash? Among monsters, the King of Kings does not interfere in civil wars. And now, as Raven's raging plague spreads throughout the Lake Kingdom, the other Nightmare Legion commanders have hidden in their bases, not wanting to suffer needless harm. Crown looked at me intently again. "So the only person who can realistically kill Raven is you." Good thing this guy is quick to catch on. Then Crown slowly nodded. "All right, we'll follow that plan. When do we start?" I gave a sly smile. "Right now." In the pouring rainstorm, Raven's consciousness was blurred. If he was once the one who controlled the plague, now he had become the plague itself. Having lost both body and soul, what remained was a drifting self-awareness, only swirling anger. As hot air blasted over the cold city, the corrupted atmosphere whirled around at Raven's will, slowly rotting everything in its vicinity. Boom, boom, boom. Buildings with decayed pillars collapsed like dominoes. "This isn't right." Standing amidst the crumbling ancient towers, Raven spat out in an unclear voice. "This isn't what it should be." This Lake Kingdom had been destroyed 500 years ago. It's been a hell for a long time. No matter how much he decays and corrodes this place, the plague cannot achieve real effect. It's like dropping a few drops of ink on a black canvas. I need to decay a world where people are alive. That's right. Let's go outside. Not to the hell under this lake, but to a bright world outside. Basking in the sunlight, let's pour hell upon the lives of these lively, happy humans. Because the reason he became a plague bearer was... Ha! Raven emitted a dumbfounded groan. What was it again? Why did he start researching decay? There was a time when he was just a normal human, a normal doctor. A time when he lived a peaceful, ordinary life like everyone else. But why? How did it come to this? Anyway, it's fine. Raven, now a grotesque, smog-like existence, slowly moved himself towards the surface, towards the main gate of the Lake Kingdom. Yes, forget the past. Let's be true to our instincts now. Just a bit to the north lies the world of humans. Was it called Crossroad? He heard it's a small city, but there should be plenty of lives to kill and decay. He didn't get permission to march from the King of Kings, but now it doesn't matter. All he needs is something living to decay. Because, the reason he became a plague bearer was... Ah! That's when it hit him. Raven sensed something and stopped. His dark form, heading towards the surface, suddenly turned around. What is this? His consciousness focused on the depths of the Lake Kingdom, towards the 10th zone, his stronghold. Could this be Lake Kingdom 10th zone? The farm, on the land that seemed more like a blast site than a farm due to its decay and collapse. Flutter, I planted a flag. This land. At the same time, I declared, I proclaim this as the territory of the Empire. Whoosh. Magic power flowed out of my body, forming a grey fortress in the area. It was a crude flag, just any cloth attached to a rough iron rod, but it was sufficient for Imperial Edict. I smirked. Imperial Edict not only forms a magical fortress, but also declares a conquest battle. If you win this conquest battle, you can forcibly take control of the area. So, using Imperial Edict at Raven's stronghold to trigger a forced conquest battle. Raven, the owner of this farm, would have to be notified of the intrusion. And naturally, he would realize that I was the only one capable of orchestrating such a plot. So no matter where he is in the world right now, Ash, he would have no choice but to return, to defend his territory, and to kill me. It didn't take long for Raven to show up. He was still squirming in a hideous form, running away like a rat, and now you return so boldly. Right into my farm, you're fearless. It's a bit ironic to hear that from someone who brings a horde of rats. Indeed, trailing behind him, like black smoke or slime, were rats, insects, crows, or what used to be them, now half-melted and jelly-like. A ghastly sight. If you are going to walk right into my hands, I'm grateful. Raven, hovering in the air, gathered his strength then. I'll rot you to nothing, Ash. Swoosh. He flew towards me, towards my grey fortress, spewing malice and stench. Stick to the plan, Crown. I gestured to Crown, standing in front of me on the fortress wall. Buy us time. Damn it, so this is my role. Didn't you join knowing this? Now hurry. Crown, cursing, leaned forward and put a grey flute to his lips. Squeak. The flute in Crown's mouth emitted a high pitch. As the sound of the flute echoed, the rats, bugs, and crows that had been following Raven suddenly began attacking him instead. It was Crown, the Pied Piper in action after a long time, with his ability to forcibly control monsters at his will. However, you ungrateful swine, forgetting the favor I've done for you. Whoosh. The abominations that had turned against Raven melted into bloody puddles in an instant. Raven showed no mercy, even to beings that were once his minions. After clearing them out, Raven, emitting a dense toxic fog, charged towards us again. In a flash, Raven's black, smog-like form soared over the fortress walls. Block him with your bodies, Crown shouted as he lunged forward, followed by the Nightcrawler unit colliding with Raven. Whoosh, though I'm not sure if it could be called a collision. The members of the unit, wearing the white smiling masks, were swept up in the plague, their skin rotting, bones dissolving, blood pouring out of their bodies. But true to their immortal nature, enduring pain no ordinary human could withstand, they stood their ground, and Raven cackled maniacally, taking his time to crush each of them. Good. Stand your ground. Try to last even a second longer. That will make the effort I put into cultivating this decay all the more worthwhile. Watching this horrific scene, I took a deep breath. What I'm about to use is a special gimmick that can only be used once against Raven. Using it at the wrong time would be a waste, making it difficult to kill Raven. That's why I've been waiting for the right moment. But now, there's no need to hold back. Just as Raven's black form grabbed Crown by the collar and was about to inject poison into his lips, I gathered my strength and said, I solemnly swear that I will dedicate my life to serving humanity. Then, suddenly, Raven's movement froze, as if by magic. My party members, who had been tensely waiting around me, the Nightcrawler unit members dying in blood, and Crown, grabbed by the collar by Raven, everyone at the scene stopped in sheer surprise, clearly frozen. But the most bewildered was Raven himself. He stood motionless, seemingly unable to comprehend what was happening, then turned his smog-like body towards me and muttered dumbfoundedly, "Ha!" Chapter 404. Raven looked down at himself, unable to move properly, and let out a bewildered voice. "What's this? Why? Why have I stopped moving?" "Well, your soul might be rotten enough to be used as fertilizer, but it seems this oath is still etched in your memory." I named the oath I had just recited the first line of, the Protector of Humanity Oath, like doctors on Earth recite the Hippocratic Oath. This was the oath doctors in the Lake Kingdom swore upon receiving their license in front of the people in the city square. Raven's smog-like body shuddered backward as if hit by a wave. I smirked. "So you remember now, Impasi. Back when you were a sane human, on the day you received your medical license, you recited this oath in the city square. In the game, there's a tablet found in the hospital dungeon. This tablet contains the Protector of Humanity Oath, along with a note left by someone in honor of all the protectors who fought against the plague. When encountering Raven after reading this tablet, a gimmick becomes available to recite the contents of the tablet to him. The effect lasts only one turn, but results in complete immobilization. In the game, whether or not this gimmick was used made a huge difference in the difficulty of clearing the boss. So before confronting Raven, I always prioritized conquering the hospital dungeon. But in this reality, there was no need to visit that dungeon. I had recited this oath so many times in the game that I had memorized it. I continued to recite the Protector of Humanity oath. First, I shall abide by all laws and systems for the benefit of humanity. Stop it. Second, I shall always follow the highest moral and ethical standards, no matter the situation. Stop. Just stop, Raven cried out in agony. Why does this monster, fallen into a pit of evil, react to such an oath? Who knows? Some people remember they were human by looking at gold coins, others by looking at portraits. Maybe some remember they were once human when they hear the oath they once recited. But what's certain is that this works as a gimmick for the strategy. And so, I will actively use it for the boss kill. Third, from this moment forward, I shall live for the welfare and happiness of humanity in suffering. Stop it, I said stop. Raven, scattering a terrible aura, charged at me. But Crown, the Nightcrawler unit, and now the Sword Demon and Spear Demon, stepped forward and blocked him with their bodies. Of course, I don't stop. Fourth, I shall respect all life, and will not tolerate any life being neglected or disregarded. Raven keeps advancing, rotting and burning all life in front of him. Fifth, I will always use all my knowledge and abilities to work for the survival of humanity. Even though he's hindered, Raven still managed to crush the immortals in front of him with all his malice and curses. As Raven, swept in with a hot gust of wind, finally reached in front of me. Sixth, as a guardian of humanity, I fully understand my responsibilities and duties, and based on this understanding, I voluntarily commit to performing all these clauses. I was already reading the last line of the oath. Looking straight ahead, focusing on his blurred form, I uttered the final sentence. I solemnly swear. Thud. And then Raven completely stopped. Right in front of us, his smog-like form frozen as if it had turned to ice. The complete immobilization effect provided by this gimmick lasts for one turn, just 3 minutes. I have to kill him within these 3 minutes. Everyone. I looked at my party members and shouted, "Finish him off." In his immobilized state, Raven was seeing his past. A distant past, hundreds of years ago, when he was still human. In the Lake Kingdom, being a doctor was a scorned profession. In this advanced city, always shrouded in the miracles of magic, the royalty and citizens never needed to rely on medicine. Any illness could be cleanly cured with just a few spells. As magic advanced, it increasingly took responsibility for people's health. Medicine naturally lost its authority. However, there was still a need for doctors. Among the slave class, the non-citizens in the kingdom who didn't receive the benefits of magic, they needed scalpels, bandages, and medicine, as they couldn't bask in the light of magic. Though they were scorned and called non-citizens, they were indispensable for handling all sorts of menial tasks within the city. Doctors were always needed to ensure their survival, so medicine managed to maintain its existence. During this decline of medicine, a boy was born. He belonged to the high-ranking citizens of the Lake Kingdom, close to royalty and nobility. As a child, the boy suffered from an unidentified epidemic and was left with after-effects that magic couldn't cure. He was completely healed by a doctor in the kingdom. From that day, the boy decided to pursue medicine. Despite opposition from his parents, relatives, and even neighboring nobles, the boy stubbornly studied medicine and eventually joined the hospital where the doctor who cured him worked as an intern. It was then that his family completely disowned him. After a long internship and showing talent, the boy obtained his medical license. The day he read the Protector of Humanity oath aloud in the city square with a clear voice, "I solemnly swear that I will dedicate my life to serving humanity." Everyone mocked the noble boy who threw his life into a despised discipline, dealing only with non-citizens. Choosing a dirty and lowly path over the clear road of nobility, the boy among swans was called a crow, mockingly nicknamed Raven. Ironically, the boy liked the nickname and started referring to himself as Raven. Raven, being from a noble family, was also talented in magic. He combined magic with conventional medicine. This treatment, which he called magical medicine, was highly effective, not only treating non-citizens, but also rare incurable diseases of the citizens and royalty. If you combine magic and medicine, there's no disease you can't cure. Young Raven was always confident. However, many frowned upon his attempts. The city's mages disdained the idea of combining sacred magic with something as mundane as medicine. Many were worried about the secrets of magic leaking to non-citizens. Even among his fellow medical practitioners, opinions were divided. Traditional medicine had always been a separate, independent path from magic, able to treat what magic couldn't reach. There was widespread fear that combining the two would eventually let magic overpower medicine. Raven faced ostracization even among his fellow doctors. He was openly scorned as a white crow trying to mix with the black. But Raven didn't care. He had no doubt that he was walking the path of truth. Above all, Raven had always received support from his mentor, the doctor who cured him as a child. "What does it matter what means are used? I know you're a medical practitioner who works harder than anyone to save lives. Don't worry about what others say. Follow the path you believe in." Thus, young Raven continued his research. As his reputation grew day by day, and he became accustomed to the envious glances from other medical practitioners, the city's Tower of Magic started to take notice of him. Then, a plague broke out in the Lake Kingdom. It was a vicious plague. While the inner parts of the kingdom, always under the effect of purification magic, remained tranquil, the outer zones were devastated by the plague. Non-citizens were rotting alive. Corpses piled up in alleys, and smoke from burning bodies filled the air. Raven realized immediately upon encountering this plague that it was beyond the current medical capabilities of the Lake Kingdom. Desperately, he tried to create a cure using all his knowledge of magic. However, his understanding of magic was shallow, and he failed to derive a formula for a plague cure. "No, this can't be." Trembling, Raven looked toward the hospital entrance. Fellow doctors, wearing crow masks for protection against the poison, were preparing to go back to the non-citizen residential areas. Most of the doctors were already afflicted with the plague, but they were quietly gathering bandages and medicinal supplies, coughing blood-laced coughs. "Stop it!" Raven, rushing out, spoke in a trembling voice. But the doctors ignored him and started leaving one by one. "Stop it, please. You'll all die." Someone stood in front of Raven, trying to stop him. It was his mentor. "Raven, we are doctors, and there are people suffering from the disease outside." His mentor, coughing, whispered kindly, "Have you forgotten the oath we took? As protectors of humanity, we have a duty to treat them to the best of our abilities." "But Master, there's no medicine yet. Isn't this a death sentence?" "No, it's not. We're administering test drugs to patients on site, adjusting the medication based on their reactions. We're seeing meaningful therapeutic results." His mentor's thin hand rested on Raven's shoulder. "Raven, I don't have the talent for magic like you. I simply follow my experience, treating symptoms, trying to improve the patient's condition. More concerned about saving the person in front of me than pursuing academic truth." "No, Master, you are. But it's because of this simple approach that we can find answers." Behind the crow mask, it seemed like his mentor's warm smile was visible. Raven, stay here. I'll create the medicine for this plague. Continue creating treatments using magical applications. With that, the doctors left for the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, Raven ran to the Tower of Magic. Please help. We need magic application immediately. If we don't act now, everyone living on the outskirts of the city will face a terrible disaster. But we refuse. The mages of the tower refused. Magic requires a rightful cost. Non-citizens neither have the means to pay this cost nor the right to receive magic treatment. If cost is the issue, I'll give my entire fortune. It's not about money, Raven. The mage looked sternly at Raven without blinking. Magic is a noble study for the citizens of the Lake Kingdom. Non-citizens do not fall under this category. People's lives are at stake, and you're talking about. All the mages in the kingdom are well aware of your actions. We will not cooperate with someone who has insulted magic. With a sneer, the doors of the tower closed. Deal with it using your so-called magical medicine. Bang! Raven tirelessly visited numerous towers in the kingdom, but the response was the same everywhere. Finally, Raven went to the government office to warn that people outside would die en masse if nothing was done, only to hear an absurd response. If the non-citizens die, we can simply replace them from outside the kingdom. What? The city was already cluttered and troublesome. Now is a good opportunity to automate all the menial tasks with magic. Oh, this should be formally proposed to the royal family. Shut your insane babble, you madman. After punching the official, who was coolly spouting madness, Raven was thrown out of the government office. Returning to the hospital, Raven put on the last remaining crow mask, an unpainted white one. Then Raven stepped into the heart of the plague. 3 days later, when he found his mentor and colleagues, inside the tent set up as an emergency treatment center, doctors wearing black crow masks were all dead, cold. In their last moments, they were still researching the combination of drugs, dead over the table strewn with vials and flasks. In the innermost part of the tent, his mentor was still barely breathing. Raven, you came. Master, here, the formula for the medicine. If prepared like this, it can immunize against the plague and alleviate symptoms. As Raven's trembling hands took the paper with the formula, his mentor grasped his wrist. Understand, Raven, don't harbor hatred. Yes, pass this wisdom to the next generation. Behind the crow mask, the mentor's eyes, red with blood, sparkled. Create the medicine and let our sacrifice be the next step for humanity. We fought for that. Don't hate or resent. Never forget the oath we took. Thud, the mentor's arm dropped to the ground. Raven, holding back his tears, pocketed the formula. Then he stood up with a determined expression. Raven tested the completed medicine on himself and several patients, verifying its effectiveness. He then went to the government office to request facilities for mass production and distribution. This medicine was built upon everyone's death at the hospital. If you provide the facilities for its production, we can overcome the plague. But the official nonchalantly examined the vial Raven offered, and then, clang, threw it to the floor, shattering it. Raven's eyes widened in fury. What? What are you doing, you maniac? Do you know what this medicine is? As Raven lunged forward, other staff restrained him. The official laughed mockingly. Haven't you heard the news, Raven? Such a medicine is no longer needed. What? The gracious king of the Lake Kingdom has issued a mobilization order to all the towers. Mages are already spreading purification magic in the non-citizen residential areas. The plague will be suppressed in no time. Raven's face turned blank. Looking down at Raven, the official burst into laughter. Praise the king's mercy for bestowing magic even on non-citizens. And hopefully, you'll realize how inferior your medicine is compared to magic. Ha ha ha. And it was just as he said. The plague that consumed the lives of countless non-citizens and numerous doctors was easily cleaned up by the mages in a ridiculously effortless manner. Raven sat down, dumbfounded, watching the back alleys of the Lake Kingdom, now cleared of all disease, in less than a day. Mages passed by, marking Raven as they went. With such power, why? Raven muttered quietly. Why didn't you help? Why did you just watch as they died? Raven looked at his own hands. His body, already infected with the disease, was half-rotted, but was now slowly recovering. It was then Raven realized. They don't understand. The pain caused by the disease, always enveloped in the blessings of magic, never having experienced illness, They wouldn't know. Nor the pain of discrimination, the pain of inequality. They wouldn't know because they had never experienced it. Then I'll make you understand. Putting the crow mask back on, which he had thrown to the ground, the pain of the body decaying, the helplessness of being unable to do anything while patients, colleagues, and my mentor died before my eyes, the despair spreading uncontrollably. All the deaths they had to endure for not being considered human. I'll make you understand without fail. Raven resolved to create a plague so powerful that it would transcend even the magic of the Lake Kingdom. No, a plague powerful enough to surpass all the contradictions of this world. His mentor's last words, the oath he took when becoming a doctor, the resolve of his younger days to save people, all had already corroded and vanished in the face of hatred. Raven headed to the hospital ward where patients still infected with the plague, not yet fully cured, were admitted. Bang! Raven roughly opened the door to the ward. Patients who had recovered thanks to Raven's medicine greeted him happily upon his arrival. Hello, doctor. Doctor, thanks to you I'm better now. How can we ever repay you? Everyone. Raven looked around at the people he had saved with a faint smile, then asked in a chilling voice, I need volunteers for an experiment with a new medicine. Will you help? That day, one good died in this world, and one evil was born. Chapter 405 One turn, 3 minutes in complete nullification state, Raven remained. He just floated in the air, and now it was just a matter of attacking and killing him during these 3 minutes. Whoa! What the hell is going on? Sword Demon and Spear Demon, who had hurled their swords and spears towards Raven, let out bewildered groans. Their attacks merely crossed the empty air, slicing through the flickering shadow of Raven. They were unable to inflict any damage on him. The soul core, I can't see it. Is this bastard really the main body? It's definitely the main body. But why just then Mason, who had savagely scratched Raven's body with his claws, ground his teeth? This monster, he doesn't have a soul core. Is that even possible? Even the vampiric monsters of the Blood Clan, though their bodies were jelly-like and made of blood, had a soul core. The primary rule for monsters is to perish if they lose their soul core. But how could Raven exist before us without a soul core? So, I used my spirit and soul as the matrix. I shattered and broke my soul, using it as rotting material. I remembered what he said when he attacked me in the slum village. I muttered in frustration. It's not a metaphor. You literally sacrificed your soul. Yes. Then Raven's voice resounded. The 3 minutes had already passed. Damn it. I burned the last bit of my soul as an offering. That's why I have transcended monsters and escaped the world's laws, becoming a plague. Raven, having regained his senses and escaped the nullified state, let out an evil laugh. With such resolve, how do you plan to stop me? CK. I desperately racked my brain. Think, how to kill an opponent without a body or a soul core. There must be a way, there must be Ash. Thanks to you, I dreamt of a distant past. Thank you, my hatred has only solidified. But Raven didn't seem to give me any time. Have you used up all your prepared moves, human? Then now it's my turn. Raven's smog-like form suddenly compressed. Be swallowed by nightmares. Sink down, drown in the memories you fear the most. Chag. Like a burst sprinkler, it sprayed droplets all around. It was not something that could be avoided. Like acid rain dissolving marble, mental barriers melted away, and black shadows infiltrated my mind. I'm done for, I laughed bitterly. Then what? Suddenly it felt like someone was embracing me from behind. Your Highness. I flinched at the voice next to me. What's the matter, Your Highness? Are you already drunk? Aha! Oh, suddenly I was in the Mercenary Guild's bar. Next to me sat Jupiter. The one-eyed veteran, with a familiar mischievous smile, held a cup of liquor in one hand and a smoking cigar in the other, furrowing her brow at my side. This is troublesome. Weren't you supposed to be my drinking buddy all night today? This scene, I remember it. Jupiter! I urgently grabbed the old soldier's shoulder. Jupiter's only eye widened in surprise. Your Highness, what's suddenly the matter? I'm here. I looked around, grinding my teeth. You must never go to the front line. Understand? But when I looked back at Jupiter, she was already lying on the city walls, spilling blood from her chest, ravaged by magic bullets. Before my dazed self, the nightmare I had once seen replayed, piece by piece. Prince, Your Highness! Old Girl and Skull came running with smiles, then thud, crack. Like a dried-up tree drained of all blood, he died, shattered into pieces by the blood magic. Eat plenty. It's our tribe's traditional dish. Cureha, who had served me dinner with a kind smile, his body crack snap, twisted and deformed grotesquely, transforming into a giant wolf monster, and soon fell dead. In this city, you are an indispensable person. Margarita said that to me as I sat on the mansion's bed. Then she left. Don't overdo it from now on. And then she fell, struck by an arrow, quietly in front of the temple's goddess statue. And again, I saw Guardhand sitting on a bench in front of the alchemist's workshop, shyly smiling as she waited for her lover, holding a flower in one hand. Wish, in the next moment he vanished, leaving only withered flowers scattered around. Damn, I knew it would come to this, at the destroyed forward base. Ken, with a sad face, is slaughtered in front of the legs of black spiders. People's blood stains the ground. Death, death, death. All the guilt I must carry for a lifetime once again filled the horizon. I couldn't breathe and fell to my knees on the ground. Look! Then a voice came from above. I barely managed to lift my trembling head. Don't avoid it, look. All these are the lives you've reaped. Ra, Ven! Raven was floating in the sky. In a world filled with death, the Plague Lord reigned alone in the void, like a black sun. To more effectively kill your mind, I've infiltrated your psyche myself. Well, thanks for the concern. You're holding up better than before. Have you developed a resistance? Or is your guilt that shallow? Raven let out a low laugh, then stirred his body, pouring down another dark rainstorm. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll repeat it thousands, tens of thousands of times, until you completely break. Every droplet he poured out represented the death of my comrades. I closed my eyes tightly. I couldn't bear it, not even once more. Then, click the sound of an umbrella opening. Swoosh, the raindrops did not touch me. I looked to the side in surprise. And there, hello, darling, Salome stood there, covering me with a strikingly bright pink umbrella in this dark world, smiling brightly. Ha! No, both Raven and I were startled. Salome, which, how did you get here? HMPH. Underestimating a succubus too much, aren't you? Salome crossed her arms and shrugged. Raven, you made a hole in Ash's mental barrier. Naturally, I can use that hole too. You, vexing succubus, don't interfere with my work. Then Salome, still holding the umbrella over me, placed her other hand on my shoulder. Ash, I'd like to keep holding this umbrella over you forever, but unfortunately, everyone has to face the rain someday. Salome smiled broadly then, so look properly. Click, she folded the umbrella. If you have to face it to the end properly. Swoosh, the nightmare's downpour swept over me, and what unfolded was a painful memory, no different from before. Jupiter lay dead. She was on the city walls, bleeding from her chest, ravaged by magic bullets. At that horrific sight, I involuntarily turned my head away. Then Salome, standing beside me, shouted, Don't turn away, Ash. This is the world you created. This is the path you've walked so far. So, Salome's voice was stern, yet warm. Look properly. To the end, properly. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists, and looked ahead again. Then, I saw. Junior was laying Jupiter's head on her knee, whispering something to Jupiter, who lay fallen. Jupiter breathed her last with a peaceful face. Junior held Jupiter's body and wailed for a long time, and then, Junior wiped her tear-streaked face, stood up straight, took a deep breath, and with a determined look, she stood up. The scene changed. Bodybag and Burnout were seen grieving, collecting the bodies of Old Girl and Skull. The two young elves cried as if the world was ending, and then, holding each other's hands, wiping each other's tears, they stood up. The scene changed. Curaha's body, turned into a monster and killed, was seen. Cuilan gently embraced that body. Cuilan, looking affectionately at his dead brother, slowly got up, and to bury his brother, he moved forward. The scene changed. After laying Margarita, struck by an arrow, gently in front of the goddess statue, Torkel adjusted his helmet, his right hand holding a toothless kitchen knife, his left arm tightly bound with a broken table. Then, as if to fight again, he lifted his blood-soaked body. The scene changed. Lily sat alone on a bench. Even though her lover, who used to surprise her holding a flower, no longer came, she sat quietly in front of the workshop. She was looking at a metal flower in her hand. After clutching the flower to her chest gently, Lily struggled to get up, moving from the bench to her wheelchair. For her, unable to use her legs, this was exceedingly difficult. But Lily, gritting her teeth and groaning, managed to sit in the wheelchair. And wheeling the chair, Somewhere in this harsh world. She moved. The scene changed. I was reading a letter sent to me. The letter, written in a child's crude handwriting, was from Ken's siblings. After Ken died in the tutorial, I had agreed to take care of their livelihood. Sending living expenses under the name of the third prince, one of the siblings sent me this letter. What kind of knight was my brother? I replied thoughtfully. Knight Ken fought more bravely than any knight in this world. To protect the world, to protect you. I and Crossroad will not forget his bravery and dedication. Then a reply came. Then I want to protect the world like my brother too. Looking at that pure sentence, written in clumsy handwriting, I held back my tears for a long time as I read it. Again, the scene changed. An old man in armor eaten away by rats, Margrave Cross, appeared. How was it? The Margrave, with a bloodied face, gazed intently at me. Was it worth sacrificing your most precious thing to protect this city? I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I turned my head to look beside me, using a cane bandaged all over. With a brightened face, walking across the spring garden towards the center of the city was Evangeline. Of course. Before I knew it, I too was standing. With trembling legs, I barely stood up. Margrave Cross. Before you died, you told me. Crossroad is called the city on top of graves. I faced Margrave Cross. It's a derogatory term meaning a lot of casualties, but even if it's on top of graves, it also means people still live on. A faint smile spread across the bloodied old man's face. Yes, now I finally realize it anew. After facing my guilt and seeing the people who follow, late though it may be, I now understand. People die, but their purpose continues. Those left behind carry on their will, moving forward again. Thus, it perpetually continues. The history of humanity, the will of humanity, the dreams of humanity. I may be late, but now I understand. I raised the flag, and people gathered under it. If people died for that flag, my duty is not to break the flag, not to despair, not to be frustrated, not to regret or blame myself. No matter how painful it is, no matter how much I want to run away, I must carry it on, remembering clearly what they died for. I must shoulder a will as strong as their lives and raise the flag high again, because that is the responsibility and duty of the one who holds the flag. I will say it 100 times, 1,000 times, Margrave Cross. I stretched my hand to the right. This city is, and this world is. Then, in the empty void where there was nothing, a brightly shining flag appeared. Gripping it tightly, I shouted, "It's worth protecting." Chapter 406. The flag in my hand burned like fire and weighed a ton. This is my standard, the price of the lives of those who followed and died for me. So, Raven, who had reappeared before me, screamed, "What can you possibly do with that flag in this mental world? If it were a weapon, you could stab me, or even an umbrella could ward off this rain. But that flag is utterly useless, isn't it? You don't understand, Raven." I gripped the flagpole with both hands and smiled wryly. "With this flag, I and my people can fight on anytime, anywhere, without giving up." I then raised the flag high and not as an empire's. No, I shouted loudly and drove it into the ground. I proclaim this as my territory, my ultimate move, imperial edict, activated within the mental world. Whoosh! No grey walls formed in this mental world. Instead, a dazzling sun rose in the previously darkened sky, the clouds dispersed, and the downpour ceased. Under the clear sky, Raven looked around in confusion. What? Why? Why is even my mental world invaded by your imagination? The answer came from behind me. You must be new to this, Raven. Salome, staggering, smiled wanly. Infiltrating someone's mind is like building a bridge between yours and their psyche. Still don't get it. Salome stretched out her hand and pointed around. Our mental worlds are connected now. In other words, since you attacked Ash's psyche, Ash can also attack yours. What? If you tried to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. Isn't that obvious? I gripped the flagpole tighter. Whoosh. As my territory expanded, the scenery around us began to change. Not to my past, but to Raven's, to his most painful memories, to his nightmares. His human days began to flash around us. Raven tried to stop it, but in this world my flag was planted. This is my territory. No, don't look, you must not look. Too bad. You've read my memories, you bastard. You only clung to my most painful parts. So we should exchange once, to be fair, right? Don't read my memory. Despite his desperate screams, Raven's human days unfolded before our eyes. His dreams, frustrations, pains, and corruption vividly unraveled. Facing his most painful past, Raven's form began to tear apart. When I regained consciousness, it was reality. I'm not sure how long the battle in the mental world lasted. I gasped for air, looking around. Crown and the Nightcrawler Corps had already turned into black shadows and were vanishing. Like before, when they died, they seemed to be resurrecting at another point. And there were others, their bodies turning into black particles. Cough! Did you sleep well, guest? In front of me, protecting me, stood Sword Demon and Spear Demon. The two wild figures were drenched in blood, and their skin was melting away. They had been severely affected by Raven's plague. Sword Demon, Spear Demon. Don't look so glum. We are immortals. We'll come back to life in the bottom village. If you don't defeat that plague bastard, we'll probably die again from the plague spreading through the village. I believe you can do it. Make sure to kill that plague son of a bitch. Witnessing the two dying horrifically, I asked them, "Why do you trust me so much?" Their answer was simple. "You treated us like people. Before and after the world became like this, there were hardly any who treated us as people." The two grotesque figures smiled with their melting faces. Then, no longer breathing, they disappeared into black smoke. Feeling heavy-hearted, I turned my head. A massive beast, similarly protecting me and half-melted, was there. Mason. When I called out, a smile flickered across what was left of his indiscernible face, whether of a bear, lion, or human. This is as far as I go. Anything else to say? I've said it all. To Lucas. After a moment of silence, Mason burst into a rueful laugh. If changing one's heart at the last moment could grant absolution, how easy would life be? I remain a traitor to the McGregor family and an enemy to Crossroad. I strayed from the path of humanity long ago. Mason murmured, his voice fading. But in the end, I wanted to die for something beautiful. His eyes, dimming with life, turned to me. Your flag is beautiful, Your Highness. So please, Mason's body slowly fell forward. Don't ever let it go. Thud Mason collapsed and lay still. He was my enemy, but he died for my flag. So I decided to remember Mason. As I looked around at my fallen party members, I suddenly turned back, hearing a pained groan from the last of them. "Ha, Hugh! Salome!" Behind me, Salome lay fallen. As I approached, Salome trembled her pale lips and managed a weak smile. "Ha ha, you act tough, but your heart is so fragile. I almost died trying to shield you from the rain." That's when I realized. While the others protected my body, Salome had protected my mind. Raven showed me my weakness, the deaths of my comrades in the form of nightmares, and Salome showed me the continuation of those nightmares, the image of other comrades overcoming death and standing up. Thanks to her, I was able to reclaim my flag. Hee hee, see, I was quite helpful, right? Salome is a psychic entity. Her body heals as her mind recovers, and vice versa. Damage to her mind also harms her body. She overexerted herself in the mental world to aid me, and ended up a wreck. But be careful, Salome urgently warned. Raven isn't finished yet. At the same time, the malicious aura characteristic of a Nightmare Legion commander surged. I swiftly turned in that direction. Ash! Raven was there. Although significantly weakened from the damage sustained, he still exuded the terrifying aura of a plague demon, gathering his strength. "I will make sure to kill you, and you alone." I smiled wryly and stood up in front of him. "We've shared some embarrassing memories, Raven." "Don't talk nonsense." Humiliated by his past being exposed, Raven's smoky form quivered. But I wasn't the same. Reading his past, I felt compassion for him. "You and I are alike, Raven." "What?" Raven's voice was incredulous, but I was sincere. He and I were very much alike, striving to protect people, but hitting the wall of reality and choosing to become a monster to change this reality. Someone who tried to give up being human, a weak, fragile coward like no other. The only difference between him and me is one thing. Before becoming a monster, was there a hand to stop him? I had good people who kept me human, comrades who desperately stopped me from crossing the line. But Raven lost all his comrades. That's why I remained human, and Raven became a monster. If I didn't have my comrades, I might have become a monster like you. Living as a human is difficult. It's like endlessly climbing high and endless stairs, gasping for breath with aching legs. That's why the weak give up this hard path and become monsters. They fall into an easy downhill path where they can live without further contemplation. I was also weak. That's why I tried to break the flag. I tried to become a monster, not a human, but now I've realized again, and I've made up my mind again. I will never let go of this flag again. Don't act all high and mighty, human. As I looked at him with pity, Raven boiled with humiliation. I'll rot you. I'll definitely rot you. Even the last piece of your flag. I'll make everything rot like me. Raven charged at me again. But having clashed in the mental world, I had an idea of how to deal with him. He lost his body and soul, but Raven still had mind. Heart. That's what I needed to target. I closed and then opened my eyes wide. Kidding. With a blue flash, gaze of command, activated my will, penetrating his mind to dominate it. However, I failed. With the system window non-functional, I couldn't see the success rate of gaze of command. It was just a blind attack, ignoring whatever the chance might be. It doesn't matter. Wiping the blood from my nose, I smirked. I'll keep trying until it works. The only means I had to attack him was this. Then I will keep attacking until it succeeds. Did you think I would just watch, foolish one? Raven's black mist engulfed me. His plague was truly extraordinary. My mental barriers melted, and even my body, which had been resistant due to the invincible defense effect, began to take damage. But I could endure it. Originally, my mental and poison defenses were nearly invincible. Though they were gradually eroded and weakened by his plague, they were still bearable. Raven, you evolved into a plague itself. Preparing for the next gaze of command, I grinned. In other words, your only means of attack now is the plague. Right. Raven had transformed into a transcendental plague, discarding everything else. In the process, he lost all other means of attack, meaning he has no other pattern than to rot the opponent. Will my body and mind rot faster, or will you be penetrated by my evil eye faster? It's that simple a fight. Kidding. A blue flash sparkled in front of me again, and just as he had penetrated my mind, I attempted to penetrate his. Failed again. Blood surged within me. It doesn't matter. I endure. The next attempt followed amidst the sparks. Kidding. Patchik. Failed. Still enduring. My head throbs. It feels like burning inside. Is this pain a backlash from failure, or his plague? It doesn't matter. If this is the only move I have, then I'll keep swinging it until it lands. Creak. Crack. Raven's mental barriers were not entirely intact due to the situation before. I clearly sensed cracks forming in his mental defenses with each of my attacks. One more hit, one more hit, one more. Cough, cough. I spat out a mouthful of blood. Raven scoffed at me, staggering while holding the flagstaff. Fool, you're hastening your own end. You could last longer if you stayed still, but are you intent on committing suicide by exhausting your strength? Yes. What? It doesn't matter if I die. Taking a deep breath, I prepared the next gaze of command. It's true, I am prepared to die now. The flag I raised to kill monsters and protect people, it wasn't just mine alone. It may have started as my flag alone, but soon many people gathered under it, and all of them joined hands, together raising the flag, to protect each of their precious worlds. My flag has already become everyone's. That's why I couldn't break it even if I wanted to. Even if I perish here, the flag and the will they will surely continue. Just as I inherited the will of the deceased, even if I die here, our flag and determination they will continue. My death is not a game over. The game continues, as long as those who inherit my flag don't give up. As I recalled the faces of my trustworthy comrades, a smile naturally formed on my lips. My beautiful people, I can't let such a filthy plague like this spread to them. Raven, I can't let a dangerous plague like you loose in the world. You must die here. If sacrificing my life means mutual destruction with you, then so be it. I'm willing to do that. Kidding. I used the next gaze of command, and crack. Finally, a significant crack appeared in Raven's mental barrier. Cuck! He staggered backward in shock. Wiping the bloodied lips with the back of my hand, I smirked, curling one corner of my mouth. Let's die together in this hell. Chapter 407, while I was repeatedly using gaze of command, despite coughing up blood, it happened. Stop it, Ash. Please. From behind me, where she had collapsed, Salome cried out with tears in her voice. You have a wish, right? The small wish to pass on words of encouragement to that child. Are you going to give up on that wish and die here? I chuckled faintly. My wish has changed. What? You said it, Salome. When the essence changes, the goal changes too. That's right. My wish has already changed. Salome was right. I changed since coming to this world. Naturally, my wish from before would also change. Initially, my wish was simple, to save that one child. But as I fought alongside many people in this world, my wish gradually transformed. What I desire now is to save people within my reach, wider, more extensive, to save everyone I can. That is my wish. Therefore, to save more people, I must kill this plague, Raven, here in this place. Salome, I doubted you. I thought you, a monster, could never truly care for me. I smiled and nodded at Salome. But you risked your life to fight for me. Now I trust you. Ash, you're the only one who has seen my past. You're the only one I can entrust my last wish to. I calmly requested Salome, who was looking at me with trembling eyes. Escape this place through reality escape, and then cooperate with the people of Crossroad. Her unique escape technique, reality escape, should allow her to escape this plague-infested hell. Being a spiritual entity, she could also recover her physical injuries in the spirit realm. Having worked so hard for me, I can trust and rely on her to assist the people of Crossroad. And someday, when the people of Crossroad defeat the Demon King and this world reaches the true ending, it will be a long and arduous journey. But if those who inherit my flag ultimately succeed, please fulfill my first wish in my stead. Convey my words of encouragement to that child. I grinned. The words of encouragement I wanted to give to that child were— I couldn't finish my sentence. Suddenly, Salome rushed forward and embraced me head-on. Her slender arms wrapped around my neck, and her rosy lips drew closer, eventually meeting mine. That is to say, Salome kissed me. Overwhelmed by the soft, tender touch of her lips, I froze for a moment, and then, swoosh, Salome suddenly sucked on my lips. That's when I realized, this rascal, is she doing it now? Essence drain. The succubi's energy absorption skill, essence drain, disguised as a kiss. What kind of madness is this in such a situation, you damned succubus? But it was too late. The skill had already been activated, and I felt the last bit of my strength being completely drained by Salome. This is insane. After the long kiss, Salome detached her lips, grinning like a man who just downed a great shot of liquor. Kaya, perfect. Wow, that was incredibly tasty. Ash, you're quite sweet, huh? Thanks to you, I'm fully recovered. You, damn succubus. Drained of strength, I kneeled weakly on the ground, shaking with anger. Essence drain at a time like this, what were you thinking? Such foolish talk. A succubus always targets the victim's lips, you know. Salome, with a triumphant expression, crossed her arms and declared confidently, From the beginning, my target was always your lips. Now that I think about it, even when we first met, she directly aimed for my lips. Unable to properly control my body, I laughed helplessly. At the very end, whether I should be angry about being backstabbed, or, or for having my first kiss stolen by this succubus, I really can't tell. To me, Salome showed a cheeky smile. Ash, you should deliver the words of encouragement to that child yourself. What? I don't understand the human heart. I can steal, seize, and devour hearts, but only mimic their ways. I don't understand why and how they move. Why is it that, even though she claims not to understand human hearts, Salome's face, as she looks at me, appears more human than anyone else's? I can't comprehend your wish. Therefore, I cannot act as your proxy. What you hold is too delicate and precious for me to carry on your behalf. Deliver it yourself. Carry your flag, walk till the end, and then, at that final point, deliver it yourself. Your heart, your wish, deliver it. After saying this, Salome reached out her hands and grabbed me. Immediately, her horns and tail began to shine brightly. Salome, what are you doing? Even though you've lost your way and fallen into this darkness, I know, you are a person who won't give up even if you lose your way. You are the one who always forges the path ahead. I felt my body begin to float. Panicked, I looked down at my body, and where Salome's hands touched, my body was turning transparent. Is this, perhaps? Since you've realized your wish, since you've reclaimed your flag, I'm sure you'll definitely find out who you truly are. Salome, wait a moment. You will find the way, no matter what darkness envelops you. Reality escape. The unique technique of succubi to directly escape into the spirit realm, the other side of reality. Salome used it not on herself, but on me. Darkness is gathering outside. If you stay here, even if you defeat Raven, it'll be hard to escape alive. This is the only way. Salome's clear laughter tickled my ears. Don't worry, I'll take care of Raven. You just focus on finding yourself. As I tried to speak, Salome placed her finger over my lips. Leaning close to me, she whispered softly, Lastly, I'll tell you a secret I discovered while looking into your soul. What you are, in fact, is. Hearing her entire whisper, I widened my eyes in shock. What do you mean? Before I could ask further, it was too late. My body transformed into a spirit, and just like when I fell through the teleport gate, I was sucked into the beyond. Salome, why? Goodbye, my prince. The last thing I saw was the succubus queen waving at me. I might have marked your small wish, but in truth, I might have fallen for you because of that very wish. With a face that was both smiling and crying. I'll be rooting for you too. With those words, take care. I felt like my whole body was being swept away in a torrent. Splash! I plunged into the pitch-black darkness, sinking into the beyond. Ash had disappeared. Salome collapsed weakly onto the ground. By using reality escape, Salome had exhausted her very last bit of strength. Not only the energy absorbed from Ash, but also the final reserve she had stored within herself. All of it was completely exhausted. Struggling to breathe heavily, Salome whispered weakly as Raven slowly approached her. I didn't want to part ways, Salome murmured powerlessly. I wanted to stay by your side. Even if scolded or harshly spoken to, still I wanted to stay, right beside you. If this was a dream world, could I have loved that person? Salome gripped her chest tightly with her hand. It hurts, as if the middle of my heart has been carved out. It hurts. Just the thought of never seeing him again. It hurts, Raven sneered. Is that all you've gained for the price of your life, Salome? How foolish. You're the one who doesn't understand, Raven. Between her disheveled pink hair, Salome's eyes were clouded with faint moisture. This pain, this is what I've been searching for all my life. Raven, deeming further listening unnecessary, summoned his plague aura. It's all futile, Salome. You'll both perish unable to overcome my plague. Raven was confident of victory. The only means left to kill him at this place was Ash's gaze of command. But Salome, not wanting to witness Ash's death, sent him to the spirit realm. Now all that remained was a succubus drained of all strength. Ash and Salome both were already infected. Left alone, both would eventually succumb to the plague. As long as my ego, my obsession, my malice persists, my plague will not vanish. You have failed to defeat me. This time the world will succumb to the plague. Forgot so soon, Raven. To Raven, who was confidently declaring victory, Salome faintly smiled. Eating hearts is a succubus's job. Slowly extending her hand forward, she touched Raven's misty form. Raven's mist-made body jerked significantly. It felt as if something cold and sinister was piercing into his non-existent chest. What is this? If the evil, your heart, is what moves this plague of yours, Salome clenched her hand in the air, then it's simply my prey. Salome had grasped Raven's heart. She began to absorb it with her succubus powers. Raven was rotten to his very core. He was tainted and decayed with profound malice. Forcibly absorbing it, Salome's body immediately reacted. Blood dripped from her pale lips, and her white skin started to discolor. Stop. Stop it. Fear was evident in Raven's voice, an emotion never shown before. He had neither body nor soul. Merely a plague sustained solely by pure evil, Raven felt his existence being obliterated. He screamed in terror. Stop. You'll die too, Salome. My malice, my corruption, you can't handle it. I am the essence of the plague itself. If you absorb me, you, a spiritual entity, will be tainted. You'll experience the most terrible pain imaginable. It's okay. Salome smiled calmly as she endured the excruciating pain that came with the absorption. I've experienced love. Salome didn't understand love. Even up to this moment of facing death, she couldn't define it precisely. But one thing was certain. This ache in her heart, the void as if something essential was ripped out. This pain, this emptiness, this sense of loss, they were undeniable proofs that love had once resided in her heart. This act of dying for someone else was the true proof of love. Even amidst the burning pain of her physical body, Salome smiled brightly. It didn't hurt at all, compared to the pain engraved in her heart, compared to this vivid first love. At the end of a long, agonizing scream, Raven's cries subsided. Having absorbed all of Raven's malice, Salome leaned against the collapsed stone wall. Gazing into the void, she slowly opened her mouth and recited lines from a play she had seen in Ash's memories, one that shared her name. I have kissed thy mouth, I kissed your lips. There was a bitter taste on thy lips. There was a bitter taste on your lips. Was it the taste of blood? Was that the taste of blood? Nay, but perchance it was the taste of love. No, perhaps it was the taste of love. They say that love hath a bitter taste. They say love tastes bitter. But what matter? What matter? But what does it matter? What does it really matter? I have kissed thy mouth. I have kissed your lips. I'm not as skilled as you. A shy smile appeared on Salome's blood-soaked lips. Thank you, Ash. Then she slowly closed her eyes. For teaching me about love. In the fading consciousness, Salome wished for the last time. If she could dream a happy dream, not a nightmare next. She wished to dream of loving that man. Salome experienced love. Painful, yet so brilliant. A love that consumed her entire being, a love that was undoubtedly true. Chapter 408, The Sensation of Floating faded. Regaining my blurry consciousness, I opened my eyes. SSSHHH. Before me stretched a vast beach, pristine white sands and colorless, transparent waves rolling in. Looking up at the sky, a curtain of colorful lights unfolded. Was this the aurora? As I gazed mesmerized at the curtain of light, the lapping waves soaked my shoes. I muttered absent-mindedly, "Is this oblivion's beyond, this place the spirit world?" As I absorbed the clearly alien landscape, I suddenly remembered the events that led me here. "Salome!" I called out desperately, but of course, Salome didn't answer. The surroundings were empty, and only I stood alone on the desolate shore. Salome had left me in the spirit world and remained in the mortal realm. I laughed hollowly. A monster, yet she gambled her life for me. How much debt had my life, my banner, accumulated as it moved forward? I clenched my fist tightly, then slowly relaxed it. I might never meet her again. But if I do, next time, instead of hitting her, I want to properly greet her. I want to sincerely thank her. With that thought, I began walking along the beach, not knowing where to go or what to do in this unknown space. But when I saw a scene a short distance away, I felt an intuition that I had to go there. What's that? At the end of this beach stood a black thorn tree, the branches of the everblack stretching from the sky to the ground. I walked silently along the endless shore. My footprints trailed long on the white sands washed by the clear water. Finally reaching my seemingly unreachable destination, I stopped in front of where the black thorn tree's branches loomed. Why is this tree here? The national tree and guardian tree of the Everblack Empire. The black thorn tree, Everblack. A magical beacon accessible only to the four guardians of the Empire. If this tree was here, could it mean, "You've come"? A low voice reached my ears. Though I had guessed as much, I never really thought he'd be here. I smirked bitterly and looked towards the source of the voice. Wandering around strange places and causing trouble is your thing, but I never imagined you'd end up in the spirit world. Sitting on a simple chair placed on the beach was a man as if molded not from clay but pure gold, an absolute ruler of the mortal world, undiminished in majesty even in the spirit world, with golden eyes glinting through his disheveled black hair. Father, the emperor of the Everblack Empire, Traha Peacemaker Everblack was there. Even if this isn't the mortal world, but a realm between life and death, I am still an emperor, Ash. The emperor clicked his tongue. You should address me as father, not father. Well, when have you ever properly followed protocol? The emperor, grumbling even here in the spirit world, gestured with his chin. Anyway, what brings you here? Even I cannot find my way in this place without the guidance of Everblack. It seems you didn't come here under its guidance. Did you lose your way and drift here? I hesitated, then nodded. The emperor laughed heartily and snapped his fingers. Snap! The branches scattered on the shore intertwined with each other, forming a small chair. He placed it in front of him. Sit down. You must be tired from the long journey. Without hesitation, I took the seat he offered and cautiously asked, "Are you not going to scold me further? Losing one's way is a privilege of the young. It's better to wander now than suffer later in life," the emperor said, leaning back in his chair, a bitter smile on his face. "However, ending up in the spirit world is a bit too much." "What exactly is this place?" I asked, looking around. A land bathed in auroras with endless waves. What exactly was this spirit world? This place is not for the living, nor is it for the dead. If anything, it's a gap between life and death. A gap between life and death. Both the living and the dead lose their boundaries here, eventually drifting beyond these waves. The only ones remaining are, the emperor gestured towards the beach, those who have transcended life and death, obtaining divinity, or those who have surpassed the limits of souls. Looking in the direction he indicated, I saw four massive figures approaching slowly across the sea. Thud, thud. Four imposing giants, exuding evident hostility, were approaching. The Emperor remained calm despite their daunting presence. A battlefield for specters who still fight for their race or nation, even as mere souls. That's what this spirit world is. I recalled the explanation the Emperor gave at the Guardians' meeting in the imperial capital. I asked hesitantly. Then are those the foreign gods? The Emperor nodded. Yes, they are the ancestral and guardian deities of the different races. The giant figures varied in appearance. Some were short and stout, others had long ears and limbs, some were covered in fur, and some had fish-like lower bodies. Dwarves, elves, werebeasts, mermaids. These were the guardians of the four major different races. When their respective races were on the brink of extinction in the mortal realm, and their guardian trees were uprooted, they invaded this place for a counterattack. The Emperor glanced at the thorny tree behind him. To destroy Everblack, the guardian tree of humanity. Now then, perhaps it's time for me to prepare for today's battle. Rising from his seat, the Emperor drew his sword from his waist. This was the other guard front. The Emperor himself fought the foreign guards here, one of the four major battlefronts of the Empire. Wait a minute. The Emperor, having risen with grand words, seemed to be in poor condition. He was leaning to one side, staggering slightly. Are you all right? You don't seem to be in good shape. Ah, one can't hide their age. Rubbing his back with a fist, the Emperor confessed awkwardly. Actually, right after I entered here, Fernandez severed the connection to Everblack. Excuse me, Fernandez again. I knew he was ambitious, but I didn't expect him to revolt in such a manner. As a result, the portal between reality and the spirit world was closed, and I was stranded here. The Emperor casually narrated how he had been backstabbed by his second son. Given the different flow of time here, I can't be sure how long it's been outside, nor how long I've spent here. As long as I'm alive, staying in the spirit world for too long takes its toll. Besides, battling daily. I won't deny I'm depleted. Perhaps I won't last much longer. The Emperor chuckled wryly. But even so, this is my battle, a front that I must continue as long as I breathe. I'm about to engage in battle with them, which will soon devastate this place. You should leave now. The Emperor, heading towards the beach, looked back at me. If you have one last question, ask it now. Although, given that you're adrift here, there's probably only one question you need to ask. What I wanted to ask. There were many things I was curious about regarding the Emperor. However, if I could only ask one thing, it would be, Your Majesty, just this. Who am I? At my question, the Emperor smiled. Do you not even look in the mirror? How busy are you? You are Ash. Ash Bornhater, Everblack, my troublesome youngest son. I asked again with a trembling voice. Am I really your son, Ash? Then the Emperor, as he did in the imperial capital, scanned me with his shining golden eyes. Would I not recognize my own son? My eyes do not deceive me. You are undoubtedly my son, he stated firmly. Now go, this place is not meant for the living. Thud, thud, thud. The foreign guards were already upon us. Drawing his sword towards them, the Emperor spoke. Remember, my wayward son, if you have the will to find your way, there is a path everywhere and anywhere. So wander to your heart's content. There will always be a path at the end. With a leap, the Emperor flew towards the beach. The four foreign guards raised their weapons against him. Light exploded, and the sea evaporated. I turned away from the mythic battle unfolding behind me and walked towards the black thorny branches I sensed nearby. There she was. At the end of the black thorny branches woven like a net. She was bound and hanging, her body pierced by thorns, blood constantly flowing from her wounds, igniting flames on her flesh, bleeding and burning alive. Yet her face was peaceful. The scene on the beach was surreal, but the woman before me was equally otherworldly. As I stood there dumbfounded, she gave me a gentle smile. It's been a while, Ash. Or is this our first meeting in this cycle? A voice I heard for the first time, a face I saw for the first time. Yet why did it feel so familiar? Without realizing it, I blurted out. Mother, Ash's mother, Dustja. This woman resembled her. At that, the woman hanging laughed melodiously. He, Dustja does resemble me. Well, she is my descendant, just like you, Ash. Chills ran down my body. I was breathless with an inexplicable thrill. Trembling, I asked, Who are you? It's a bit embarrassing to say myself, but I have many nicknames. The woman awkwardly yet proceeded to list her nicknames. The thief of flames, the first witch, the thorn tree's convict, the ashen angel, the regretful returner. All of them were cryptic. Seeing my confusion, she hesitantly mentioned a more recent moniker. These are old names. Nowadays, people generously call me. And it was a name I couldn't help but recognize. The goddess. Chapter 409. I was flustered and speechless for a while. The woman hanging from the thorny tree, she's the goddess. Then you mean to say you are the guardian deity of humanity? Not all of humanity follows me, but from a racial perspective, that's correct. I remembered a story I heard from Ada. Was it on New Year's Day? In this world, beings representing a race have the opportunity to attain divinity. There were three cases Ada explained for gaining divinity. 1. Being the progenitor of that race. 2. Being a great hero who saved the race from a crisis. 3. Being the sole survivor when all others of the race have perished. The goddess fell into the second category, meaning she had performed a great deed saving humanity, earning her divinity. But why? Why is such a great being, one who achieved such feats and even attained divinity, hanging here in such a horrific state, bleeding and burning? I am paying the price now. The goddess spoke calmly. For bringing fire to humanity, and for sustaining that fire, I agreed to eternally burn my own body as punishment. What does that mean? If we were to talk about me, we'd be here for days, Ash. The goddess smiled kindly at me. We'll have another chance someday. Right now, it seems like your own problems are more pressing. What troubles you, child? I couldn't answer easily, but she seemed to know everything already. A living person drifting into the spirit world means they haven't fully grasped their own identity. I remembered when I first fell into the spirit world. A system alert, existence verification failed, and I rolled into this place. Ever since then, I have been doubting my own identity. Ash, I have witnessed all the hardships and challenges you've faced. I know your doubts about your own existence. Hearing the goddess voice, I clenched my fist. The battles I've recently faced have clarified my flag. Once again, I will fight for people, and my will to carry that flag is clear. But I am. The more information I gather, the more I am led astray rather than assured. Who am I exactly? A player, a tyrant, a monster? Am I Ash, a retro addict? What am I? What defines you is not where you come from, your race, or your appearance. The goddess then whispered softly, it's what thoughts you harbor and what actions you take. I looked at the goddess in slight surprise. Do you remember? It's what you said. The goddess chuckled playfully. To your people who were worried about whether they were human or monster, you said, if you wish to be human, then you certainly are human. It was during stage 10. I said that to Qulan and the punishment squad, who were struggling with their half-human, half-beast identities. You see, I've watched the battles you've fought. In a manner of speaking, I'm a dedicated fan of your strategy broadcasts. It was embarrassing, as if I really showed my broadcast to my mother. Please don't watch that, goddess. As I bashfully averted my gaze, the goddess continued. Ash, I want to return your words to you. It's not important where you come from. What matters is what you wish to do moving forward. And from what I see, your heart's banner already seems steadfast. The goddess smiled warmly. Isn't that enough? After remaining silent with my mouth firmly shut, I lifted my head and faced the goddess. I have just one question. I'll gladly answer. What was your banner, goddess? What ideal, what great cause did she pursue? How could she remain so detached amidst such a horrific punishment? She answered my question promptly. To make more people happy. Do you regret carrying that banner, pierced by thorny trees, bleeding profusely, and simultaneously, her blood turning into flames, engulfing her entire body? In such a wretched state, far from what a goddess should be, she was exiled in a corner of this remote world. If this was the end of her great cause, wasn't it too brutal? Regret. The goddess looked down at her body with a bitter smile. Enduring this eternal pain, sometimes I do think that, if I could return to that moment of choice, instead of achieving something great enough to attain divinity, to live and die as an ordinary human, what would I choose? She did not hesitate. Yes, I can say it for certain. Even if I had the chance to choose again, time and again, I would make the same choice. Hesitate, agonize, and maybe even give up a few times. But in the end, I would steal the fire and share the light and warmth with the people. The goddess looked me in the eye and whispered calmly, the long and arduous path you must walk is the same. Your banner has already broken once, but you raised it again. Don't be ashamed of that reversal. Be proud of that wound. Even if it breaks, shatters, or bends, if you keep moving forward without giving up and finally plant it at your destination, your banner will still be beautiful. As a flag bearer, a senior to me, the goddess nodded gently. It's time, go now, my successor. Then she winked naturally. If my arms were free, I would have hugged you, but unfortunately, in my current state, I can only wish you blessings for your future in my heart. It was a literal Guardi's blessing, a wink from the goddess. How rare and precious. I respectfully showed my gratitude to her. Someday, I'll come to see you again, goddess. I'll be happily waiting. Was it suppressed for our conversation? The amount of blood flowing from her body increased, and the flames grew fiercer. Amidst the flickering flames, the goddess kept smiling to the end. I hope we can have more stories to share next time. The heat intensified. I couldn't stay in that space any longer and had to leave. On the distant shore, the emperor and the deities were still stirring up spray in battle, and right in front of the thorny trees, the goddess was bound, engulfed in eternal flames. The scenery of the spirit realm is something I just can't get used to. Even if it's the same fantasy world, the genre feels a bit different. What will come next? As I muttered and looked up at the sky, something was plummeting at a terrifying speed, sliding down the stem of Everblack from the sky. I squinted my eyes. Is that Lord? Disheveled grey hair, round glasses with invisible insides. The damned director of this damned game and my aide. It was Ada. Qwang. Ada, falling without wings, crashed straight into the sandy ground. I wondered if he had broken his neck and died. But Ada, this guy, nonchalantly dusted off the sand and sprang to his feet. Is he really a monster or what? Woha, it's really you, Lord. What else would I be, a fake? Ada grabbed my hand and began to dance round and round. My lord, our lord, you're alive. I've nearly died a few times, but yeah, I'm alive. You suddenly disappeared. The system was down. I thought for sure you had gone for good. Ada clung to me, his eyes brimming with tears. Thinking this was the final round and game over, this incompetent director was really freaking out. Get off me. I'm not thrilled about a hug from a guy. When I lightly pushed him away, Ada dramatically tumbled on the sand and laughed uproariously. You have no idea how much I've wandered around this spirit realm looking for you after you disappeared. Let's quickly return to reality. Everyone at Crossroad is eagerly waiting. As Ada prepared to return to reality, I reached out and stopped him. Ada, wait. Yes, I have something to ask. Why don't we talk after returning to reality? If you're exposed to the spirit realm for too long, it might adversely affect your already precarious soul state. Ada. When I called out loudly, Ada, startled, turned to look at me. I glared fiercely at him. We need to talk now. My lord, I still can't access the system. Still, I'm failing to prove my own existence. I took a deep breath. Looking straight at the culprit of all these events, I asked clearly, who am I? What are you talking about, knowing well yourself? Don't evade the question. Answer me. Who am I? Something had been off from the start. The spirit realm is a space between life and death. Here, one exists not in physical form, but as a spirit. In other words, my appearance should reflect my soul. But now I am not in the form of retro-addict, but as Ash. The Emperor had said, I am undoubtedly his son, Ash, a transcendent being fighting against the deities. Having reached the realm of demigods, he couldn't be mistaken. Why do I frequently dream not of a retro-addict's dreams, but Ash's dreams, Ash's mother's dreams? If I, retro-addict, were possessed by Ash's body, I should only have memories of a classic fanatic. But that wasn't the case. I often read Ash's memories in my dreams. It's okay, my lovely born hater. I remember the face of the woman stroking my forehead. This is certainly not the memory of a retro-addict, but of Ash, and most importantly, during this fall, I fought alongside Salome, the commander of the Succubi Legion, and incidentally, that succubus read my memories down to the depths of my soul. Ada's shoulders twitched. I stepped closer to Ada. Salome, who read my soul, told me, there's a secret in my soul. My lord, the truth is, I'm not a retro-addict possessed in Ash's body, but it was hard to believe for myself. But the secret that Salome revealed to me in her last moments was precisely, I am Ash, believing myself to be retro-addict. That was it. Even as I uttered these words now, I was still utterly confused. What kind of nonsense is this? Tell me exactly, Ada. To the one who knew the answer, I asked with a trembling voice, who am I exactly? What am I? After a long silence, Ada looked at me intently and then, slowly, opened his mouth. You are Ash, with a bitter and regretful voice. Each round, memories and consciousness of different players, the saved data, are borrowed and overlaid on top of your memories to be stored. I widened my eyes. You are this game's save slot. Chapter 410. In my dream last night, I became a butterfly. Fluttering my wings, I joyfully flew among the flowers, feeling so blissful that I didn't even realize I was myself. But when I woke up from the dream, I was not a butterfly but myself. Did I dream of becoming a butterfly? Or is a butterfly dreaming of being me? This is the famous Zhuangzi's butterfly dream. I thought all this while, as retro addict, that I was dreaming of being Ash, but it was the opposite. In reality, I, as Ash, was dreaming of being retro addict. Lord Ash, you were chosen as the final player in this game waged against the Demon King, Ada explained slowly. Because you inherited the curse of return from your mother, Dustya, you were able to retain your memories throughout the repeated resets of this game. An ideal talent for a player. But within the endless cycle of return, your soul began to erode, unable to withstand living the same life over and over for too long. I listened quietly. Ada continued. You tried to endure until the end, but eventually you were so shattered that you couldn't even remember your purpose or the names of those around you. It was impossible to continue the game as a player. So, we resorted to the last method, the last method. In the last moments when Lord Ash could maintain sanity after the reset, in the spring of your 23rd year. Ada looked at me intently. We brought in the mind of a player from another world and implanted it into you, Lord Ash. Like wrapping a cracked pottery with cloth, we overlaid another personality over Lord Ash's. This was the last method. Why did Ash? Why did I go to such lengths to keep fighting? Fortunately, our game was quite popular among beings from other dimensions. We made contracts with players who had recorded decent, clear data. We copied their consciousness and overlaid it on Lord Ash with each new cycle. In short, that is, copy and paste, copying and pasting the minds of other players into Ash. That's how we continued the game. You could try various new strategies that were never tried before, but even that had its limits. No matter how many times you wrap it with new cloth, the pottery was already deeply cracked, and it continued to crumble, Ada said bitterly. Lord Ash's soul eventually shattered, and this is the last round. This is the final game your fragmented soul can withstand. Silence followed. I, standing still, abruptly asked, what if I fail? What's next? Are there no more players? There are none. The game ends. Ada spread his arms slightly. Even I, in the role of the director, have reached my limit. Maybe because this is the spirit realm. Only then did I notice the numerous cracks in Ada's spirit body. It was baffling how he maintained his form, his soul on the verge of turning into dust. This is the last chance for both me and you. I'm sorry for hiding the truth, Lord Ash, but I thought this reality would only confuse you. I exhaled a long sigh. So, in the end, I am Ash, who has lost all original memories and has been overlaid with the copied memories of Retro Addict. My head spun. It was hard to breathe. A ship that has had all its parts replaced. Is it still the same ship? I covered my face with my hands and staggered. Ada tried to approach me, but I waved him off with my hand. Just give me a moment. Ada silently stepped back. Staggering along the sandy beach, I finally collapsed atop a mound of high-piled sand. Looking up at the sky still draped in auroras, I laughed hollowly. In the end, I am neither Retro Addict nor Ash, neither one nor the other. I am not Retro Addict. The real Retro Addict must be living somewhere on Earth. I am just a fake, a copy of his memories pasted into me. And I am not Ash either. I have no memories left as Ash. They have all been overwritten. Occasional residual memories that surface unconsciously feel foreign to me, like they belong to someone else. Slowly bowing my head, I exhaled wearily. There is nothing real left in me. Ultimately, I am neither Retro Addict nor Ash, just a shattered human being, entirely separate. Merely a chimera created for use as a player. Nothing that makes me up is truly mine, neither in body nor in soul. I have nothing that is truly mine. I'm a fake. Covering my face with both hands, I bent over. I was short of breath, and my eyes burned. The truth was cruel, and I was confused. How long had I been like that? Suddenly, my shoulder warmed. Perplexed, I slowly raised my head. The sunlight was touching my shoulder. Looking up, I saw the sun rising from the end of the vast land on the opposite side of the coast. Does the sun also rise in the spirit realm? Squinting against the dazzling brilliance, I raised my hand to shield my eyes. Ha! Was it an illusion? Under the glaring sun, something shimmered like a mirage. I concentrated to see it more clearly. It was "Press start," a phrase from a classic game, imprinted in my childhood memories. Ah! I gasped for air. Rubbing my eyes and looking again, the words were gone as if they were an illusion. But I had already sprung to my feet. The sun was rising. Pushing away the night's curtain, the sunlight fiercely illuminated the day in the spirit realm. In a world starting to blaze with brilliance, a voice echoed in my mind. What's important is not where you come from, but what you want to do going forward. Words once spoken by the goddess, and by me to my comrades. I swallowed and looked down at my hands. I am a fake. My body, my soul, nothing is entirely mine. Everything about me is fake, but even if my entire life is a lie, I still want to save. The child lying in the hospital bed, this crumbling world, everyone within my reach. I want to save them, clenching my fists. Even if everything about me is a lie, this feeling is mine. The banner I raised for him is undoubtedly, without a doubt, my genuine heart. That's when it happened. Whoosh! The sunlight pouring from the sky converged, swirling into my hand. Ah! When I came to my senses, the flag of light I had seen in my mind was held in my right hand. Heart heavy. A crudely repaired flagpole that had been broken once, and a flag that had been torn and burned, stitched back together grotesquely. My flag, my heart, my shattered pieces. Ha ha! Looking at the tattered flag fluttering, I suddenly found myself laughing. If it gets torn to shreds, then live torn to shreds. Right before I fell here, holding my hand, Serenade had said to me, "If you're shattered into pieces, then live shattered." I muttered blankly. Live shattered into pieces. Looking back, I've always been broken, even as retro addict. I couldn't become a poet because I couldn't write poems, and no matter how hard I studied, I couldn't get into a prestigious university. I couldn't last in the only company I managed to join and had to flee, even as Ash. After losing my mother, abusing myself, ruining those around me, I rushed towards my own destruction as a delinquent and a hooligan. It wouldn't have been strange if I had given up on everything a long time ago. Either way, my life was a series of breakages. I was always breaking, breaking, and breaking again. 741 failed strategies, and the path to the true ending that I couldn't reach until my soul was shattered. But though I may be broken, I haven't lost yet. All those wounds haven't finished me. Even if I'm a crudely patched up fake, I still stand here, looking up at the sky. The game isn't over yet. After hundreds of game overs, the retro addict fought on to deliver a word of encouragement to a child. Even while bearing a shattered soul with someone else's consciousness, Ash didn't give up. And I'm something mixed from fragments of those two. Clenching the flag in my hand, I will continue to break. Greater adversities will come, greater suffering, more loss and more sorrow. I will suffer greater wounds and shed more tears than ever before. As long as I don't give up and keep fighting, it's a predetermined fate. But what does it matter? I'm already in pieces. If I break, I'll just put myself back together and stand up again. If you don't lose your heart, even if you're split into 1,000, 10,000 pieces, you're still you. Recalling Serenade's words, I closed my eyes. I am not retro addict. I'm not Ash. I am neither a player, nor a tyrant, nor a monster. I am. I am none of these, yet at the same time I am all of them. Facing the dazzling sunlight, clenching my fists, gritting my teeth, opening my eyes and looking up at the sky, I declared, I am shattered. And so, at last, I am me. What defines me, what proves me, is my heart. As long as this heart remains, no matter how much I break, I will piece myself back together and fight to the end, until this life ends. Phew! I exhaled a long sigh. My heart felt incredibly light. There was nothing left to hesitate about. I looked up at the sky again. Whether it was an illusion, a mirage, the dark matrix words were no longer visible. But I reached out to the sky and pressed a non-existent button. Then player existence verified. As if I had really pressed the start button, a familiar system interface appeared before my eyes. System all green. Welcome back, player. I pressed the start key, and then my true life began. As I began to descend the hill holding the flag, I will support you too. Finally, unexpectedly, a greeting from a succubus echoed in my mind. Hang in there. Thank you for supporting me, even though I'm shattered like this. I'll keep going. As I went down the hill, I saw a startled Ada running towards me. Let's go back, Ada. I casually grinned. Time to finish the game we started. The game continues. As long as a person doesn't give up, the game must go on. Ada, looking alternately at me and the flag in my hand. Yes, took off his glasses, roughly wiped the tears from his ash-grey eyes, and smiled brightly. Let's return to Crossroad. Chapter 411. It was an arduous journey, using every trick in the book, and bypassing the system to return from the spirit world to reality. Finally, after all the hardships, I emerged from the spirit world back to reality, arriving at Crossroad. What? What is this? I stood before the south gate of Crossroad, my mouth agape in shock. Crossroad had become a completely different city from what I remembered. Kekek. Hee hee vroom vroom. Sob sob. Today's meal was delicious. Men with mohawk haircuts and leather jackets were running around, swinging clubs and shouting these bizarre cries. Woo-wash. Through the wide-open city gates, not a single citizen could be seen. The city looked like a ruin, lifeless and dead. The fortress walls were parked and scarred, adorned grotesquely with iron bars and barbed wire. And to top it all off, rumble, rumble, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A huge skull-shaped artifact hung on the southern wall, with flames bursting from its eyes and mouth. What is this, the end of the world? I trembled as I looked at the blue flames of hell spewing from the skull's mouth. What the hell happened to the city while I was gone? Ah, well, that's because. How could such a drastic change happen just because I was away for a few days? Ha! Then Ada, standing behind me, hesitantly opened his mouth. Lord, you first fell into the spirit world, right? Yeah, I did. And you returned through the spirit world too. That's right. The flow of time in the spirit world is completely different from reality. Since you passed through there, Ada glanced at me cautiously. Quite some time has passed. I swallowed dryly in panic. If a normally bustling city had transformed to such a post-apocalyptic state, how much time had passed while I was lost in that place? That's when it happened. Hey, you two, what are you doing there? Strange outsiders spotted. The post-apocalyptic warriors with mohawk haircuts approached us. They licked their clubs and daggers, sticking out their tongues and giggling. We are the soldiers maintaining order in this city. What's happening here? You better tell the truth. Our boss doesn't like unnecessary bloodshed, hee hee. Our boss is a fearsome person without blood or tears, but he does enjoy drawing blood and tears from others. As they brandished their clubs and rambled threateningly, I strode towards them. The Mohawk men backed away, startled as I approached. I glared into their eyes and growled, "Take me to this boss of yours." "Eh, no, well, that is," I barked at the sweating men. "Hurry up, you bastards. Right now." Thus, I entered the city with the Mohawk warriors. The city was silent, without a single citizen or ant in sight. I sighed deeply, observing the desolate cityscape. What on earth had happened here? The Mohawk warriors glanced at me and led me to the barracks. "Acting Commander, we've captured these suspicious individuals." Entering the barracks, the Mohawk warriors shouted. Then, suspicious individuals. A blond knight standing at the entrance, examining a pile of weapons, responded. "The battle is starting in a few days. Where did these suspicious characters come from?" As he turned around, our eyes met. The knight's blue eyes widened. "My lord," I was at a loss for words. His armor was full of scratches, he looked thin and haggard from hardship, and he exuded an air of a battle-hardened veteran, but it was a face I knew all too well. I called out my knight's name. "Lucas, my lord, is it really you, my lord? My goodness." Lucas, who had been holding various things, dropped them and ran towards me, immediately kneeling before me. "You're alive, my lord." Of course, it was tough, but I made it back. It was exactly like the saying goes, leaving home is the start of a hard journey. Lucas looked up at me, smiling through his tears, and then suddenly his eyes welled up with tears. I thought for sure, and then he started to cry bitterly. "I thought for sure you were gone forever. Where, Lucas started to cry with his unique bear-like sobbing. The Mohawk warriors who had led me here began to sweat profusely. Our boss is a fearsome person with no blood or tears. Our role model, the ideal warrior. He's crying like a bear." I struggled to comfort Lucas, who was now drenched in cold sweat. Hey, your subordinates are watching. Stop crying, come on, stop." After a while, Lucas, having calmed down, explained the current situation to me, starting with how much time had passed since I went missing. "Half a year. My mouth fell open in shock. It's been half a year. Yes, exactly 6 months and 15 days. I've been counting the days since the day you disappeared, my lord. Lucas added, blowing his nose into a handkerchief. I couldn't close my mouth in surprise. No wonder it felt oppressively hot. We were already past summer and approaching the beginning of autumn. Lucas also explained why the city had taken on such an end-of-the-world atmosphere. The Mohawk Friends were just mercenaries hired recently. The fortress had been damaged due to continuous battles in the half-year I was gone. The large skull hanging on the south gate was a rare artifact obtained in the last defensive battle, and the reason why there were no people in the city was that they had been evacuated due to the imminent boss stage. After you disappeared, my lord, we fought 3 more defensive battles. We faced the Goblin Legion at stage 15, and after that, stage 16, before I fell into the abyss of Oblivion's beyond. In my absence, Crossroad had managed to survive up to stage 19. It was a stroke of luck that the intervals between defensive battles were long during the half-year. Considering that a powerful legion attacks every 5 stages, the next defensive battle seems to be tough, so we evacuated the citizens in advance. Well done, Lucas. After receiving various other major reports, I patted Lucas on the shoulder. You've done well in my absence. I just tried to do as you taught me, my lord. But it wasn't easy. We exchanged smiles and continued our conversation. I'm back. I just checked with the blacksmith, and they said they could manage to meet the arrow quota by the day of the defense. A helmeted female knight entered the barracks. The female knight, strong enough to carry a box full of arrows in each arm, looked our way and then, ha! She dropped the boxes with a thud. No way. Thump. The female knight dashed towards me in the blink of an eye, grabbed my shoulders in shock, and shook me back and forth. Senior, it's really you, Senior. You're back, right? Ah, well, wait a minute. Where have you been all this time, really? Do you even know how worried we were? Holding my arm tightly and shaking it, I asked in bewilderment. First off, let's clarify this. Who are you? How can you not recognize your proud junior? It's me. No, there's no female knight with your physique that I know of. Wait a minute. There's only one person who calls me senior, right? Could it be Evangeline? Who else would it be but me? As the female knight swiftly removed her helmet, her long platinum hair, tied up at the back, cascaded down. Her mischievous smile, with prominent canine teeth, was unchanged. There was a faint X-shaped scratch on her now thinner and sharper cheeks, and she had grown so much taller. No wonder I didn't recognize her. This is crazy. How much have you grown in just half a year? It's not an exaggeration. She really seems to have grown almost 10 cm. Of course, even with a 10 cm growth, she's still shorter than me, but considering she was barely 150 cm, to grow this much in a blink. Her physical balance has completely changed. She's like a different person. Though taller, Evangeline still had a childlike face and nodded with a hum. This reaction. This is the reaction I wanted to hear. Can I now proudly claim to have a sexy dynamite heart body? She's still obsessed with that dynamite heart thing, this girl. Even though I've grown this much, that guy still treats me like a kid. It's so unfair. But now that I've got your acknowledgement, Senior, he has to accept it too. Lucas frowned discontentedly, receiving a scolding from Evangeline. What's the use of growing taller if your mind is still childish? He, you say that, but you must be nervous, right? Afraid that I'll catch up to and surpass your height. How could you ever catch up to my height? I'm still growing. I've grown this much in half a year, so I'll keep growing more. Watching the 2 knights bicker, I laughed heartily. Ah, I've missed this. I've missed seeing my subordinates bicker like this. Your Highness! At that moment, a perplexed voice came from the barracks entrance. Turning around, I saw a familiar boy. No, a young man with curly brown hair. I waved my hand in joy. Damien, long time no see. Damien rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand and chuckled. Maybe I've been pushing myself too hard lately, seeing illusions. No, you have the farsight ability. How could you see illusions? Even hearing hallucinations now. Maybe I'm really tired. Muttering to himself, Damien gathered divine power in his hand, then pressed it to his forehead. Heal. He stirred it around. No, it's not your head that's broken. I'm real, I tell you, a little later. I thought you had left us and gone to the imperial capital. After realizing I was real, Damien clutched my sleeve and started to choke up. Last time, we all disobeyed your command, Your Highness. I thought you were so angry that you left us behind. I was wrong that time, and I'm not irresponsible enough to just abandon this place like that. Well, I unintentionally left it for half a year, so maybe I was a bit irresponsible. I observed Damien. He had tied his now longer curly hair into a small bun at the back, and you've grown taller too, haven't you? Ahaha, seems there was still room for me to grow. He had grown too. Until now, he definitely had the appearance of a boy, but with the increase in height and a slightly more robust build, he now looked unmistakably like a young man. Half a year is indeed a long time for children. When together, I didn't realize how much these kids had grown, but meeting them after a long separation, I can really feel it. They say kids grow overnight, but in half a year they've evolved to their next form. And finally, Your Highness, Junior, the last of my main party members to hear the news, came running in a frantic rush. I knew it, I just knew it, that Your Highness wouldn't abandon us or meet a tragic end outside. Junior looked exactly the same as half a year ago. The wide-brimmed wizard hat, the fluffy robe covering her body, and gurgle, even the blood spitting. As soon as she arrived in front of me, Junior dramatically spat blood onto the ground. Seeing me gaping, Junior wiped her mouth, looking awkward and stumbling over her words. It's a gag. Hey, that repertoire isn't working anymore, you know. Everyone else has evolved in a positive direction, so why are you back to spitting blood? Weren't you over that chronic illness? I thought I was over it, but some residual elements remained in my magic pathways, and they've caused trouble again. Damien, looking pained, cast a healing spell on Junior, murmuring, "Heal, heal." Lucas, who had come to my side, explained with a wry smile. Junior has been pushing herself too hard. We just couldn't afford to give our magic forces a break. So, overexertion led to a relapse of the blood spitting, I see. Junior, somewhat recovered, flashed her characteristic fox-like smile. Anyway, it's really good to have you back, Your Highness. I looked around at my surroundings. Lucas, Evangeline, Damien, all smiling around me. Really, it is. Locking eyes with each of my party members, I said, newly appreciative. It's good to be back. Sincerely, just like that. Chapter 412. Fortunately, while I was away, there were quite a few minor injuries, but almost no fatalities. None of the existing troops had deserted either. So I went around to show my face to the other subordinates, not just my main party. Having returned after half a year, it was time to report my survival far and wide. Everyone was busy preparing for the defensive battle in their respective areas. When I appeared nonchalantly, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Ash, in the northern part of the city. Duskbringer, who was inspecting hundreds of her knights and duchy soldiers lined up in formation, gaped at me. I waved and approached her. Duchess, have you been well? You just show up after half a year and that's all you have to say. Ha ha. I'll explain the details later when I gather everyone together. It's not practical to explain where I've been and what I've been doing to everyone I meet. I plan to gather everyone tonight, have a meal together, and then share my story all at once, along with discussing future plans. It really is you, Ash. Duskbringer, as if in a trance, approached me, pinching my cheek and poking around my body. Hey, that hurts. So it's not some imposter or shapeshifter, it really is you. Of course it's really me. Have you been well? How can you be so shameless? Do you even know how worried everyone was? Duskbringer started pinching me all over with her tiny hands. Seriously, stop it, it hurts. After the pinching punishment was over, I smiled wryly and gestured to her. I was worried you might have swallowed up Crossroad in my absence. I might have, if I had set my mind to it. But this dragon lady, with the blood of the evil dragon flowing in her veins, smirked wickedly. Stealing is more fun when the owner is around, isn't it? You have a terrifying philosophy. Stealing when the owner is absent is petty theft, but taking it by force makes one a conqueror. Now that you're back, I must once again keep a watchful eye on this place. Even as we exchanged these words, I knew the truth, that she and her army had fought harder than anyone to defend Crossroad over the past half-year. Everyone was waiting, believing you would return. Duskbringer gazed at my face quietly and smiled faintly. It seems you've resolved some of the turmoil inside you. I don't know the details, but welcome back, Ash. I too eventually smiled at her. Yes, I'm back, Duchess. Despite my long absence, they welcomed me warmly. I was just grateful for that. The penal squad and the troops from the northern Aryan kingdom were in the southern plains, busy strengthening the kill zone and barricades, so I went to greet them. In this place, filled with muscular soldiers sweating profusely and working hard on the fortifications, Qiulan was there, shirtless, his muscular physique on display, wearing a dog collar around his neck, and with Princess Yun riding on his back, his face a picture of misery. The ivory-colored girl seated on the back of the red-furred wolf beastman. It made for a nice picture, but what on earth were they doing? Qiulan and I locked eyes for a moment, frozen. I barely managed to open my trembling lips. What? Oh, Prince Ash. You're back, Princess Yun, finally noticing me, waved energetically at me while holding Qiulan's leash. This flirtatious prince, I knew you had wanderlust, but where have you been gallivanting off to for half a year? That's a story for tonight. But what are you two doing? In exchange for our troops aiding in the defense of Crossroad, Commander Lucas agreed to lend me this lovely, fluffy muscle mass. Lucas, I understand the troops are important, but did he trade Q-Land for them? Over the past 6 months, our two forces have moved as one, and now we've achieved such fine muscle coordination. I have no idea what she means by muscle coordination, but the Penal Squad and Aryan Kingdom's warriors were indeed working together seamlessly. The warriors from the Aryan Kingdom are a valuable human resource. Certainly, trading Q-Land for their help seems like a good deal. After some mental calculations, I came to the same conclusion as Lucas. So, have a good time, Q-Lan. What are you saying, Commander? How can you say that seeing me like this? Finally, Q-Lan burst out in frustration. Save me. Ever since you disappeared, I've been treated like a pet dog. Well, if you're happy, then it's okay. I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. Then Yun lightly pulled back on Q-Lan's leash. Oh, my puppy isn't happy being with me. Gah, that's not it. Not it, Princess Yun. HMPH, fine. I'll let you go for today. Princess Yun unfastened the dog collar from Q-Lan's neck and lightly jumped down to the ground. Q-Lan, glancing between me and Yun, quickly ran away. As Q-Lan ran off, Yun licked her lips with a look of disappointment. Ah, he's more unapproachable than I thought. Even with my advances, he doesn't budge. That's your way of courting. Of course. When a woman puts a collar on a man and clings to him, it obviously means let's be together, right? I just can't understand the mindset of people from the north. Seeing Yun squint her bright yellow eyes, I quietly offered her some advice. Q-Lan is from the Beastman tribe, a race that has long been treated as slaves by humans. He might be offended by being treated as property. Oh, Yun looked down at the dog collar in her hand and clicked her tongue. Oh dear, the bare beastmen in our country aren't slaves but equal citizens, so I'm not sensitive to such issues. And this collar is just my preference. What a preference, I cleared my throat. If you consider these aspects, you might be able to build a better relationship with Q-Lan. Whether this boisterous princess is serious about Q-Lan or not, I couldn't tell. I did act a bit impulsively. Ah, it's hard to admit, but being royal has sometimes narrowed my perspective. Muttering to herself, Yun threw the dog collar to the ground and turned to face me. Well, finding a husband is important, but there's something more pressing right now, Prince Ash. What could be more important? In the half year you've been gone, the world's political landscape has been shaken up. I furrowed my brows. What happened? How could you not know, having been away for half a year? Yun raised her hand, pointing north. The civil war between Crown Prince Lark and Prince Fernandez surrounding the imperial capital New Terra, the so-called battle for the throne. The conclusion was reached just recently. I swallowed hard. During the time, I wandered through the dungeon, beneath the lake, and the other side of Oblivion's beyond. Half a year had passed, and that half year was enough to end the war between the two princes. My voice trembled as I asked. The winner is, somehow, I had a guess about the outcome. And as I suspected, Princess Yun matter-of-factly announced the result. Prince Fernandez. News has spread across the continent that Fernandez and his army secured a decisive victory a few days ago. I clenched my teeth. Yun continued. Prince Lark and the Imperial Army's first legion he led have been annihilated. Their current status, whether alive or dead, is unknown. There are only rampant rumors. Some say he was dismembered, others that he was executed. I recalled the face of my kind-hearted older brother. Could he really be dead? Yun shrugged her shoulders. Anyway, the ruler of the empire, no. The ruler of the world has been decided. Then, Princess Yun, shouldn't you be going to pledge allegiance to Prince Fernandez? As I gestured, Yun gave a bitter laugh. While the opportunists are rushing to swear fealty to Fernandez, my kingdom and I have decided to wait a bit longer. Why? Us northerners have a good intuition. Yun's expression hardened slightly. There's been an ominous rumor circulating from the imperial capital. An ominous rumor. The imperial capital, New Terra, has been under lockdown for a long time now. Not even an ant can enter or leave by land. But still, stories find a way to leak out. Does the Aryan kingdom also have an intelligence network inside New Terra? Yun glanced around to ensure no one was listening, and then whispered to me. A massive, unidentified magic circle is being set up throughout the imperial capital. A magic circle. Despite winning the war, Fernandez still strictly controls the citizens inside the capital. I've even heard that people can't leave their houses now, not just the city. Something big is about to happen, Prince Ash. Us Northerners are very sensitive to such things. I have a terrible premonition that something major and ominous is brewing. I thought about Fernandez's objective I learned in the depths of the dungeon, and the face of the Emperor I met in the spirit world. The southern front is already overwhelmed with dealing with monsters. Yun glanced at me. But still, Prince Ash, if you are one of the world's rulers, you should start preparing. A great upheaval is stirring at the heart of the world. I listened quietly and then slowly nodded. Thank you for the advice, Yun, and for helping to defend Crossroad in the meantime. If the Northerners just sit back because the crisis is in the South, it would be too late for saving face later, wouldn't it? We just had aligned interests. Waving her hand dismissively, Yun then looked in the direction Quillan had run off. Now, how should I change my courtship strategy? Romance is quite challenging. Don't you have any advice, Playboy? Yun asked me. I broke out in a cold sweat. No, Ash is the flirt, not me. I'm a lifelong single, so I can't offer useful advice. Oops. Right, I am Ash. I may not remember my Playboy days, but after a moment of contemplation, I gave the best advice I could think of. Just be honest. Make it clear that you're interested. Whether it's through words, actions, or gestures, make it unequivocal. Unequivocal. Sometimes being clear about your intentions can be more helpful, I thought. Hmm. Yun, who had been intently observing me, finally chuckled. Come to think of it, Prince Ash, your romance advice seems rather useless. Eh, why? I was trying to be serious. Do I really come across as such a novice? Well, because you have a face that's inherently persuasive. If you whispered sweet nothings with that face, 9 out of 10 would just fall for it, wouldn't they? I awkwardly touched my face. Ironically, I've never really used this so-called handsome mask to any advantage. Yun watched me for a moment and then waved her hand dismissively. All right, enough with giving others relationship advice. Go take care of your own lover. Ha, my lover. What's with that reaction? Don't you have a former fiancé who's been crying herself to sleep every night waiting for you for the past half-year? Her words made me realize something. There was a place I should have gone to as soon as I returned, a place more urgent than visiting my comrades. I stood agape and muttered, "Oh no, that's why you were a lifelong single, retro addict. Oh dear." I turned on my heels and ran towards the city's interior. Behind me, I could hear Yun laughing uproariously. The worst kind of bad guy is the one who doesn't realize he's bad, and that's exactly you. No, that's not what I meant to be. I hope this time you'll be clear about your intentions with her, Your Highness. Ignoring Yun's teasing, based on the advice I had given her, I clenched my teeth and ran towards the heart of Crossroad, to the Silver Winter Merchant Guild branch, to where Serenade was. Chapter 413, at the Silver Winter Merchant Guild branch, in the guild leader's room. Serenade was asleep. She was lying on the desk, bathed in sunlight, buried in a pile of paperwork. Already slender, she had lost more weight. Her disheveled aqua hair had grown a bit longer over the past half-year, now quite lengthy. Standing beside her, sleeping softly with her thin arm as a pillow, I was at a loss for words. I could see the scar on her white forearm. It was from the battle with the Goblin Legion. So much had changed in half a year. Yet the scar she bore because of me remained distinctly visible. Quietly, I took off my coat and draped it over Serenade's shoulders. Even though it's still warm in early autumn, she might catch a cold sleeping like this. Should I leave my greeting for later? How tired must she have been to fall asleep like this? It felt wrong to wake her, just as I was about to leave after one last look at her sleeping face. Serenade's long eyelashes fluttered, and slowly her silvery eyes opened. Our eyes met. Serenade blinked in a daze, then slowly raised her upper body from the desk. Rubbing her eyes a few times, she murmured in confusion, "Is this a dream?" I gave her a gentle smile. "Would you prefer it to be a dream? Even if it's a dream, it's fine." Serenade took my hand, brought it to her cheek, and felt the touch quietly. "It's been so long since I've seen you, Your Highness, even in a dream." "You cruel man. I've been waiting a lifetime for you, and you couldn't even let me know you were alive." Murmuring sleepily, I tenderly asked her, "What would you most like to do if you met me in reality?" "Since we're in a dream, I'll let you do whatever you've wanted to do the most." Serenade looked up at me shyly and then answered, a bit embarrassed, "I want to kiss your forehead, like I used to when you were very young." Quietly, I knelt on one knee before her. Serenade, with the carefulness of unwrapping a birthday present's ribbon, brushed my bangs aside, and then brought her pert nose to my revealed forehead. "Do you remember? When we were very young, and we used to play and fall asleep together, I would give you a good-night kiss on your forehead. Eventually, as you grew up a bit, you became embarrassed, and I could no longer give those good-night kisses. But I've always missed that." Her cool, soft lips then touched my forehead and slowly withdrew. Thump. Afterward, she pressed her forehead against mine. With closed eyes, Serenade murmured in a distant voice, "How I long for those beautiful days." Those beautiful days, and you. She really thinks she's still in a dream. Maybe I should be a bit bolder then. Slowly detaching our foreheads, I stood up and smiled at her as she sat in the chair. "Serenade, have you ever received a good-night kiss from me?" She widened her silvery eyes in surprise. "No, but I was your elder sister, wasn't I? I always kissed your forehead and tucked you in. You were always the one giving." I carefully brushed her bangs to the side. "From now on, I'll start repaying you little by little for everything you've given me." Then I leaned in slowly and kissed her forehead. Serenade quietly closed her eyes to receive my kiss. A faint, happy smile appeared on her lips. "It's been a long time since I've had such a happy dream. Ever since Your Highness disappeared, my heart has been aching and restless. I couldn't sleep properly at night and only had nightmares. Having such a happy dream now, maybe when I wake up, Your Highness might soon return." Serenade's smile slowly turned a bit sad as she opened her eyes. "Thank you, Your Highness. Even if it's just a dream, I was happy. But now I must wake up. Too sweet a dream. It hurts when broken." I chuckled softly. It seemed like time to wake her up. "It's not a dream." "What? It's not a dream. This is reality." "Ha, what are you saying? Look, even if I pinch my cheek, it doesn't hurt." Serenade lightly pinched her cheek, then blinked in surprise. "Ha, it hurts. Right. But if this is reality, how can Your Highness be right in front of a girl like me?" "Well, because I've returned." Looking at me incredulously, tears began to well up in Serenade's silvery eyes. I awkwardly smiled and stretched out my arms. "I'm back, Serenade. I'm sorry for causing you so much worry. Here, since I've troubled you so much, you can hit me as hard as you." Serenade didn't hit me. Instead, she leapt out of her chair, rushing into my arms and embracing me tightly. "It's not a dream, it's not a dream, it's not a dream." Holding on to me, she wept. "I thought I'd never see you again. I was so scared." As I gazed down at her trembling shoulders, I awkwardly lowered my arms and held her. "I made you cry too much." I gently patted her back, soothing her like comforting a child, and whispered, "Thank you, Serenade. Thanks to your advice back then, I was able to find myself. Your words that if I fall apart, I should just live as I am. Thanks to that, I could find myself and return here. Always. I've always been just receiving from her. So I should say it one more time. From now on, I'll start repaying you bit by bit for what you've given me." I continued to stroke her back until Serenade calmed down, hoping that I can make her cry a little less from now on, that I can create more smiles than tears for her. With that wish, Serenade didn't want to leave my side, but I managed to persuade her to let go. I had to greet the others as well. Serenade seemed very worried that I might disappear again. I reassured her several times that I really wouldn't go anywhere. "Really, really, you won't disappear without a word again?" "Of course. Shall I pinky promise?" We pinky promised, nodding heads. I wiped her tear-stained cheeks with a handkerchief. She had cried so much that her beautiful face was a mess. "One last thing, blow your nose." Serenade obediently blew her nose as I instructed. She seemed a bit regressed due to all the crying, but, well, she's cute, so let's leave it be. Perhaps because she was exhausted from crying, relieved by my return, or from the lack of proper sleep, Serenade quickly fell asleep, once I laid her on the bed in the room. After one last look at her sleeping face, I stepped outside. I had to finish greeting the remaining people. Flash. I used the teleport gate to reach the base camp of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. The Holy Grail Seekers were staying here, and I came to meet Celebi and Nameless, among others. It's working fine. I was worried the gate might malfunction again and throw me into the spirit world, but fortunately it worked perfectly. If it had broken again after all that effort fixing the system, I would have really had to take it up with the director. Ah, the lost lamb has returned. As I entered the base camp, Celebi greeted me warmly. Seeing the bold dwarf with his familiar and friendly demeanor after so long, my heart felt at ease. I laughed out loud. Why are you so cool about it? Everyone else has been crying and fussing over my return. I know a bit about physiognomy, and you don't have the face of someone who would die abroad. What kind of death does my face predict? Why don't you look in the mirror, you primp? A face that will get stabbed by a woman while philandering. Celebi chuckled. Just kidding. Recently, there was an incident deep in the dungeon where two Nightmare Legion commanders fell simultaneously. I knew right away it had something to do with you. Your intuition is really something. I genuinely admired, and Celebi shrugged. Since I've been here, no one has defeated a Nightmare Legion commander, but you took down 4 in just a year. When 2 more suddenly fell, it was only logical to think you were involved. Listening to him, it actually seemed like quite a logical deduction. So, having defeated 2 Nightmare Legion commanders, you must have brought back the magic cores, right? Celebi squinted his eyes and extended his hand towards me. I'll craft an incredible nightmare slayer for you. Come on, hand them over. No, I couldn't retrieve the magic cores. What? Where did you lose such valuable things? I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. The situation had been such that I was thrown into the spirit world before I could gather anything like magic cores. The last moments of Raven and Salome flashed in my mind. I felt a bit heavy-hearted. What about the magic core of the Goblin Guard King? At least give me that. I'll craft something awesome. Hurry, why are you so obsessed with making nightmare slayers? That's dangerous equipment. Do you know how fun it is to work with materials like that? Besides, ever since you've been gone, I've had to make do with mediocre materials. It's been so boring. Celebi swung his hammer above his head. Remember, from now on, you should entrust me with crafting difficult and rare equipment. Don't disappear for such a long time again. Got it, I got it. I promised myself to submit all the pending equipment requests soon. Ah, Prince, you've returned. That's when Celebi's assistant, Hannibal, emerged from the forge. This boy with bangs covering his eyes had also grown quite a bit in half a year. Kids really do grow up fast. Hannibal, who enchants equipment with spirits, was now openly carrying several spirits around with him. During my absence, Celebi had been churning out weapons and armor, and Hannibal had been enchanting spirits non-stop to supply Crossroad. Apparently, these powerful spirit-enchanted gears had been crucial in holding the line of defense for Crossroad. I was grateful for that. After praising the two and chatting about various things, I looked around the base camp. I saw several NPC adventurers, but I couldn't find Coco, the Severa, or Nameless. If it's those two, they went into the deep parts of the dungeon to handle something. It's a usual thing for them. I'll pass on your story when they return. Thank you. I appreciate it. As we were wrapping up the conversation, I saw 5 elves hurrying toward us from the other side of the base camp. It was the Holy Grail Seekers. Verdandi, leading the group, saw me and screamed while pulling at her hair. Kyra, Ash. This was the first time someone greeted me with a scream upon reunion. I waved back happily. Soon after, surrounded by the 5 elves, we exchanged updates on recent happenings. During my absence, these 5 had not only helped defend Crossroad, but also carried out dungeon explorations on their own. We've managed to clear a path to the Mage Tower in Zone 8. Now that you're here, Lord Ash, we can set out to conquer it any time. The Mage Tower, in Zone 8 of the dungeon, is said to house the Holy Grail. We were finally ready to embark on the quest they had longed for. Verdandi, with her trademark tear-streaked eyes and bright smile, then turned serious. Ah, of course. The Mage Tower dungeon itself is a formidable place, and with the next defensive battle in just a few days, we should think about it after that. Don't worry. We'll handle the defensive battle smoothly, and we'll conquer the Mage Tower and retrieve the Holy Grail. Sniff, how much I've missed your confident voice, Lord Ash. Verdandi pretended to wipe away a tear. I chuckled and looked around. But where are Burnout and Bodybag? I thought they'd be with you. The Shadow Squad had been disbanded. The only survivors left were Burnout and Bodybag. I had hoped that Verdandi, being an elf herself, might have taken care of them, but they weren't here. As I mentioned the two, Verdandi's face stiffened slightly. They've been with Lily lately. With Lily? Why? Well, the thing is, Verdandi showed a bittersweet expression. Lily has encountered a major problem. Chapter 414, Crossroad. The Alchemy Workshop. Bang! I burst into the workshop, calling out urgently. Lily! Lily's room was near the entrance of the workshop, a consideration for her difficulty in walking. As I rushed in, I shouted, I heard there's been trouble. What kind of incident? My words trailed off. Lily was sitting demurely at her workshop desk, inspecting an artifact. Your Highness! Lily looked at me in shock, her voice filled with surprise. My goodness, you're back. Yes, I am back. But I pointed at Lily with a trembling hand. What? What's with that belly? Lily, seated in her chair, had, incredibly, a hugely swollen belly. I covered my mouth with my hand and approached her. Why? Why is your belly so big? Ah, that's because. You can't overeat to this extent because of stress. How did you end up with such severe abdominal obesity? That's not belly fat, okay? Lily shouted, then sighed and placed her hands on her belly. I am pregnant. What? My mouth fell open. Whose child is it? Who else could it be? Obviously, it's God hands. Lily gave me a look that seemed to question why I was even asking. I was truly speechless. Just then, Bardabag and Burnout came out from inside the workshop and greeted me. Lily moved from the chair to the wheelchair with their assistance. It seems I got pregnant right before the Goblin Legion attacked. If I calculate the dates, it's been about 8 months now. 8 months. So she would be giving birth in about 2 months, or does it differ for a half-elf? As I looked bewildered at Lily's swollen belly, she reprimanded me. Your Highness, I understand you're surprised, but aren't there certain words you're supposed to say first when a subordinate announces a pregnancy? Ah, yes, of course. I stopped hesitating and finally offered the greeting I should have given earlier. Congratulations. Thank you, Your Highness. It feels like you're just saying it because I pointed it out. Lily gave a wry smile and asked Bardybag and Burnout to tidy up inside the workshop. The two elves complied quietly with her request. As I pushed her wheelchair outside, Lily bowed her head in thanks. I know what you're worried about, Your Highness. Everyone was concerned. Once we reached the backyard of the workshop, Lily opened up after a moment of silence in the fresh air. The baby has no father, and the mother can't use her legs, and on top of that, the child in my womb is a despised half-breed between a human and an elf. I know, it's going to be very hard. What could I possibly add? I just listened. Lily continued. When I found out I was pregnant, I was in a lot of turmoil. Should I keep the baby? If I do, how will we live? The early autumn sunlight pierced through the foliage in the backyard, shining down on Lily's face. She closed her eyes gently. I felt so helpless, I even thought about ending it all just like that with the baby. But I just couldn't. I didn't have the courage. Lily pressed her lips together firmly. I didn't have the courage to abort the baby, or to die with it, so I just decided to have the baby. To live, to live. To reach such a six-word conclusion, how many nights must she have spent in turmoil? Regrettably, I was not by Lily's side during her times of distress. She had to reach her conclusion and endure all by herself. Lily was strong. No, you're incredibly brave, Lily, I said earnestly, nodding my head. I'll help you, with giving birth, with raising the child. Crossroad might have a challenging work environment, but the welfare is good, right? Just trust the Lord. There's a saying that it takes a village to raise a child. It means that many people's help is needed for a child to grow up safely. I was willing to offer any help I could for Lily and her child, and I believed others would feel the same. Didn't I promise you before? If you decide to take on a challenge, I will help. Maybe Lily is facing a challenge bigger than any she has faced before. More than ever, she would need a lot of help. I won't refuse, Your Highness. Lily placed her hand on her belly and smiled sheepishly. It seems I am in no position to refuse. I thought that during my absence, only the children had grown up beyond recognition. But it wasn't just the children. Adults grow too. Looking into Lily's eyes, which seemed deeper than before, I felt a lump in my throat. All right, that's enough about my personal matters. I'll report on how the artifacts and defensive installations have been devastated in your absence. Oh, did you see the giant skull hanging on the southern wall on your way here? It's really something. Lily, true to her role in artifact management, began her report. I listened attentively to her report, but my gaze remained fixed on her belly. Crossroad is known as the city built over a graveyard, but even here people fall in love, have children, and continue to live, even on a graveyard, rising above death. I decided to live. I thought I would not soon forget those 6 words Lily uttered. All the more reason. To protect the front lines here, to protect this world so they can live on. I clenched my fist tightly. After visiting the alchemy workshop, I made rounds to other workshops, greeting the guild leaders for the first time in a while. I exchanged greetings with other mercenaries and soldiers. After finishing my round of survival notifications, I headed back to the mansion. I stopped the carriage in front of the temple. A large man in a helmet was sweeping the entrance of the temple. I got out of the carriage and approached him. Torkel. He was the leader of the leprosy extermination squad, Torkel. Startled as I called his name and approached, Torkel looked at me. Your Highness, you've returned. Ha ha, it was a long journey, but yes, I'm back. I smiled awkwardly and observed Torkel's appearance. Have you been doing menial tasks at the temple ever since? Yes, that's right. Torkel scratched the back of his helmeted head and answered in his characteristic gruff voice. Still haven't found the answer. Because of the goblin horde that attacked the temple, the leprosy extermination squad, except for Torkel, had been wiped out. Saintess Margarita, the head priestess, died here, taking an arrow meant for Torkel. I don't know what meaning this temple held for him, but his reason for not leaving and choosing to loiter around doing menial tasks seemed understandable. Torkel calmly explained how the temple had been managed during my absence, and I listened quietly. And he also had new information to share. Within a few weeks, a new high priest will be assigned to this temple. At Torkel's words, my eyes widened in surprise. A new high priest? Is someone being dispatched from the Central Order? Yes. Actually, we all thought no one would come, and that Damien would continue as the high priest. But recently, we received a message from the Central Order. They'll be arriving soon. It was truly unexpected news. Was there another foolish priest willing to come to this remote place? Or, perhaps, it was as the Order had always done, sending someone to monitor the situation here as a spy. Up until now, I could stay here because Damien, acting as the High Priest, generously allowed it. But with the arrival of the new High Priest, I'll probably be driven out. Torkel slowly turned his body and looked around the temple. A leper, and the one responsible for the death of the previous High Priestess, Saintess Margarita, is right here. Ah, I've brought up a rather depressing topic. My apologies. Torkel bowed to me respectfully. If you need me, please feel free to call on me. If you summon me, I am ready to go to the battlefield and die. Then, take care, Your Highness. Torkel then resumed his combing. His movements in cleaning around the temple were mechanical, yet skilled. After watching him for a moment, I boarded the carriage. The survival report was more or less complete. Now it's time to prepare for the next stage. That evening, my heroes began to arrive at my mansion. We had decided to have dinner and chat. The Lord's mansion was lively for the first time in a while. The servants, seemingly overjoyed at my return, brought out a plethora of dishes they hadn't even been ordered to make, smiling from ear to ear. The meal was delicious, and the atmosphere was excellent. I felt relieved. If only it hadn't been for the flower garden interior of the mansion. In my absence, the Lord's mansion had once again transformed into a cutesy, bling-bling interior. There was only one person who would undertake such a change in taste. I glared at the culprit, grinding my teeth. Evangeline. Fuyui Evangeline, who had grown a bit over the last 6 months, still couldn't whistle properly and pretended not to hear. Everyone burst into laughter. No, it's not funny. Why does my house always end up like this whenever I'm away? Anyway, everything else was good except for the interior. While eating, I briefly told them about what I had experienced, falling deep into the dungeon, defeating 2 commanders of the Nightmare Legion, the stories of the villagers and Mason from the bottom, and finally, redefining myself in the spirit realm. I didn't tell them everything, but I shared what needed to be shared without omission, especially. So, I want to apologize. This part had to be clear. I should apologize for disappearing for half a year, but more than that, I want to apologize for my attitude before I disappeared. I had tried to become a monster, believing it was the way to protect more people. To do so, I broke my own flag. But what I overlooked was this. The flag was no longer just mine. It was a banner raised together by everyone on this front. Forgetting that, I acted arrogantly. My comrades rebelled against me. They did not follow my orders. To protect me, to protect our flag. Thanks to them, I was able to realize something more important. Thanks to all of you, I was able to avoid crossing the line. Thanks to you, I was able to return. My flag and I were protected by everyone here. Thank you. Everyone, I bowed my head to everyone. We should be the ones thanking you, Your Highness. After a moment of silence, Lucas, sitting next to me, smiled broadly. For coming back. He was probably thanking me for physically coming back, but also for coming back as myself, the one who once again took up the old flag. That must be what Lucas meant. I responded with a slight smile. After the meal, when tea and snacks were being passed around to everyone, I brought up our future tasks. Let's get organized. There are 3 immediate challenges we need to address. I clenched my fist and then extended only my index finger, shaking it. First, assessing the world's political situation. Whether we like it or not, it's something we must do to survive. Politics. It's said that Fernandez won the throne battle in the imperial capital. Soon, the repercussions will reach here. Thinking of the influence Fernandez has extended to Crossroad, it surely won't be a mild impact. Let's keep our ears wide open and prepare for the shockwave coming from the imperial capital. Then I extended 2 fingers, my index and middle finger. Second, dungeon exploration, dungeon offense, perhaps the most important task for clearing this game. The next time we explore a dungeon, we'll head to Zone 8's Mage Tower to retrieve the Holy Grail. Everyone was listening intently to my words. I nodded. It's larger and more threatening than any dungeon we've explored before. We must be fully prepared before setting out. Lastly, I spread out 3 fingers, my index, middle, and ring finger. And finally, the most imminent major event, the next defense battle, tower defense, the essence of this damned game. A defense battle right after returning, really, I chuckled. What a thrill, stage 20. The next boss stage was just around the corner. Chapter 415. During my absence, the heroes had diligently conducted autonomous dungeon explorations, and therefore the opponent for this stage had already been identified. The Ghost Pirate Legion. A pirate legion composed of ghosts that command various marine creatures, with Ghost Pirate Captain Bernard Poker as their leader. The summoned sea monsters are troublesome, but the real problem is the ghost fleet they lead. Ghost Pirate Captain Bernard Poker possesses a special skill, Stormy Sea. When this skill is activated, a torrential downpour falls from the sky, and this rain is all seawater. It's a crude magic that connects the real sea and sky through a kind of gate. And if even a little seawater is on the ground, the ghost ships of the Ghost Fleet can advance. Their main tactic is to lay a field of seawater with their special skill and whip it up with ghost ships. These ghost ships, protected by evil spirits, are more powerful than an average warship when in full condition. They're almost comparable to airborne ships in power, just lacking the ability to fly. And the dark event they've triggered for this boss stage is Rapid Advance, a horrendous dark event that greatly increases the speed of the monsters. Having saved up dark events to trigger all at once, the expected speed increase is about double. Just thinking about these already insanely mobile ghost pirate ships moving at double their usual speed. It's a terrifying thought. Moreover, as soon as they emerge from the Black Lake, they head north, covering in a day and a half what would normally take 3. This speed increase is a headache both in and out of battle. It could be even more troublesome to deal with than the Breeding Dark event that the Goblin Legion had last time. But, I smirked, we're not the kind to just stand and take hits. Crossroad, which has endured for over a year and a half in this game that spans 3 years. It means we've all grown seasoned enough. Such a challenge is now laughably surmountable. The heroes, who had been tensely listening to the ghost pirate's specs, looked puzzled. Smirking, I tapped the portable blackboard Ada had set up with my staff. If we follow the plan I've devised, maybe. This defense battle could turn out to be the easiest yet, practically a walk in the park. Twisting the rules, circumventing them, leaping over them, destroying them. I grinned as I explained the plan I had concocted. Confusion and astonishment flickered across everyone's faces. Lucas stuttered as he asked, "Can such a strategy really work?" "Of course it will. Definitely. 742 attempts. And a year and a half of real combat. Thanks to the experience we've steadily accumulated, I can now intuit which strategies will work in real combat and which won't. And I have a hunch this will work, no matter what. Of course, we'll prepare a plan B just in case. But trust me, this strategy is definitely viable." I clapped my hands with a smack. "All right. Less than a week remains until the defense battle. For the remaining time, all workers and available forces will start preparations for this operation." I looked around at the heroes and went, "By the way, do you guys like sashimi?" "Sashimi?" "Yeah. Freshly sliced fish, dipped in soy sauce or vinegar sauce." Most looked bewildered, perhaps because Crossroad is inland and sashimi is an uncommon food culture in this area. I grinned and winked. "All right, let's feast to our heart's content this time. Everyone, look forward to it." It seems like this town doesn't have soy sauce or vinegar for dipping, though. The next day, construction began immediately. The workers remaining in the city, along with the soldiers and heroes, were all mobilized to start construction on the plain in front of the city walls, as per my instructions. It may seem like sudden, pointless digging on bare ground. Evangeline, who was energetically shoveling and digging the ground, wiped the sweat from her forehead and grinned. "Now it really feels like our senior has returned." Standing next to her, overseeing the construction blueprint, I turned my attention to Evangeline. "Really? In what way?" Pulling out seemingly nonsensical strategies at a glance and leading everyone without hesitation to execute them. "Like that?" Evangeline shrugged her shoulders. "There have been more than a couple of times when I doubted if such strategies would really work, but they all dealt effective blows to the monsters. So everyone believes and follows this construction project too, believing it will be meaningful." At the bustling construction site, people dug the ground and sweated without a hint of doubt. They all trust me. Then I must repay them with results. Defeat the monsters impressively. After confirming the construction site was up and running properly, I moved towards the city center. I had business with the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Your Highness." Serenade was already waiting, as I had sent a message ahead. Perhaps due to yesterday's incident, Serenade blushed and averted her eyes as soon as she saw me. Her shy demeanor made me feel embarrassed as well. However, my visit this time was not for personal reasons, but as a public duty of the Lord of Crossroad. So I opened my mouth in a strictly businesslike tone. "Serenade, as I mentioned in my message earlier, I would like to see the condition of the airship." Yes, please follow me." Serenade, snapping back to reality, led the way. I followed her. While Your Highness was away for the past half-year, the airship Geronimo underwent repairs and upgrades under the supervision of Master Smith Kellaby. In the property owned by the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, several new warehouses had sprung up over the past few months. Serenade brought me to the largest of these. The warehouse door opened, revealing the monstrous form of the waiting airship. I involuntarily gasped. The bulky thrusters like furnaces attached directly to it, two propellers attached to the head and tail. An archaic, thick design that exudes brutality. While its characteristic blunt and brutish appearance remained, several more layers of sturdy external armor had been added, and several more protruding weapons were affixed. Besides adding armor and weapons, we've especially overhauled the engine. The current output is 1.5 times what it was before. 1.5 times. Master Smith Kellaby put in a great deal of effort. He regretted not being able to complete this airship, saying it was his lifelong regret. As we approached, the airship's hatch slowly opened. Chick! Inside the airship in a maid uniform was the swordswoman Elise, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. She gracefully bowed to me, extending her arm towards the open interior of the airship. Serenade smiled brightly. "How about it? Would you like to take a test flight?" And so, tu-do-tu-do-tu. As we took our seats, the airship took off with a heavy mechanical sound. The giant metal mass gently lifted off the ground, and before we knew it, it had gained altitude and soared into the sky. The control system was only roughly mastered by our people, but after Master Smith Kellaby's new guidance, it became much more efficient to operate. As I listened to Serenade's explanation, I looked out the window. Crossroad looked different when viewed from the sky. I observed the city, which I hadn't been able to closely watch until now, in silence. The airship circled the city slowly and not too high, as if to be considerate of my observation. In the half-year I was away, the city itself has changed a lot, I remarked, after observing Crossroad for a while. There were many buildings that hadn't been there half a year ago, although some of it might be due to the different perspective from the sky. Among them, one particularly tall building under construction caught my eye. I pointed to it. Is that building under construction by any chance? Yes, it's a hotel, Serenade smiled. The very one you requested to be built. Wow, it's come up quite a bit. Here in Crossroad, we've been researching magical construction methods. I had left the defense tower scroll at the alchemy workshop. It must be that technology. We're applying various technologies, so it's being built very quickly. It might be completed sooner than expected. The hotel construction was a plan I pushed for not long after I took charge here, but only now, after a year and a half, tangible progress was emerging. The city has changed tremendously in the year and a half since I took charge. I think there are aspects where it's unrecognizably developed, though it feels odd to say this myself. And again, in another year and a half. At the end of the third year, when all these battles are concluded, I wonder how much it will have changed. As I silently observed the city, Serenade cautiously broached a topic. Your Highness, the reason for your visit today is... I came out of my reverie and faced Serenade. Firstly, I plan to use this airship in the upcoming battle. Serenade nodded brightly. By all means, please do. After all, this airship has been repaired to assist you, Your Highness. We will keep it ready in perfect condition. Thank you, Serenade. And I cautiously brought up the next topic. I would like to know a little about the news from the imperial capital. Serenade's expression stiffened slightly at my question. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild is based in New Terra, the imperial capital. Although the head of the guild is in this remote southern territory, its roots are still in the imperial capital. Furthermore, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild has been focusing on information trading at my request. There must be information about the war between the first and second princes, the battle for the throne that took place in the imperial capital. Serenade looked down for a moment to gather her thoughts, then slowly began to speak. You must have already heard that the war between the two princes ultimately ended in victory for Prince Fernandez. I nodded. Serenade continued. During the war, we maintained contact with the inner part of the imperial capital. Our guild advisor, Alberto, periodically sent couriers. The image of Alberto, an elderly valet with a splendid beard, crossed my mind. After retiring from his valet position, Alberto joined the Silver Winter Merchant Guild at my recommendation, and he stayed in the imperial capital even during the critical situation of the war. But communication has been completely cut off since the end of the war. Even the regular reports that he would send without fail in the event of no major incidents have stopped. It's premature to jump to conclusions without information, but it's certain that something significant is happening in the imperial capital. Serenade hesitated for a moment before adding more, and there's something I must apologize for, Your Highness. Ha! It's about the first prince's wife and 3 sons, whom you entrusted me to protect. The wife and 3 children of first Prince Locke, my sister-in-law and nephews, whom I had managed to extract from Fernandez's grasp and escape here. What could have happened to them during the half-year I was away? I looked at Serenade with surprised eyes. Serenade closed her mouth tightly and bowed her head to me. After the news of Prince Locke's defeat spread, the princess and the 3 princes left this place. It was just a few days ago. I tried to persuade them to stay, but she left, saying, "How can I just stand by as a princess in the face of my husband's misfortune?" There was nothing I could do to stop them. I ran my hand over my face. This was an aspect I hadn't fully considered. I intended to keep them safe from Fernandez's clutches and simultaneously use them as a deterrent to prevent Locke from acting recklessly towards this place. With the rumors of Locke's defeat and death coming in, it seems the entire family couldn't stay put and took action. With the 3rd prince myself also missing, they probably didn't feel a strong need to stay here. If I hadn't disappeared and had been here, I might have been able to stop them. But it's already in the past. Locke's wife and children have slipped through my fingers, and they have walked into the maelstrom swirling around the imperial capital. I hope Locke is safe, and that he reunites with his wife and children safely. That's all I can wish for from afar. I gently patted the guilt-ridden Serenade on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself, Serenade. It wasn't something you could have controlled. It's already in the past. The princess left a message. Serenade cautiously looked up at me with her silver eyes. She said to tell you when you return. What is it? If Prince Lark has truly passed away, and if she and her 3 sons also meet with misfortune. I clenched my mouth shut. Please stop, Prince Fernandez. She said that now, the only person who can do this in the world is Prince Ash. Then she left. I clicked my tongue and looked out the window. This time not at the city but beyond, at the near south where the monster legion would soon invade, and at the far north from where ominous news might arrive any time, alternating between the two. I was going to do that anyway, I muttered, glaring at the horizon with my eyes wide open, because I've decided to protect this world. 5 days later, new intelligence arrived from the north, the news of Lark's execution, and the news that his wife and 3 children were also captured and brutally killed. Chapter 416. The global situation was changing rapidly. Receiving information through various channels, including Serenade, Princess Yun, and Duskbringer, I clasped my aching head. Lark and his army were finished. The Emperor was trapped in the spirit realm, unable to escape back to reality. The imperial capital and the empire were completely in Fernandez's grasp. What would become of the world now? How would Fernandez act? But here at the monster front, there was a more immediate problem. The Ghost Pirate Legion would erupt from the Black Lake by tomorrow. And with defense lines like forward bases not activated, they would advance towards Crossroad without any hindrance. I could only hope that the facility the people here had been busily preparing in front of the southern wall of Crossroad for the past few days would work effectively. I had some confidence and self-assurance, but it was inevitable to feel a bit anxious. I had prepared a plan B just in case. As time passed, the night before the monster's invasion, I opened my inventory for the first time in a while and took out boxes I hadn't used before. 1 golden SSR grade reward box, 3 purple SR grade reward boxes. Rewards for defeating the Goblin Guard King. Time to open them now. There were more lower grade boxes farmed by the heroes while I was away, but I decided to keep them and open these 4 high grade boxes today. I first grasped the golden box. I had a feeling. I felt like I knew what was inside, so I opened the box calmly, without praying or seeking the SSR guard as usual. Flash. After a dazzling burst of light, inside the box was, as expected this, a familiar piece of a flag, Great Commander's flag piece, 4/5. One of the 5 pieces of character, Ash's exclusive equipment Great Commander's flag, X. Collect all 5 pieces to complete 1 flag. I knew it would be this. Holding the flag piece fluttering in my hand, I clicked my tongue. Just 1 left now. I would have been disappointed if it was something else. I really want to collect all these pieces and complete the item. I'm curious about how amazing this flag must be to consume 5 golden boxes. After storing the flag piece in the inventory, I opened the remaining 3 SR grade boxes. Flash, flash, flash. From the first box, a common SR grade magic core rolled out. Not as good as a complete product, but still not bad. I'm grateful it came out, considering how much magic core consumption there has been recently. And what came out of the second and third boxes was a dazzling silver mace and a large, thick rectangular shield. I swallowed as I examined the heavy equipment. This is Goddess-Blessed Mace SR, Goddess-Blessed Great Shield SR, Holy Guardies. It's the Goddess-Blessed set. Equipment prefixed with Goddess-Blessed exists only once in each equipment category. So there's a Goddess-Blessed Longsword, a Goddess-Blessed Crossbow, and so on. Ah, how could it be so perfectly suited? True to equipment blessed personally by the goddess, they are natural predator gear against ghosts and undead-type monsters. Very appropriate and excellent items for us, who are about to face the Ghost Pirate Legion. Is it because it's been a while since I've opened boxes? It's so timely to get such apt items. So, it's good to have nice equipment, but I rested my chin on my hand and pondered, to whom should I give this? To whom would it be best to give it, so that rumors of a well-done job spread? After pondering with closed eyes, I slowly opened them. Indeed, the person to give this to is that guy alone. The next day, south, the Black Lake, bubble, bubble. The surface of the pitch-black lake churned violently, whoosh. Suddenly, the water's surface exploded, and a massive warship burst forth. The warship was a ghastly sight. Its entire rotting and decayed hull was covered with grotesque deep-sea monsters, and on its tattered, black sails were drawn bizarre skull patterns. On the front, back, left, right, and diagonal 8 directions of the ship, skeletons tied with chains were hanging, with blue flames flickering inside their empty skulls. On both sides were densely packed cannons and bladed hooks for capturing enemy ships. Screech, Kaya! Around the ship, dark specters continuously emitted terrifying screams, converging and dispersing repeatedly. Whoosh! The warship, spewing black spray in all directions, righted itself. Splash, splash. A ghostly figure, dressed like an admiral, walked onto the prow of the ship, dripping seawater all over. With each step, sea water splashed from his submerged boots, dragging a fish-smelling coat along the floor, a ghostly pirate with a bottle of liquor in his mouth. On his back, a giant greatsword and cannon were crossed in an X shape. Who? The ghost spread his arms wide, took a deep breath, then clicked his tongue and bit into the bottle of rum again. Land's smell, always shitty as ever. Nightmare Legion's 8th in the hierarchy, the legionnaire of the Ghost Pirate Legion, fleet commander of the Ghost raiding fleet Bernard Poker. Whoosh, whoosh. Grumbling, new ships began to appear on either side of his. Each one was a terribly damaged and broken ghost ship. The ships, carrying a creepy turquoise aura, were all surrounded by specters, and on one side of each ship, hideous monsters like giant crustaceans or octopuses clung, their eyes glinting murderously. Trudge, trudge, trudge. Suddenly, the previously empty deck was crowded with ghosts. In the hands of the dead were rusty swords, pistols, hooks, and ropes, as if they were ready to steer the ship into the enemy and board it for close quarters combat. Watching his crew, Bernard Poker swallowed another mouthful from the bottle. Originally, the time for the deluge should have come, and it should have been his turn to invade the surface. But quite a commotion had occurred in the depths of the Lake Kingdom. Raven and Salome, 2 nightmare legionnaires, had collapsed after fighting each other, and before Raven's death, the plague he spread had swept over dozens of monster legions, causing terrible damage. It was only recently that the chaotic situation had calmed down, and with the arrival of the time for the deluge, the King of Kings had generously ordered Bernard Poker to march. I'll give you a fair wind. Advance at full speed and bring ruin to the humans. Fair wind, my ass. It's just because I'm the easiest pick among those left. They're throwing me out first. The sight of the red liquor flowing down the blue and transparent throat of the ghost captain was clearly visible. Originally, a ghost's body was unable to eat or drink anything, but his desire for alcohol couldn't be quenched even in death. He used his magic to decompose the alcohol and forcibly absorbed it into his body. The ectoplasm of the ghost's body turned slightly red. Bernard Poker tossed the empty bottle aside with a swift motion. As the glass shattered, Poker belched. Always the sailors' lot to clean up, damn high and mighty bastards. At that, the ghost subordinates who had gathered around Poker chuckled and shouted, "So are we not going to attack, Admiral? After a long time we get to stab and kill the living, a chance to rob them of everything they have. Men, women, the elderly, children, those in between and beyond, kill them all. Gold, jewels, silk, tobacco, pepper, coffee, let's steal everything. And alcohol too. Beer, wine, brandy, rum, whiskey. Our captain doesn't discriminate." Poker unwittingly smiled as he looked around at his subordinates who were spontaneously singing in tune. Before and after death, they were consistently foolish. His subordinates, some with starfish stuck on their heads, arrows embedded in them, missing eyes, lacking lower jaws, or even heads entirely, were quickly glanced over. However, Poker hummed as he took out a new bottle and popped the cork, the best of them all is the cheap moonshine made by the wife who left, Kaiho. Our admiral's voice is so sweet. I think I'm falling for you, Captain. Energized, Poker's subordinates cheered, and he barked an order. Set sail, you damned bastards. Raise the anchor and unfurl the sails. Catch the wind. Following his gesture, he thrust his hand forward. It's time for a storm. Rumble, rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, whoosh, and began to pour down a terrifying downpour. The sea opened in the sky. Somewhere in the southern vast sea was magically connected to this place's sky. Salt water fell like a waterfall. Sea creatures swept up and it scattered their scales as they plummeted. Dancing in the rain, the ghost pirates moved forward as Poker stretched his hand out again. Let's go. Plunder everything from the humans. Cutting through the pouring seawater, the giant ghost ships began to advance. There were 12 in total. 12 ghost ships surged northward through the storm, accompanied by the singing of the ghost pirates on board and the hideous cries of the spectres and sea monsters hanging from the ships. The King of Kings' promise of a fair wind was no empty boast. The ghost fleet moved much faster than usual, and the 12 ghost ships covered a distance that would normally take 3 days in just a day and a half. "Admiral, I see it," a pirate with a telescope on the crow's nest shouted noisily. "The walls of the human city." Bernard Poker squinted through his dim eyes ahead. Indeed, there they were, insignificant walls made of iron and bricks. Did 4 nightmare legionnaires really die here, unable to breach such a frail wall? A sneer formed on Poker's lips. A sneer for the foolhardy legionnaires who died here without overcoming this wall. Spiders, vampires, werewolves, goblins, all boasting about nearly destroying the world, but they perished here, unable to breach such a wall. Idiots, all of them. He snorted with the resolve to show what true plundering was. "It's business as usual," Poker fiercely commanded his subordinates. "Charge in!" Whoa! At his straightforward and intuitive command, the ghost pirates cheered in unison. No one has ever withstood our fleet's simultaneous ramming tactic. This time will be no different. Riding the waves to approach the enemy's fortress, they don't slow down, but instead crash the ghost ships directly into it. Then, entering close combat, they release the ghost pirates and sea monsters into the bellies of the enemy. The humans, confident in their walls, will be dismayed at the fact that ships can run on land, and the fact that the collision of the ships could bring down the walls. Let's go. Kill them all, take everything. Hi-ho, sing a song, plunder the treasures. As the rain of seawater poured from the sky, the 12 ghost ships spread out to the sides. Now the walls were right in front of them. Poker took out a cannon and a greatsword from his back and grasped one in each hand. Then he shouted, "Everyone, prepare for close quarters bat," he was about to say. Crack, whoosh, crunch, whoosh. A terrible noise resounded, and the ship vibrated intensely. The ghost ships, abruptly halting, one by one stopped in their tracks. The ghost pirates screamed as they were thrown noisily across the deck. A flustered Poker barely regained his balance and shouted, "What's going on?" The ship has." A pirate, who had been flung overboard and barely managed to crawl back up, shouted, "The ship has stopped, Captain." "What?" "I don't know. We can't move forward anymore. That's why we've stopped. We're screwed." "What nonsense is this, you idiot?" Before Poker could finish his swear. "Is your showboating done, idiots?" The human commander who interrupted Poker's intended curse, Ash, waved from atop the walls with a wicked, smirking smile. "Then it's our turn." Ash's hand shot forward. "All units, fire!" Cannons lined up on the wall spewed flames in unison with his command. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Dozens, hundreds of cannonballs poured down like a shower, a sight that was imprinted on Bernard Poker's retina. The pirate captain slowly bit into his bottle and muttered in defeat, "Damn, we're really screwed now." Whoosh! Immediately afterward, the immobilized ghost ships were bombarded with a fierce crossfire of red cannonballs. Chapter 417. The combat power of the Ghost Pirate Legion mainly comes from their ghost ships. These cursed pirate ships, able to go anywhere as long as there is seawater, boast agile maneuverability and vicious destructive power. Especially the ramming tactic, where they use the bow protected by specters and black magic, known as the ramming horn, is almost miraculous in its destructive power. If more than 10 ghost ships charge at terrifying speeds and ram their heads in, any defensive line would be penetrated and crumbled. Neither naval ships at sea nor fortresses on land can withstand it. Legion Commander Bernard Poker's special skill, Stormy Sea, can make it rain seawater from the sky. Using this laid layer of seawater, the ghost ships charge, collapsing the enemy's defenses. Then, through the breached gaps, ghost pirates and sea monsters are unleashed to slaughter the enemies. This is the basic tactic of the Ghost Pirate Legion. So, how to counter this tactic? The best strategy is, of course, to stop the ghost ships, to block them from even approaching our defenses, stopping them from afar. But blocking these ghost ships is no easy feat. Ghost ships themselves are classified as giant monsters, so our barricades and fences, mere shallow defenses, can be crushed by them. And of course, it's impossible to stop them with just human bodies. In the end, only walls can halt their advance. So the tactics I've used in the game against them were mainly two. First, sacrificing forward bases. If we meet them at the forward bases, they use their ghost ships to crush the walls and attempt close quarters combat. Here, we gradually eliminate their close quarters troops and burn the ghost ships one by one. Although most of the walls of the forward base would be destroyed and practically turn into ruins, it was still a better option than letting the walls of Crossroad collapse. However, the current forward bases, in my absence for half a year, are in a mess due to lack of proper repair. It's too risky to conduct a defensive battle here. Additionally, the destructive power of the ghost pirates in close combat is not to be underestimated. If we face them from all sides in a melee, our casualties would snowball. So I did not adopt the strategy of meeting them at the forward bases. Second, boarding their ships mid-march and eliminating them. This involved selecting characters from our side with flying or assault characteristics and dropping them onto their ships. If you board their ghost ships, a conquest scenario occurs, and if you control the ship's helm for a certain time, you can take over control of the ghost ship. Then, you can either drive the enemy ships to crash into each other or deliberately steer them into rough terrain to run aground. A guerrilla tactic. But this method also has its problems, starting with the fact that the deck of the ship is virtually the belly of the enemy. The deck is swarming with ghost pirates who enjoy close quarters combat, and various sea monsters are waiting with open mouths, sending a small group to clear the deck and steal the helm. Just talking about it is already difficult. Moreover, escaping after causing the ships to run aground or collide is extremely difficult. In the game, I often threw third or fourth tier heroes with flying attributes but rarely used, or low-level rookie characters, with a feeling like scratching a lottery ticket. And 8 out of 10 times, it would fail, or even if successful, they would die along with the ship. This has been a lengthy explanation, but the tactic I ultimately chose this time is simple. Ghost ships can only advance if there is seawater. Conversely, this means, if we can remove the seawater, they can't advance. So, the tactic I've prepared over the past week is exactly this. It's a drainage formation. Not a backs-to-the-water defensive stance, but literally a water-draining formation. What the workers and soldiers had fervently set up in the southern plains wasn't a fence, barricade, trap, or any defensive tool. It was a drainage facility. When was it? Perhaps when I first used the public bath in this city. Lucas had said something proudly. Isn't it the pride of the empire? Having faced many water disasters, we've become adept at utilizing water resources. We're the best in the world. Lucas had every reason to be proud. The empire had established all the necessary technology for drawing in and draining water. Of course, if they could manage bathhouses of that scale, their drainage technology would naturally be exceptional. Thanks to that, we were able to install sufficient drainage facilities in the southern plains in about a week, albeit makeshift. One of the drainage facilities even used a teleport gate to instantly transport the sucked-in water back to the Black Lake. No matter how much the enemy commander uses a special skill like Stormy Sea to pour down showers from the sky through the large-scale drainage facilities, the water barely pools on the ground before being treated as wastewater. But that's not all. I looked up at the sky. While one side of the sky was pouring seawater due to Stormy Sea, right in the mid-heavens, the sun was shining brightly. It was the effect of Gardy's blessing that I activated for this stage. Gardy's blessing, a day of good sunlight. The effect is as literal as it gets. For today, during daylight hours, the weather is clear without a single cloud. The hot sun of the southern region's early autumn beats down all day long. Not only does this reduce the effect of Stormy Sea, which requires overcast skies, but the sunlight is also hot enough to rapidly evaporate any pooled water. And that's not all. Intense sunlight is practically a debuff for specters and ghosts. For these ghost pirates who invaded during the day, sunny weather is an excellent counter. And yet, that's not all. It sounds like a continuous line from a food show introducing secret recipes, but anyway, I'm not done preparing yet. Who? On top of the walls, Junior gathered her strength and pushed her staff forward, followed by young magicians gathering magical power and lifting their staffs. Whoosh! A fierce wind arose, blowing back the falling droplets of water. In our camp, we have magicians who can control wind and water elements. They create wind to evaporate the raindrops, and even if some manage to pool and try to advance, they are pushed back with water element control, magically blocking the seawater advance. Even the artifact for blasting gales from Stage 4 made a reappearance after a long time, assisting in this operation. Drainage facilities, sunlight, elemental magic. With a triple filter, we blocked the seawater from rushing in, and as a result, not a single drop of rainwater rose in the southern plains. No seawater on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Ghost ships cannot advance. Our monsoon countermeasures were meticulous, and eventually all 12 eerie turquoise pirate ships had to stop in the southern plains. And the halted ghost ships, fire, sink them all right here on this land. Boom, whoosh, boom. They became easy targets for our crossfire. Our side's bombardment rained down on the rotten and twisted hulls of the ghost ships. I could clearly see the ghost pirates being swept away by the explosions, screaming as they died. Fire, 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 don't hold back, fire away, until the cannons melt down, until all the ghosts reach oblivion's beyond. Fire, though sudden, there's an interesting story in the annals of the Joseon dynasty. In the 17th year of Xianzhang's reign, 1486, there was a rumor that a ghost had appeared in the house of Jiang Changsun, who had retired from being the prime minister. The officials then suggested to King Xianzhang, "We respectfully request that you drive it away with artillery." To capture a ghost, strong in yin energy, with yang energy, they proposed a bold idea to fire a cannon at the house of the former prime minister. Though King Xianzhang rejected the idea, making it a non-event, it suggests that in the Joseon dynasty, one of the methods to exorcise ghosts involved using cannons. Long story short, cannons are the most effective remedy against ghosts, a method proven since the Joseon dynasty. What a spot-on method, spot on. Above the immobilized ghost ships, flowers of fire beautifully blossomed. Despite being bombarded by our firepower, the ghost ships with their eerie wails took it all. Had they been ordinary ships, they would have been destroyed to dust long ago. But these were cursed ghost ships. Kaya, kaya. Surrounding specters rushed to block the cannonballs, oxidizing in the process, and sea monsters used their giant tentacles and sturdy shells to mitigate the impact of the explosions. Despite being hammered several times by Crossroads' proud crossfire, the ghost ships were holding on. Annoyed, I clicked my tongue. They're surprisingly sturdy, these bastards. My lord. That's when Lucas cautiously spoke to me. The amount of water our drainage facilities are capable of handling is less than the amount pouring from the sky. For now, we're managing, but if this continues, eventually the drainage facilities will be overwhelmed and they'll be able to advance again. I glanced at the gate opened in the sky by Stormy Sea. We're using a teleport gate on our side to drain the water, but it seems the amount pouring from their gate is more. In any case, we must decide the battle before the drainage facilities reach their capacity. So it's a time attack again. My lord, Lucas gave me a faint smile as I was grinding my teeth. How about we execute the second phase of the plan a bit earlier? I gestured towards Lucas. You sure? Of course. Just give the order. Lucas lightly tapped the bestowed sword, hanging at his waist. I've been itching for some action. All right. I rubbed my hands together and grinned, then said, let's use the second phase of the Operation Dropship, a beat earlier. Fire back. How long are we going to just take hits? On the flagship of the Ghost Fleet, a subordinate pirate yelled at the captain. We should at least return fire. Are we going to keep getting beaten like fools? Legion Commander Bernard Poker was just silently drinking his booze. Cannonballs were falling all around, and the ship was in chaos with fires, but he just kept drinking. A frustrated subordinate pirate was pulling his hair out. We're all going to die if we just sit here. Why are you doing nothing? Just shut up and wait. Calmly swallowing his drink, Poker looked up at the seawater pouring from the sky. The sea is infinite. No matter what tricks they use, eventually they will open the path for us. Just wait for the right wave. Wait for what? The ship's about to burst, oh no. At that moment, another subordinate came rolling in, shouting, Captain, report. Ship number 1 and ship number 12 have declared a mutiny. They say they can't follow your orders anymore. Those damn fools are always causing trouble. What are they trying to do without listening to me? They say they can't just keep taking hits like this. They're going to return fire with our cannons at the walls of the human city. Good. Let's all watch together and see how well this counterattack works. Creaking. Simultaneously, ships number 1 and 12, positioned at either end of the fleet, slowly turned their hulls. Eventually, having rotated 90 degrees, the two ghost ships aligned their cannons on the sides towards the walls of Crossroad and fired. Bang! Boom, boom! The cannonballs from the two ghost ships drew parabolas in the air, heading towards the walls of Crossroad. Following the trajectory of the cannonballs, the two subordinate pirates shouted at the same time. Did they hit? Chapter 418. Did they hit? However, the cannonballs, as they flew, didn't even reach the walls but exploded upon hitting the ground. Whoosh boom. Poker clicked his tongue in disdain as his subordinates, mouths agape, watched the spectacle. Those idiots don't even know the range of our cannons. Hey, hundreds of years have passed since we died. How much do you think artillery has advanced since then? Shit, now our cannons are just short-ranged, powerless antiques. The point where the ghost ships had run aground was precisely near the maximum range of Crossroads cannons. The defenders on the human side had deliberately set a trap in this area. Naturally, compared to the upgraded cannons of Crossroad, the range of the pirates' cannons they used in life was inferior. The very idea of responding to their fire with our fire was flawed from the start. Since when did our fleet engage in artillery battles? Return fire, return fire. Wake up, idiots. Whether before or after death, we only rely on ramming and close-quarters combat. As Poker was clucking his tongue, boom, 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 cannons from the Crossroad walls bombarded ships number 1 and 12. Having exposed their broadsides to aim their cannons, they were now vulnerable, and Crossroad's superior cannon fire poured into their exposed flanks. Boom, boom, boom. The two ships couldn't withstand it and were torn apart by the explosions. Watching the rising pillars of fire, the two subordinate pirates were agape. Poker grumbled and opened another bottle of liquor. Those idiots forgot that our ship's defensive black magic is concentrated on the bow. With the ships immobile and exposing their sides, of course they'd be easy targets. Ships number 1 and 12 there. Sunk. Ah, burning well, burning well. Watching the two ships burn without leaving any shape behind, Poker patted his thick belly. With our mobility blocked, the best we can do is to stick out the bow, covered in defensive black magic, give power to the ship, and wait for the seawater to rise again. If only they listened to me, who even in my dreams thinks of snacks for drinks, but these damn fools always disobey and end up dead. Whether before or after death, still a bunch of idiots. Poker, fuming, chugged down the liquor in his hand. That's when it happened. Captain, what now? What is it this time? A third subordinate pirate crawled over on all fours. He shouted, ships number 3 and 10 have mutinied. They say they're tired of your smart alecky ways. Really turning over a new leaf with their cute little tantrums. Where would they find a more humble pirate than me? So what now? They want to return fire like the first two ships. No, they say they can't just sit around taking hits. The subordinate pirate pointed towards those ships. They're jumping off. Looking in that direction, it was quite a sight. Disembark, run towards the walls. Disembark. Pirates from ships number 3 and 10 cheered as they ran towards the walls of Crossroad. Giant octopuses and squids wriggled as they followed behind. The first to capture the walls will be the new captain of the fleet. I'll be the new captain and will banish that cowardly, piss-scared Poker. That alcoholic bastard was a pain from the start. Rebellion rocks. Looting rocks. Kai-ho, watching his foolish subordinates abandon their ships and run towards the walls, Poker shook his head. Those brainless, disorganized idiots. Where did they sell their brains? The strength of the Ghost Pirate Legion comes from the Ghost Fleet. Which fortress would ever fear pirates running on foot after disembarking from their ships? And it happened just as Poker predicted. Bang! Crack-zap. The Ghost Pirate stepped on mines and exploded. PSHH. PSHH. Thud, thud, thud. They became like porcupines under a barrage of arrows. Bang, bang, whoosh, and were burnt to a crisp by the flames spewed from a skull artifact. Not even reaching the walls, the pirates from ships number 3 and 10 were annihilated. Poker sighed deeply and waved dismissively. Right. Better for you lot to die here, yeah. How could blockheads like you follow in the wake of my great journey ahead? The mutinous ghost ships number 1, 3, 10, and 12, along with their pirate crews, were finished. The rest of the fleet and pirates obediently watched Poker's actions, opting to stay put as ordered. And this proved to be an effective choice. These ghost ships, fanatically devoted to ramming tactics, had concentrated all their durability in the bow. If they rammed headfirst, even walls could be smashed due to their insane sturdiness. This was due not only to the quality materials, various black magics, and curses of the specters that were generously applied to the bow, but also because their ship's bows could not be destroyed. All the pirates genuinely believed this without a hint of doubt. As a result, after death, these ghost ships resurrected as giant monsters, and their bows obtained transcendental defensive power. Most of the bombardment from Crossroads' walls was blocked by these bows, with only a few stray cannonballs striking the ship's bodies. The pirates lying flat on the ships began to think, can we actually withstand this? Perhaps, just as the captain said, if they endured until the seawater rose again, we can still do this. As the pirates exchanged confident smiles, it happened. Tut 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 tut, a large mechanical sound started to come from high above. The pirates looked up in confusion. Ha! Against the dazzling sun, amidst the pouring storm, something resembling a clunky hunk of metal was flying towards them. What's that? Poker squinted, then widened his eyes in disbelief. A flying ship. A relic from the past like these ghost ships, but a modern airship, fully refurbished, the Geronimo, was making a wide turn approaching the ghost fleet. With deafening noise from its two propellers, Geronimo approached ghost ship number 2 first. Ship number 1 was already destroyed, and ship number 3 had been annihilated. Isolated between them, ship number 2 was helpless on its own. As the pirates panicked above, click, the hatch of the airship opened, and 5 figures dropped down in succession. Yahoo! Time to jump. Oh, wait. Did I ever mention I have acrophobia? Quiet, kid. You're too big for whining. Jump now. Even so, kicking someone off. This is why dragons are. Evangeline, Quillan, Duskbringer, Verdandi. 4 of them landed first, followed by the last. Swoosh. Phew. Lucas, with his blonde hair fluttering, landed lightly and straightened his tousled hair. Composed entirely of party leaders, Crossroads' strongest vanguard of 5 descended onto the ship. With weapons drawn, the 5 looked leisurely at the encircling ghost pirates. Operation Dropship. SHRK. Lucas unsheathed the blade of light, bestowed sword, from his waistband and calmly commanded, "Let's begin." At the same time, pirates holding their own weapons swarmed in from all directions. Whoa, these damned knights think they can just barge in here, jumping into our ship without fear, you living fools. You don't value your lives, huh? Huh, now that you've come to this hell's mouth, join us in hell. However, the pirates couldn't even get close to the party of 5. Bang, bang, bang. From the open hatch of the airship Geronimo, a sniper seated at an angle began firing with a long rifle in hand. It was Damien. Despite the violently shaking and flying airship, Damien's shots were precise, shattering the pirates' cores without error. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The airship's guns also spat fire. The pirates couldn't even get close to the party of 5, being torn to shreds before they could. In the midst of this, the 5-member Special Forces team charged forward relentlessly. Capture the helm. Waiting in front of the ship's helm were the captain of ship number 2 and her direct subordinates. Furthermore, a giant crab armored like a tank and numerous swirling specters surged towards the 5. You think you can take my ship, you brazen fools? I am the captain of the ghost raiding fleet ship number 2. The large female pirate, about to introduce herself, was cut off mid-sentence. Bang! A magic bullet fired by Damien had pierced her neck. Spilling white ectoplasm instead of blood, she could only mutter, "That's dirty," before collapsing. Bang! Bang! Following Damien's sniper support, the specters scattered, screaming horribly. The 5 heroes advanced effortlessly. Thump, thud, thud. A giant crab approached the 5, swinging its pincers like maces. But no chance. Boom. Evangeline blocked the attack with her shield. Is this one seafood too? Would it taste good if cooked? Of course, it's a delicacy. I'll steam it myself after the battle. Thwack, crack. Quillan's fist and Duskbringer's kick shattered its joints. Why would you eat a monster? Flash. Verdandi blinded it with a blink dagger slash and teleportation cut, and finally, hooug, swoosh. Lucas's blade of light bisected the giant crab. Standing in front of the obliterated crab, Lucas remarked carefully, "If I knew it was edible, I would have sliced it more delicately." What a waste. This one's really tasty, Duskbringer genuinely lamented, while Evangeline and Quillan licked their lips in regret. Only Verdandi sweated coldly. Don't eat the monster. Let's focus on our original mission, anticipating the sashimi our lord will serve later. Lucas soothed his team members, and they all nodded, looking towards the ship's helm. The pirates, who had been watching the terrifying performance of the human heroes, eyed each other before one asked, "Ah, if we surrender, will you spare us?" Duskbringer let out a menacing laugh, spitting out a flame. "Do we look like we'll spare you?" "No, fuck. Sigh, this is why Mom told me to live a good life. But we're already dead, aren't we? If we die again, can we go see Mom?" "I dunno, not sure." The grumbling pirates suddenly screamed and charged. "Shall we go find out now?" "Mom, your unfilial son is coming to see Yaowu." Just a bunch of crazies. Facing them, the 5 vanguards brandished their weapons forward. The capture of ship number 2 was complete. Lucas, who had taken the helm, forcefully turned the bow. The helm of this ghost ship was a device that used magic to set the ship's direction, unlike the operational principles of a real ship. While there wasn't enough seawater to move forward, it was still possible to ignore the damage to the ship and turn it around. Creak, crack, crack. The sound of the ship's bottom scraping against the dry ground was chillingly resonant. After exposing the ship's side to Crossroads' line of fire, the 5-member assault team boarded the airship Geronimo and escaped. Operation complete. Boom, 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 whoosh, boom. Under the barrage of coordinated fire from Crossroad, ship number 2, with its side exposed, was reduced to ashes. Indifferently observing the destruction, Lucas lifted his head to look at the next target. "We move to the next ship." Tut 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 tut, the hair of the heroes sitting in the airship's hatch whipped wildly in the wind, their eyes fiercely flashing. There were still many enemies left to deal with. And whoosh, the storm in the sky continued to pour down seawater heavily. Looking up at the storm, Lucas then lowered his gaze and faintly furrowed his brow. Water was gradually accumulating on the plains. The drainage facilities were soon to reach their limit. Chapter 419, The Seawater Being Poured by Stormy Sea, is Infinite. That's inevitable, considering it's a special technique that connects a point somewhere in the southern sea to the sky above us with a magic gate. The seawater will continue to be drawn until the sea itself runs dry. Likewise, the amount of water our drainage facilities can handle is theoretically infinite. One of our drainage facilities is also a teleport gate, directly discharging the collected water into the Black Lake. Despite this, water that the drainage facilities couldn't process began to accumulate on the ground. The reason is simple, the difference in the size of the gates. The gate of Stormy Sea is larger than the teleport gate of our drainage facilities. In other words, there is a difference in the size of the faucets. It means that the amount of water they pour out in the same amount of time is more than what we can drain. The drainage facilities are reaching their limit. The water is rising on the ground. As I heard these damp reports in succession, I moistened my parched lips with my tongue. Damn it, it's faster than I thought. Water is rising on the ground, and before their ships can move again, we have to destroy more of them. The cannons on the walls of Crossroad, ceaselessly firing, and the airship Geronimo conducting guerrilla warfare outside, and the still intact ghost ships. 7 more to go. Struggling to find a weakness in the stubbornly enduring enemy ships, I ground my teeth. Hang in there, guys. Boom, boom, boom. The small team of heroes aboard the airship Geronimo destroyed another ship. This time it was ship number 11. Positioned between the already annihilated ships number 10 and 12, it couldn't receive any support from other ghost pirates. "That's the 6th one. We've taken down half of them." Lucas and Evangeline exchanged words while looking down at the ghost ship engulfed in flames. "Ah!" Quillan, sitting at the edge of the hatch, retched. Alarmed, Verdandi rushed to his side. "Are you okay, Quillan? Do you have an injury or something?" "No, it's just, I get seasick. After boarding and disembarking from the ghost ships repeatedly, I feel queasy." Seasickness on top of acrophobia. Everyone sweated as they looked at this beast tribe warrior, uncomfortable in both the sky and sea. Quillan murmured with a pale face. "Land. Land is good, safe and comfortable ground." As this was happening, the airship Geronimo ascended rapidly, ready to start its next hunt. That's when Damien, loading magic bullets into his magic rifle, widened his eyes in surprise. "Ha! The ships are starting to move." "What?" Everyone was startled and looked down towards the ghost ships. "Has the water already filled up? Are they heading for the walls?" "No, it's not that." Damien, sweating, pointed to one of the ships. "They're going backward." Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. 2 of the twitching ships slowly reversed, and then sharply turned, starting to rush not towards Crossroads' walls, but in the opposite direction. As everyone watched this inexplicable scene in a daze, Duskbringer cautiously offered her opinion. Aren't they running away? Confused, Damien opened his mouth slightly. Eh, but fleeing the battlefield. No monster has ever. Well, they are pirates. At least the pirates I've dealt with always ran away when the battle turned against them. The other heroes were just as bewildered. All the monsters we've faced so far clung to their lives until the very end, obsessively trying to kill humans. While they might veer off course, none had ever run away. But these ones were fleeing. Two of the pirate ships turned around and bolted without looking back. This was possible because the southern path, lacking drainage facilities, had gathered quite a bit of seawater. Those damn traitors. If you get caught, you'll all be executed. Ha ha, what's the worst they can do, behead us twice? Farewell, Captain. We're off to find other prey, the pirates shouted amongst themselves. In this absurd situation, the other heroes were momentarily stunned, unsure how to react, but not Lucas. Lucas had already received a heads-up from Ash. The ghost pirates are known to flee when the battle turns against them. Ash had anticipated the possibility of fleeing enemies from the start. For now, it might seem okay to let them flee the front line, but these monsters will raid nearby towns and cities, and in the worst-case scenario, they could wreak havoc in the sea. It might seem right to let them escape in the context of defending Crossroad, but once a monster leaves the front line, it's much harder to track down and annihilate. The ghost pirates will abandon their ships when they reach water and hide around the world, causing damage. They must be stopped before that happens. So, Lucas, if any of the ghost ships attempt to flee, you must take responsibility and eliminate them. I trust you. Turn the airship around, Lucas shouted towards the cockpit of the airship. We're going to pursue those two ghost ships for a counterattack. The other startled heroes looked at Lucas. Evangeline objected. But if we leave the battlefield, the main defense line at Crossroad could be endangered. That side will be handled by our Lord. The Lord ordered us to prioritize preventing monsters from leaving this area. Tut 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 tut. The airship, with a heavy mechanical sound, began chasing the ghost ships. Lucas nodded. Let's quickly take them down before they get too far and return. Lucas was Ash's right hand and had been in command of the front line as a deputy commander for the past 6 months. Everyone stopped objecting to his command and started preparing for the next battle, though they couldn't help feeling uneasy. Even if we take down the two fleeing ships, 4 ghost ships remain at the walls. Verdandi looked back through the open hatch. From the sky, Crossroad looked like a lonely fortress standing alone, with eerie ghost ships still positioned in front of it. If the water rises, and those 4 ghost ships begin their charge. Between her fluttering green hair in the strong wind, Verdandi's eyes narrowed. Will Crossroad really be okay? Ships number 4 and 9 declared rebellion and left the battlefield. They've really taken off, Captain. Doing well, doing very well. Truly worthy of my elite fleet. Bernard Poker, dumbfounded, let out a hollow laugh, forgetting even to drink his liquor. Since the battle began, of the 12 ships, 6 had rebelled. 2 were sunk by coordinated fire after exposing their sides to return fire. 2 abandoned ship and ran towards the shore for a ground assault, only to be annihilated. And now 2 more were fleeing without looking back, and with 2 more destroyed by the humans' airship attack. A total of 8 ghost ships had vanished from the battlefield, leaving only 4 in the fray. They were the flagship, number 7, and the escort ships, numbers 5, 6, and 8. The atmosphere among the escort ships was already tense. Other pirates on the escort ships were whispering among themselves, casting wary glances in our direction. The pirates surrounding Poker gulped nervously. Captain, at this rate. I know. The guys on the escort ships are also sizing up a rebellion, aren't they? Poker smirked, not surprised by the turn of events. That's how pirates are. There's no loyalty or discipline. They are just a group of thieves banded together to fill their own bellies. They wouldn't hesitate to rebel or turn against their own for even a slightly larger share of the loot. Bernard Poker himself had risen to his position this way, and now it was the same half of his fleet was already burning or destroyed. The raid was a failure, so the desire to flee and seek another opportunity was naturally bubbling up, and there were certainly those among them who wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become the new captain. But even if it seems like everything's lost, as long as there's a penny left to gamble, Poker remained calm. as long as there's strength left to swing a sword in one last raid. Pop. He uncorked a new bottle of liquor, poured it into a glass he'd taken out from somewhere, and raised it to the sky, laughing. Because you can always turn your life around, no matter how much you've lost. Whoosh. Seawater was still cascading from the sky like a waterfall, and then creak, creak. All the pirates felt it simultaneously. Water was rushing beneath the ships. After downing the liquor in his glass in one gulp, Poker smirked. No matter how much you lose, you can always win it back, right, you bastards? Vroom. The rejuvenated ghost ship emitted a long, eerie sound, almost like the cry of a whale. The pirates all cheered in unison. The water has risen on the ground. The humans' drainage facilities have reached their limits. We can move, Captain. Can move. Then what are you waiting for? Poker stood up, laughing ominously. It's time to make them pay for tying us down and beating us. Shah, stretching out his hand, Poker commanded. Fleet, full speed ahead. The pirates, who until moments ago were rebelling and ready to kill each other, now worked together to move the ship, as if nothing had happened. Let's return the anguish they've given us. And Bernard Poker, who until recently was lying on the ground like a drunken fool, now stood up, emanating a terrifying aura, and bellowed loudly, fitting of a Nightmare Legion commander. Ram them with full force into their walls. Whoosh. The seawater, having surpassed the capacity of the drainage facilities, finally surged and flooded the ground. And that was enough. The four ghost ships immediately began their advance. Through the storm, the four ghost ships cut through the ground and charged towards the fortress walls. A moment of silence swept over the walls. Even the experienced soldiers who had repelled countless monsters were momentarily stunned by this bizarre sight. Turning the land into sea, the giant ships wrapped in specters and flying the ghost ship surged forward. Fire! Stop them! Boom, 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 boom. The cannons on the walls fired in unison. Not just the cannons, but also ballistae, automatic defense turrets, and various artifacts were mobilized to unleash all their firepower on the ghost ships. Bang! Crack! Crunch! The ghost ships were shattered. Having been bombarded in place for a long while, the ship's durability had long reached its limit. Under the rain of cannonballs and a barrage of magic, the ship's masts broke, outer walls flew off, decks collapsed, and the forecastles burned fiercely. Yet they did not stop. On the torn ships, the pirates sang as they pressed forward. They were above the sea, with prey right before their eyes to plunder. Bang! Crack! Boom! Escort ship number 5 couldn't withstand the onslaught and was the first to sink. Creak, creak, boom! Ships number 6 and 8, leading the way, got caught in the long chain traps set in front of the crossroad fortress. Their bottoms were torn open, and they were engulfed in fierce flames, slowly coming to a halt. But ship number 7, the flagship under Poker's direct control at the helm, withstood the fortress's concentrated fire. It endured everything thrown at it. The name of my ship is the Flying Dutchman. Poker, with a deep, resounding voice, as if coming from hell, laughed heartily. Let me show you why it's called flying. Whoosh. And then the ship flew. The sail, adorned with a black, burning skull, emitted an ominous light and then released an immense magical force, defying gravity for a moment. Ship number 7, the Flying Dutchman, momentarily hovered in the air, effortlessly avoiding the chain traps, and then boom! Its massive and sturdy bow crashed directly into the walls of the fortress. The walls of the fortress crumbled like clay. Finally, the monstrous legion reached the human walls. Chapter 420. Boom! The figurehead of the siren on the ship's prow smashed through the fortress's walls in one fell swoop. Ship number 7, the flagship and Bernard Poker's command ship, the Flying Dutchman, had finally reached the human walls. Fantastic! The pirates on the ship cheered in unison. Of the 12 ships, only this one had reached its destination. But the pirates were neither frustrated nor afraid. They were few in number, but at least one ship had penetrated the enemy's defenses. Pirates are inherently a breed that seizes from others. They board enemy ships, plunder goods, people, weapons, and ultimately, even the enemy's ships themselves, making them their own. Now that they had reached the walls, all they needed to do was capture them. And more importantly, Ruar, the flagship of the Ghost Fleet, the Flying Dutchman, housed a formidable ocean monster, the Kraken. This first cephalopod creature, resembling a mix between an octopus and a squid, was thousands of times larger in size. Release the Kraken. Show them the terror of the deep. Let's go. As the pirates opened the doors to the deep storage where the Kraken was sealed, mysteriously fitting in such a small space. The overwhelmingly large, tentacled monster burst out. Crack, crunch! The monster erupted with such ferocity that it seemed it would shatter the ship's hull. A few pirates were instantly torn apart by the movement, but the others didn't care. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. It's party time. To the human world we return. Armed with knives, pistols, and hooks, the pirates swarmed out of the ship. The Kraken would first sweep the fortress walls, and then the remaining ghost pirates would exterminate any survivors, a familiar tactic. Yet as they disembarked and climbed the ruined walls, "Ha! What's this?" Bewildered groans escaped the pirates' lips, because on top of the walls there was not a single, not even one human defender in sight. The cannons, ballistae, and artifacts that had been firing just moments ago were also gone, vanished without a trace. What is this? A ghastly trick, even for ghosts like us. While they themselves were phantoms, such exclamations naturally slipped out. And as the confused ghost pirates looked around, they soon discovered. Just behind the walls they had struggled to reach and demolish, stood a taller and thicker, real wall. I smirked. Indeed, the walls that the pirates had struggled to overcome and finally smashed through were the magical walls I had summoned with Imperial Edict. This ultimate skill originally summoned a small circular fortress, but the shape of the fortress could be modified at will. So this time, I gathered all the walls of the magical fortress and stacked them as high as possible in a line, in front of Crossroads' main fortress walls, as a kind of decoy wall. I also reinforced it with spare steel plates and bricks, using the construction magic of defense towers. Real soldiers, cannons, artifacts, and the like were all fought from atop these walls. Naturally, the invaders would believe these to be the real walls and charge at them. From the beginning, I knew you would attempt a ramming tactic. The Ghost Pirate Legion is a group of madmen fanatically fixated on ramming and hand-to-hand combat tactics, even unto death. Therefore, to prevent any harm to our side, even if these walls collapsed, I had set up my magical walls as bait. Moreover, this magic barrier can be transformed and moved at my will. SSSSHHH. Click, clack. In the early stages of the defense battle, I had the soldiers fight on top of this decoy wall. The moment those ghost ships reached this magic barrier, just as they attempted their ramming tactics, I manipulated the wall with my will, moving all the soldiers and equipment on the wall to the real wall of Crossroad. It was a clever trick made possible because the real wall and the decoy wall were very close to each other. As a result, this decoy wall strategy worked splendidly. The ghost pirates bit the bait with all their might, while our soldiers and equipment safely moved to the real wall. If you're going to bite the bait with all your might, I smirked and snapped my fingers. Now you should be hooked and pulled ashore, shouldn't you? Snap. With the sound of my snapping fingers, rumble, rumble, the magic wall collapsed all at once. I deactivated Imperial Edict, and the decoy wall set outside Crossroads' real wall crumbled away like sand. Naturally. Ugh! Hold tight, are we falling? The pirates and Kraken on the decoy wall also fell helplessly down. Boom, rumble, rumble, bang and crash. The ghost ship, knocked to the ground, broke apart with a nasty sound. The pirates and Kraken that spilled out with it also smashed into the ground and shattered. Watching those tumbling down, I raised my hand. All troops, prepare to fire. As soon as the soldiers returned to the real wall, they quickly realigned their cannons and artifacts. The aligned soldiers reported ready to fire in turn. I nodded vigorously. Let the pirates know. There is only one thing we have for them. Swiftly, I stretched my hand forward and shouted, "Nothing but death." Boom, baboom. Crossroads' proud crossfire rained down once again on their heads. Boom, bang and crash. We fell for it beautifully, Bernard Poker commented dryly. Using a capsized pirate ship as cover, the surviving pirates were crouching down low, dodging the shells pouring down from above. Repaying what's owed. If you keep repeating it, eventually your luck runs out and you fail. Looks like this time is that time. Their last gamble had failed. Poker and his pirate crew had always managed to pull off a big score after suffering huge losses, but this time they failed in their final attempt. Shells exploded all around, igniting fires. Poker chuckled softly. I'm reminded of that day, in the midst of a stormy sea, when we faced the Allied fleet that came to destroy us. Are you speaking of our last battle, Captain Poker? That battle was really tremendous, Captain. As his subordinates agreed, Poker looked at them with disbelief. Tremendous. What's so tremendous, you fools? We were horribly torn apart by the allied bastards from all sides. It was like a mackerel surrounded by a swarm of sharks. But isn't it okay to romanticize our last battle just a bit? Let's say we died fighting bravely. We lost, but fought well, as if it was glorious. The poker pirate crew itself was a legion of ghosts that had been drowned and killed in the sea. They were spirits wandering endlessly in search of unfortunate victims crossing the stormy night sea. To exterminate these spirits, an allied force was formed, and Poker's pirate crew did not evade, but collided with them. The result was a complete annihilation. Until the very end, running away dirty and ugly, the tattered ship, battered by the pursuers' gunfire, finally got caught on a reef and ran aground. Bernard Poker and his pirate crew were at last submerged in the deep sea. I felt something similar when fighting those allied forces. Several bottles of liquor rolled out from the fallen ship's storage. Poker uncorked a bottle and threw one to each of his surviving subordinates. They knew our tactics, and we, who were beautifully sucked into the trap, were completely eradicated. Those humans, not fearing nor bowing to monsters like us, fought till the end and seized victory. Impressive, those human bastards. Ha ha! Poker clinked his bottle with his surviving subordinates. A pitiful clink echoed. Yeah, in the end, it's humans who should win. After gulping down the liquor, Poker wiped his mouth and laughed bitterly. If monsters like us become the final victors, it would turn into a terrible world with nothing left to plunder, wouldn't it? The world should belong to humans. We just wanted to live modestly, scraping a little from the corner. His subordinates silently emptied their bottles, listening to their captain's words. They all sensed it. This game was a loss, a complete, irrevocable defeat. That's when it happened. Kwoo-woo, a monstrous roar echoed. Everyone looked in shock towards the sound. The Kraken. This ancient sea monster, with its overwhelming stamina and mysterious regenerative power, was raising its body again. Thud, thud, boom, and it started moving its massive body towards the wall of the human realm. The crossfire of Crossroad shifted towards the Kraken. Even as it was torn to shreds by the barrage of shells, the Kraken stubbornly advanced, drawing all human eyes towards it. Seems there's still some stake left in this game. Poker, having finished his bottle, quietly placed it down and sprang to his feet. All hands get aboard. We go once more. His subordinates, with startled eyes, looked at their captain. Poker grinned, revealing his yellow, rotten teeth. The storm is still raging, and my ship can still move. Then shouldn't we charge? With similarly rotten grins, his subordinates poured the remaining liquor down their throats and stood up abruptly. How many of us pirates are still breathing? 6, Captain. Enough to maneuver the ship. Poker extended his hand towards the capsized ship. Then the ghost ship let out a heavy, moaning sound and righted itself. Poker and his men agilely climbed aboard. Let's go, for the final ramming. Flap. The tattered sail, beyond recognition, caught the storm wind. Holes riddled the hull, not a single part unscathed. Even the siren statue at the bow was broken in half. But the ghost ship moved. Kwoo-woo. The Kraken, which had been drawing attention, collapsed with a miserable scream, crushed to pieces. In that gap, the ghost ship caught the tailwind and accelerated, once again charging towards the wall of the human realm. The ghost ship is moving again. Fire, pour it all out. Stop them, cannons, ballistae, and artifacts, which had been intercepting the Kraken, now furiously fired towards the ghost ship. Despite taking all the hits, the ship, now in unrecognizable pieces, still managed to leap towards the wall. Remember this well, humans. The name of the ship that will thrust its blade into your wall is. Amidst the flying rotten wood splinters, Bernard Poker, holding the ship's wheel to the end, shouted out, "The Flying Dutchman!" Just as the risen ghost ship's prow was about to finally reach the real wall of Crossroad. Too-doo-too-doo-too. A heavy mechanical sound resounded from the side. Bang! Something struck the Flying Dutchman from the side. The prow of the ghost ship, which was about to hit Crossroad's wall, was pushed aside by the impact. What? Amidst the scattered fragments of the pirate ship, Bernard Poker turned his head to the side. The thing that flew in from somewhere and pushed his ghost ship away was, a flying warship from Crossroad. It was the Geronimo. Beside the cockpit of the warship, a Knight Lucas, shaking his head slightly, came into Poker's view. That won't do. Whoosh. Enormous flames burst from the thrusters mounted on the rear of Geronimo, and in midair, the warship pushed the ghost ship aside with overwhelming force. Ha ha! A hollow laugh formed on Bernard Poker's lips. After all, if the desperate gambles he threw always worked, he would never have become such a monstrous figure in the first place. Creak, crack, bang. With a snapping sound, the Flying Dutchman exploded violently. Chapter 421. Heroes on board the airship Geronimo pursued the two fleeing pirate ships. They spared no effort, destroying the enemies at top speed and maximum output. After forcefully boarding the first pirate ship and seizing control, they chased the other fleeing ship and rammed it head-on. The two pirate ships stopped, impaled on each other, and became prey for our side. After completing the pursuit and annihilation, they returned to Crossroad only to see the pirate flagship making a last-ditch effort to crash into the walls of Crossroad. There was no time to hesitate. Lucas shouted, "Ram it from the side." Elise, the pilot of Geronimo and a member of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, faithfully executed the order. Screeching, click, her hand pushed the engine's gear to the maximum and pressed the red ignition button, activating the rear thruster's boosters. Whoosh, the airship, moving at top speed, crashed into the side of the pirate ship just as it was about to hit the walls of Crossroad. Crack, crash, boom. The already battered pirate ship was utterly destroyed in midair, its debris scattered in all directions. Watching this, Lucas let out a sigh of relief. Well done, Elise. ... It did feel good to hit them hard. Elise narrowed her eyes, inspecting the airship's control panel. Seems we pushed it too hard. Ha! Our output is decreasing. We're going to crash. True to her words, the airship was rapidly losing altitude. The heroes inside screamed as they plunged. Huilan, who had a fear of heights, was in tears and foam at the mouth before passing out. Struggling to regain control, Elise yelled, "We're going for an emergency landing. Hold on tight." The Geronimo spun wildly as it plummeted to the ground. Even amidst the chaos, Elise tried to soften the crash by steering towards a forest, aiming to land as gently as possible with the broad underside of the ship. Rumble, the shaking vessel landed in a cloud of dust in the southwest forest of Crossroad. After the impact settled, Lucas, with his hair disheveled, surveyed the inside of the airship. Everyone seems okay. That's good. Despite the horrific scene of most heroes knocked unconscious, Lucas said this. Considering the reckless stunt, it was a miracle no one died. A bit of unconsciousness, messy hair, and nausea were small prices to pay. We're okay, but what about Crossroad? Elise, unbuckling her seatbelt, looked towards Crossroad. Maybe the battle has ended with that last move. Even if there are enemies left, they'll be fine. All the ghost ships had been destroyed. Only one enemy remained, and Lucas, having already heard about this enemy's specifications from Ash, showed a gentle smile. The people of Crossroad are strong. Plip-plop. Debris from the ghost ships fell like rain from the sky, along with seawater. These were the remnants of the Flying Dutchman, the last and flagship of the ghost ships. With this, all 12 ghost ships have been destroyed. I sighed in relief inwardly. Fortunately, really. The Ghost Pirate Legion would have been much stronger if fought head-on. Had it not been for the seawater drainage tactic blocking their charging rams, the damage would have been substantial. It sounds like self-praise to say it myself, but blocking the seawater and stopping their advance made it easy to capture them. Their tactic of ramming with the bow followed by hand-to-hand combat was too powerful. Conversely, they had no alternative tactics to use once this was blocked. Unable to advance and forced to a halt, the pirates fell into chaos and cannibalized each other, eventually leading to their pathetic annihilation. The fake walls set up as a safety measure were attacked and collapsed, but even so, it can be said that we defended admirably. I crossed my arms and nodded in satisfaction. That's when it happened. Thud. Someone fell from the sky and landed on the ramparts. With a sense of inevitability, I glared in that direction. The Ghost Pirate Legion commander, Ghost Privateer Captain Bernard Poker. This boss monster, dressed like a modern admiral, had set foot on our ramparts alone. He was draped in his ship's torn sail, worn like a cape over his drenched coat. On his back were a massive cannon and a greatsword. No need for many words. I waved my hand. Prepare to face the Legion commander. The regular soldiers hurriedly fled below the ramparts, and only the hero characters remained, encircling the enemy commander. HMPH. The pirate let out a short sigh and straightened up slowly. You might not believe it, but I'm usually quite mannered at the gambling table. He slowly took out the cannon in his left hand and the greatsword in his right. If I lose, I leave quietly, brushing off my hands. I'm used to being penniless. Beneath his hat, dripping with seawater, his turquoise eyes, flickering with flames, glared at us. But I'm sorry. Today, it seems. I need to cause some trouble. There's nothing to apologize for. Pulling out my staff maestro, I raised a blade of magical power and replied, "We're past the point of exchanging such polite words." The ghost pirate laughed at my words. Master of the storm, controller of tentacles, phantom of the deep sea, Mr. Wild Hunt. The commander of the ghost fleet, the last monster left after losing all others. Bernard Poker roared loudly. Anyway, this world is just a big gambling table. Let's roll in it together, humans. In the next moment, he shot straight towards me. He must have sensed that I am the human commander. His left hand aimed the monstrous cannon at my head, while his right hand, holding the greatsword, was poised to slash me in a single stroke if I entered its range. But I didn't avoid his path. There was no need to. Click. Taking Luca's place, who had gone on an assault operation aboard an airship. The hero character guarding my side leader of the leprosy extermination squad, Torkel, stood in front of me. On his left arm was a giant rectangular shield, firmly held, and in his right hand a large mace. Goddess blessed shield and goddess blessed mace. These were the equipments obtained from a loot box before the battle began. I had issued them to Torkel. The equipment blessed by the goddess herself shone brilliantly in his hands. Torkel, seemingly burdened, flinched every time the equipment emitted dazzling light. No matter how I look at it, these don't seem like the right equipment for me, Your Highness. This isn't the time for that, Torkel. Look ahead. Here he comes. The commander of the Nightmare Legion was charging at us. Torkel let out a low groan and then firmly gripped his equipment. I lightly swung my staff maestro at his shoulder. Smack! Minor buff acquired. Torkel SR receives a 10% increase in defense for 3 minutes buff. It's been a while since I've given a disciplinary buff. Torkel flinched as I hit him with the staff, but then his shoulders tensed up as he felt the effect of the buff. I'll block it. Go for it. Swoosh. Torkel charged forward. Poker, who was rushing towards us, fired his left-hand cannon. Bang! A cannonball, swirling with turquoise magical power, shot out from the cannon. It hit Torkel's shield directly, boom, and immediately a dense explosion ensued. A moment of silence, and then the next instant. Whoosh! Cutting through the smoke, Torkel advanced steadfastly with his dazzling shield leading the way. Torkel's skill set is focused on increased defense and stamina regeneration, and his trait leprosy also provides an advantage in tanking. In short, he's a super pure tanker. The goddess-blessed set given to him this time has additional effects against ghosts and undead monsters. The goddess-blessed shield significantly reduces the damage inflicted by ghosts and undead monsters. Plus, there's the defense buff I provided through Maestro. Even against the commander of the Nightmare Legion, with this level of tanker performance and these items, he can definitely withstand the attack. Bang! BRR bang. Poker kept firing cannonballs, but Torkel withstood them all and steadily advanced towards Poker. Meanwhile, I called the heroes. Junior, Bodybag, Burnout. The three on standby immediately lined up behind me. I nodded. Along with me and Torkel, this makes an impromptu party of 5. These 5 are the core of this boss raid. Even though the party leader is absent, heroes from Penal Squad, Holy Grail Seekers, and Dragonblood Knights are also on standby. Let's go! I swung Maestro to cast buffs on all the visible heroes and shouted. It's time to drive out the pirates. The Ghost Pirate Legion is a legion that concentrated most of its power on the 12 ghost ships. It's not much different from a regular army. Just like Marines without a warship, tank soldiers without a tank, or Air Force without fighters become significantly weaker. At the point when they tragically lost these ghost ships, the rest of the Legion members were left with only a bit more strength than ordinary monsters, or at a similar level. This also applies to Bernard Poker, the Legion commander. Poker aboard a ghost ship is a damn powerful commander, but once he disembarks, he's not as threatening. Surrounded by dozens of our heroes, his attacks are meticulously marked and countered by Torkel. Poker was gradually pushed into a defensive position, and after enduring a few focused attacks, he became tattered. Tat 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 tat. Burnout fired a volley from his dual crossbows. He had used stationary special crossbows until now, but it seems he collaborated with the alchemy workshop, and forge to create new equipment during my 6 months' absence. It's more portable and versatile for various situations. The bolts poured out, exploding and scattering flames in all directions. Initially, Poker deflected them with his greatsword or blocked them with his sailcloak, but soon he started to dodge, unable to bear them. Then flash, boom, lightning. Arg! For this pirate, always soaked in seawater, lightning is the worst kind of magic. Ha! Junior, pale from exertion, summoned another bolt of lightning. Flash, boom. The lightning not far behind Jupiter's struck Poker. He gritted his teeth and endured, but the damage was evident. Tat, 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 tat. Flash, flash. A barrage of explosive bolts followed by lightning strikes. Poker rolled around the narrow ramparts, narrowly evading the attacks. Even in this situation, his eyes were searching for an opportunity. One move to turn this situation around. But having already lost all the ghost ships, he had no more stakes left to play. Snap! Poker, rolling on the ground, suddenly stopped moving. It was Bodybag who had captured him. Having received the artifact, Magic Amplifier, that temporarily boosts magical power, he successfully immobilized the commander of the Nightmare Legion for a moment by exerting maximum psychokinetic power. And that moment was enough. Tat, 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 tat. Flash, flash. Cough. Burnout's explosive bolts and Junior's lightning swept over the body of the Ghost Pirate Legion commander. Not yet. Not yet. Even after taking such attacks, Poker still refused to give up. Shaking off the psychokinetic power, he took another step back click. There, aimed at him, was the muzzle of an automatic defense turret I had summoned in advance. Sure, this world is a big gambling table, but if all you know is all in, it's hard to call you a good gambler. I smiled wryly and pointed my index finger at him, mimicking the sound bang as if shooting. You're just a shit gambler, Poker. Checkmate. The next moment, my turret unleashed a barrage of magical bullets, piercing Poker's body to shreds. Chapter 422. Even a typical monster would have lost its life long ago from such damage. But Burnout Poker was the commander of the Nightmare Legion. Furthermore, befitting his ghost category, he possessed the gimmick of being able to move for a few seconds even after receiving lethal damage. Hey hey! Scattering his ethereal form like mist from his torn body, the head of the Ghost Pirate Legion laughed wickedly. You've won, humans. But the next moment, Poker lost his form. Abandoning his admiral's hat, coat, cannon, and sword, he became a mere wretched ghost and shot towards me. Swoosh! The ghost, scattering pieces of his ectoplasmic body, rushed at me. I looked at the monster indifferently. Since the odds are against me anyway, allow me this one last annoyance before flipping the board. As Poker laughed boisterously and stretched his ethereal arms towards me, thump. Torkel crushed his final attack. The goddess-blessed mace, in Torkel's hand, emitted a dazzling light as it shattered the phantom's last corporeal form. Growling shortly at the remnants of the defeated enemy commander, I said, "Get out of here, you bastard." Ha ha ha, well done, damn landlubbers. With a vanishing laugh of despair, Poker completely disintegrated. I'll be watching with great interest to see how long you humans can keep winning. As the immense hostility vanished, Torkel exhaled a long breath and slowly straightened up. I patted his back. Good job, Torkel. I just did what had to be done. Simultaneously, the dark clouds that had loomed in the sky began to disperse as if it were a lie. The pouring storm ceased, and soon only the dazzling sunshine remained. The wet southern plains sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. The post-rain scenery held a blinding clarity. For a moment, everyone on the ramparts was speechless, looking down at the landscape. Comrades, I was the first to snap out of it and shouted to the heroes around me. We have won. As I raised my arm high, the heroes around me responded with cheers. Then I shouted to the soldiers below the ramparts. I declare it again, my people, we have won. Whoa, the soldiers cheered, throwing their helmets into the air. For me, and for the heroes and soldiers alike, I couldn't remember when was the last time I made a speech after a victorious battle. I continued speaking without hiding the heat in my voice. Thanks to everyone's tireless training and preparation, day and night, we were able to repel the monsters in this defense battle without any losses. For the first time in the defense battles against the Nightmare Legion commander, we were able to annihilate them without any casualties on our side. There were various favorable situations for us, and luck played a part too. But still, the fact that we fought very well cannot be denied. Yes, we really did fight well. just as I had grown mentally while fighting to find myself during the past 6 months, during these 6 months, fighting battles without me. My heroes and soldiers had also grown. I promise you all. After catching my breath, I voiced the words I wanted to say to the people here. From now on, I will stand at the forefront, waving our flag. Some people looked puzzled, not understanding what I meant, while others were simply bewildered. There were also those who, regardless of what I said, just kept cheering. I will uphold the banner of this monster frontline, which stands for saving people and killing monsters, until the very end. I wondered how many among all these heroes and soldiers understood the true meaning of my words. It's all right if they don't understand. They're all people who have believed in me and waited patiently. I'm merely conveying my sincerity. Now, I am not going anywhere. No more wandering or doubting. I will stay here with you all until the end. After glancing over everyone, I shouted loudly. So, stand with me. There will come a day when we won't be able to achieve an easy victory like today. Many deaths, much pain, and a lot of sorrow will again engulf this frontline. But despite that, no matter what adversity we face, I will stand in front with the flag held high, believing that, just like before, you all will stand behind me, just as sunshine follows a storm. Believing that once we overcome these long and arduous trials, a dazzling true ending will come. After looking at each person's face, I smiled broadly and raised my arms high. Let's celebrate our victory. Then I shouted the words everyone was most eagerly awaiting. Prepare the feast. Stage 20 clear. Stage MVP Lucas SSR, Damien X, Torkel SR, level up characters, Torkel SR, LV51. Eligible for third job advancement. Plus 20 others expand list deceased characters. None injured characters. None acquired items. Ghost Pirate Legion Magic Stones. 340 Ghost Privateer Captain Magic Corps, SSR. 1. Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Pirates Random Reward Box. 10. Get ready for the next stage. Next stage. Ever Black. After a defense battle, the usual procedure involves collecting and incinerating useful materials from the corpses of monsters. But today, an additional step was added to this process. And that was, it's fish, collecting the scattered fish all over the ground. The stormy sea skill of the Ghost Pirate Legion had absurdly connected the sky to somewhere in the vast southern ocean. Naturally, all sorts of fish were swept along with the seawater and fell down. In the southern fields filled with seawater, fish with glittering scales were floundering in great numbers. Not just fish, but octopuses, squids, clams, shrimps, and various other rare marine creatures had been swept up and fallen in the middle of the land. Since they would just dry up and die if left alone, it's better to use them for today's feast. Yay, a fish party! Evangeline cheered repeatedly, then, carrying a large basket on her head, rushed towards the fields. Since Crossroad is an inland city, fish are rare to see and naturally rare to taste. Evangeline seemed thrilled at the prospect of indulging in seafood, which she rarely ate, not even bothering to wipe the drool from her mouth as she eagerly filled her basket. Other heroes and soldiers also joined in this unexpected seafood festival, each with their baskets at their sides, collecting the fish. You get it off me. Seeing Quillen screaming, his limbs tightly wrapped by a large octopus, I turned to look beside me. I gave you a difficult task, but I'm glad everyone is safe. Lucas, also carrying a large basket at his waist, laughed heartily. You assigned us tasks that matched our capabilities, my lord. It was us who overdid it at the end, pushing the airship Geronimo too hard. All the heroes who had embarked on the Geronimo for interception were safe. The Geronimo had crash-landed, and everyone got a bit dizzy from the crash, but they all seemed fine now. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen clams. Let's thread them into a necklace. Hurry, hurry! Verdandi and Duskbringer were excitedly picking up clams, their eyes sparkling. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits. As this unexpected fish harvest festival unfolded, with everyone happily filling their baskets with fish for dinner, Your Highness, Damien came running breathlessly. I looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Among the fish, among them. There's a mermaid. There was a mermaid. I widened my eyes at Damien's words. A mermaid? Why would there be a mermaid? That's right. When the stormy sea gate opened to the southern ocean, the mermaids there must have been accidentally swept up. Slapping my forehead at this unexpected situation, I asked Damien, "Where is it now?" "I've put it over there. I did some first aid, but I thought I should report to you first. Good job, Damien. Lead the way. The mermaid species, once counted among the four major races, was known to have left this continent after the tribal wars 100 years ago. It was said that only their mixed-blood descendants remained here. Could there still be pure mermaids left in this region? With various thoughts in mind, I arrived at the place Damien led me to. And there, well, it's a mermaid, but the creature before me was entirely different from what I had imagined. I whispered to Damien in confusion. Isn't a mermaid supposed to have a human upper body and a fish lower body? Why is it the other way around with this one? I'm sorry, Your Highness. This is my first time seeing a mermaid too. Damien, equally flustered, was sweating profusely. This mermaid, sitting arrogantly with its long brown legs crossed, was human from the legs down. The upper body was that of a fish, shimmering with scales. Its large, fishy eyes, struggling to breathe through its gills, suddenly turned and looked at me. This is just a fish, not a mermaid. Is this the original form of the mermaid species? Where did my childhood dreams go? Tusk, Tusk, get rid of your prejudices, Ash. Then Dusk Bringer appeared behind me, her basket full of clams. She was walking in a funny manner, holding a large clam in her hand, resembling a playful otter. Mermaids in the sea take the form of fish, but they're shapeshifters who can adapt their bodies for convenience on land. So, they can transform. Yes, exactly. Depending on their level of mastery, the degree of transformation varies. This mermaid can change half of its body. So that means, it means it can switch the transforming part. This friend here can probably change its parts too. No sooner had she finished speaking than the mermaid's entire body began to glow blue. Look, it's transforming. Ha ha, what do you think? Am I not quite knowledgeable? Wow, wow, that's amazing. I watched this fascinating polymorph or shapeshifting with interest. And then, flash. The mermaid transformed into having its left half human and right half fish. Even after transforming, the mermaid struggled to maintain balance and flopped painfully on the ground. Both Dusk Bringer and I watched this scene in silence. What's this? That's when it happened. Wait a moment, I'll try communicating with them. Serenade, having heard the news, hurried over. Right. Serenade is a half-blood between a mermaid and a human. She might have a solution to this situation. Crouching in front of the mermaid, Serenade gestured with her hands in various shapes. The mermaid responded by mimicking the shapes with its one hand. What were they doing? Dusk Bringer, breaking open a large clam and nibbling on its contents, explained. Mermaids typically communicate through sign language. It's impossible to converse with voices underwater, isn't it? Ah, that makes sense. In front of me, where the half-fish, half-human and Serenade continued their hand-sign conversation, the mermaid suddenly slapped the ground with its fin, as if realizing something, and then flash, transformed again. As the blue light faded, there appeared a typical fairy tale image of a merman, with a human upper body and a fish lower body. His bronze, muscular upper body was that of a warrior, and his typically blue mermaid hair was so dark it was almost black. Under thick eyebrows, his eyes shone like sapphires. Both the eyebrows and the lush beard growing under his chin were blue, and on his head was a crown made of pearls. Wait, a crown. Now able to use both hands, the merman fluently, so to speak, communicated in sign language, and after about a minute, Serenade introduced him to us. May I present, Your Highness? This gentleman is the last king of the mermaid species remaining on this continent. A hint of bewilderment mixed into Serenade's expression. King Poseidon, XIII. I was even more astonished upon hearing the name. Why is a mermaid king here, of all places? Chapter 423, Mermaid King Poseidon XIII. He is the king and chieftain leading the few remaining merfolk on this continent. This man, currently in the parlor of the Lord's mansion, occupying a portable bathtub, is receiving a hair arrangement from Ada. The once disheveled blue hair is quickly being braided into stylish dreadlocks. Just like when he did it for Nameless before, this director guy, why is he such a pro at trimming hair? Seeing his reflection in the water, the Mermaid King, apparently very pleased, burst into a wide smile and gave a thumbs up. Ada, too, laughing merrily, returned the gesture. Is the thumbs-up gesture universal? The Mermaid King continued to pour out words in sign language, and Serenade translated them by his side. From what I gathered, after the racial war, most merfolk left this continent for new lands or deep-sea territories. However, some who couldn't abandon their long-time home remained. King Poseidon, XIII, was their leader. They were drifting along the ocean currents across the continent and happened to be staying in the southern sea at the time. Then the gate of the stormy sea suddenly opened in the southern sea, sucking in numerous marine creatures. Trying to forcefully close this gate, the Mermaid King was swept away by it. Glancing at the Mermaid King's fluttering tail fin, I thought to myself, one of the pieces of the Fallen King plan just rolled in so easily. The Fallen King plan, or the Foreign Legion nurturing method, a dream team recruitment strategy that mainly enlists wandering mercenaries with tags like King, Chieftain, or Monarch. If these fallen kings can be assimilated into one organization in game data terms, it becomes the strongest army. Theoretically, that is. Of course, the hero parties of fallen kings are powerful in data terms. After all, they were the ones leading a country's forces until the end. Moreover, the fallen kings lead their respective remaining forces. If their armies can be incorporated, it would rapidly increase in size. But integrating them into one army is another issue. Now that Fernandez has won the imperial succession battle, we also need to increase our power. Although it's still unclear, it's almost certain that Fernandez will be hostile towards us. Having ended my half-year of wandering and returned, I must now accelerate this plan. A fish? No, a mermaid king has fallen into my lap like this. I must definitely grill and boil it. Not in the culinary sense, but in a persuasive sense. I will take responsibility for transporting you to the Southern Sea. You need not worry. As soon as the airship Geronimo is repaired, I decided to take him to the Southern Sea. The airship only needs minor maintenance, and the Southern Sea isn't far via flight route, so it won't take long to return him to his sea. I cautiously suggested to him, bowing his head in gratitude. How about it, King Poseidon? There's a banquet tonight. Why not attend and grace the occasion? Upon my suggestion, King Poseidon readily nodded. A banquet, an offer a king cannot refuse. I will gladly attend. Serenade, who took on the role of a temporary interpreter, relayed his words in a thick tone and then, caught by my staring, hurriedly turned away in embarrassment. That's what he said. Her voice trailed off. No, it's fun. Keep going like that. Things are going well. I grinned to myself. Maybe it's time to kickstart the Fallen King plan. The defense battle had ended, and not even half a day had passed before the citizens who had fled for refuge began to return. As evening approached, the city was slowly regaining its vitality. The returned citizens rejoiced at the successful defense and were also astonished to hear of my return. Since that's the case, everyone come and take some fish. Let's have a seafood party tonight. Piles of fish, reclaimed, were stacked like mountains. Although the magicians had applied cold magic to make preservation somewhat easier, they still needed to be consumed quickly. Otherwise, handling them would become increasingly difficult over time. Not just chefs, but also cooks and the returning citizens dove into the mountain of fish, preparing dishes for tonight's banquet. And now, here I am, standing in front of the fish. Senior, what about sashimi? Sashimi. Please give me sashimi. Lord's mansion. Kitchen. Evangeline is pestering me fiercely right beside me. This kid, she must have been really looking forward to it since I mentioned sashimi. But now I've come to realize something. Squish. I have no talent for actual knife work. And obviously, I've never learned how to prepare sashimi. I thought it would be enough to just thinly slice the fish flesh, filleted. From basic preparations like removing innards to skillfully separating flesh from bones without ruining it. I have no experience at all. I've never even gone fishing in my life. Eventually, my first attempt at preparing sashimi ended in utter failure. A poor fish was brutally mutilated, nothing more. Evangeline's gaze beside me is becoming increasingly suspicious. Damn it, this won't do. I have a culinary obligation to pass on the taste of sashimi to my junior. I gave up on using the knife directly and instead took out my staff maestro, summoning a magical blade. At least I am more confident in controlling this. Hop, crack, but the magical blade, once swung, split both the chopping board and table in half. Kairak, senior, by any chance? With an even more suspicious look, Evangeline asked, is the toast you made before the only thing you know how to cook? No, no, that's not it. Are you doubting me now? I can cook ramen quite well, fried rice too, and I'm confident in kimchi stew. There are just things I can't make in this world. In the end, I gave up on direct knife work. I decided to switch to assistance cooking mode, so I shouted, "Lucas, help me out. Just leave it to me, my lord." Lucas, who was standing by, rolled up his sleeves and walked up to me. Lucas drew the bestowed sword from his waist, forged a knife out of light, and then, hop, boom. The blade of light hit the chopping board and exploded, reducing the new fish to dust without leaving a trace. Lucas furrowed his brow looking at the blade of light in his hand. Cooking is difficult. Don't destroy it, just slice the fish. Could it be that strike of will is automatically activated when he swings his sword? After Lucas put away the bestowed sword and took another kitchen knife, the result was much the same. With each strike, the fish was obliterated without a trace. After turning the fifth fish into mush, Lucas murmured with a serious face, "I guess I'm not talented in cooking. It's okay. At least you have a definite talent for destruction with a sword. Out of the way, step aside, let me try." Evangeline pushed us aside and rolled up her sleeves. And a moment later, boom, ag, kaya, we three narrowly escaped from the exploding kitchen. Evangeline, who had boldly stepped forward, hesitated to put the knife into the fish, her hand trembling. When she finally brought the knife down awkwardly, the misaligned scales flew up. Panicked by the scales flying towards her face, Evangeline jumped back. And just like that, Unstoppable was activated. She crashed into the stove and hearth with the momentum of her leap, destroying everything boom. The entire kitchen was engulfed in an explosion and collapse. Staring dumbfounded at the wrecked kitchen, I couldn't help but scream. How the hell does cooking end up like this? You catastrophic culinary beginners. See, senior, you're hardly one to talk, all confident about sashimi, and look what happened. To think the Lord's mansion, which even monsters couldn't destroy, has come to this by our hands. We hurriedly put out the fire and sorted out the situation, and I felt a wave of exhaustion hit me. What good is a mountain of fish if we can't even properly slice one piece of sashimi, and all we have are complete novices? That's when Mermaid King Poseidon, half submerged in his portable bathtub, came towards us, having heard the commotion outside. He looked over the chaos in the kitchen and our disheveled state, then extended his hand and motioned to me. I was holding a kitchen knife, dumbfounded, and handed it to him. "Ha, should I give you the knife?" Nodding, he took it. Mermaid King Poseidon, with the knife in hand, skillfully sliced sashimi from a fish he picked out from a basket in the corner of what used to be the kitchen. In no time, the bones were removed, the innards were cleared, and only the flesh remained on the cutting board. We all stood in awe for different reasons, watching his waste-free knife skills. Do mermaids eat fish? Isn't that like cannibalism? Well, fish eat fish, so. Anyway, in front of us, Mermaid King Poseidon suddenly presented a plate of neatly sliced sashimi and nodded. I quickly grabbed a surviving fork and speared a piece of sashimi, popping it into my mouth. Wow, this is freaking delicious, even without soy sauce or wasabi. The tangy taste of the fresh sashimi moved me to tears. This is it. This is the stuff. So damn tasty. Are we really eating it raw? But Evangeline and Lucas looked at me as if I was bizarre. In this world, where eating things raw is almost unheard of, they saw me as someone with strange eating habits. No, hey, really, if there was soy sauce, wasabi, or even samjing here, you guys would be blown away. Go get some soju. On the contrary, Mermaid King Poseidon seemed impressed by me gobbling down the raw fish. He gave me a thumbs up, and I returned the gesture. Sashimi is the best. Since Lucas and Evangeline still seemed hesitant to try, I rummaged through the half-destroyed kitchen for lemon juice, vinegar, and olive oil, and lightly seasoned the sashimi. After hesitantly trying the sashimi, their expressions changed slightly. Oh, definitely. The texture is interesting. Oh, it has an addictive taste. Right, right. Told you sashimi is delicious. Eat more, you guys. But they shook their heads and backed off. I'm sorry, my lord. This is as far as I go. I prefer it well cooked, or maybe steamed. Hey, where are you going, hey? Do you think you'll get to eat sashimi this often? Hey, don't go, the two knights declared. We'll go wreak havoc at the victory banquet, and hurried off towards the central plaza. You bastards. Ah, damn it. If I just had soy sauce and samjing, I could have made you all fall in love with this. Why can't you appreciate this deliciousness? Sob. A hand landed on my shoulder as I sniffled. Turning around, it was Mermaid King Poseidon. He had already prepared another fish entirely into sashimi. Sparkle. He showed a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and gave a thumbs up with his other hand. I was moved. Mermaid King. I hurriedly grabbed a bottle of alcohol and a glass from the nearby cabinet. Fine. Let's forget those who don't know the real taste of fish. Let's have our own feast, Mermaid King Poseidon. Leaving behind the half-destroyed kitchen, we went back to the parlor. And there, we had a grand time, sharing drinks and enjoying the sashimi. Although we couldn't speak the same language, who cares when there are delicious drinks and snacks? We communicated through gestures and enjoyed our drinks. Haha, good. I feel like I'm getting along with this man. This should smoothly progress the Fallen King plan. Ha! How much did I drink? Feeling good from the sashimi I hadn't had in a long time, I kept drinking and must have lost consciousness. I raised my heavy head, groaning. I should have drunk moderately. And then, I finally noticed the kitchen knife touching my neck. Chills ran down my spine from its cold touch. I slowly looked forward. Our race lost our homeland because of the ever-black empire. The man sitting in front of me, the man pointing a knife at me. Mermaid King Poseidon was slowly speaking. My father, mother, and siblings lost their lives to the soldiers of the ever-black empire. I heard mermaids communicate through sign language instead of vocalization, but his spoken language was very fluent. Was his earlier clumsy appearance all an act? Swallowing dryly, I looked around, but there was no one, not even the servants. Perhaps they all went to the central square for the banquet night. With his eyes shining like deep blue sapphires, Mermaid King Poseidon XIII gazed intently at me. So I ask you, Prince Ash. He had been waiting for this opportunity. For a moment when we were alone. Why should I, who lost everything to the ever-black empire, spare your life? While threatening me with the knife in one hand, he held a half-empty bottle of alcohol in the other, taking occasional sips. The friendly smile he had shown all this time seemed like a lie. Mermaid King Poseidon glared at me with a cold, hardened face. Convince me before this bottle runs out, Prince Ash. That's when I remembered. There is one very big problem with the Fallen King plan. All the fallen kings are notoriously bad-tempered, unwilling to be under anyone, and crucially, most have a grudge against the Empire. Chapter 424. Silence lingered for a moment. Mermaid King Poseidon, with a kitchen knife aimed at my neck, and me, needing to answer his question. Why should he, who lost everything to the ever-black empire, not harm me, the third prince of the same empire? I steadied my breath and then smiled. Isn't it obvious? Because only I in this world can save them. Only I can provide what they truly need. I will stop all persecutions of different races by the human race. What? Mermaid King Poseidon let out a perplexed groan at my unexpected words. But I didn't stop. I will return the lands that were originally yours. What? Driven from their homelands, confined to autonomous districts, exiled beyond the continent, scattered around the world. Different races all harbor deep resentment for their lost homes. I placed my hand over my heart. I, ash-born hater Everblack, swear on my name. I will help you reclaim your homes, the land and seas you and your people have lost, and even your history and pride. A tense silence filled the dimly lit parlor. After a while, Mermaid King Poseidon slowly opened his mouth. I don't understand. His deep sea-like eyes pierced into me. Why would you do that? What reason do you have to help us? You have it backward, Mermaid King Poseidon. I adjusted my posture to sit more comfortably. To protect the world, we need everyone's strength. That's why I'm offering a price that would willingly make you risk your lives. Mermaid King Poseidon's brow furrowed at my words. Protect the world. Crossroad is the front line that fends off monsters for all worlds. I tapped the armrest of the sofa I was sitting on with my hand. But Prince Fernandez, the second prince, has given up the fight against the monsters and declared surrender to the king of monsters. That's why I intend to oppose him. And for that, I need as many allies as possible. I spoke frankly. It was a situation where it seemed okay to do so. The ever-black empire, located at the center of the world. But that doesn't mean it's the whole world. Outside the empire, there are as many people as in the empire. Small nations, different races, nomadic tribes, and those who don't even belong to these groups. They are the fallen kings. I intend to unite them as much as possible. And I know, between the victorious second prince from the imperial succession battle and the third prince who was dealing with monsters in the southern wilderness, which side has better odds? Most would side with the second prince. So, I'm offering a big deal. I'm raising the stakes because I want you to side with me in this unfavorable situation. I promise what the different races most desire. In short, it's a blank check. If you help me defeat Fernandez, I will make sure you get such a reward. A potentially victory-dependent, irresponsibly slick talk. But still, despite all that, Mermaid King Poseidon's face sank into serious contemplation. The rope I threw might be flimsy, but until now, no one had even thrown such a flimsy rope in their direction. 100 years since the racial wars, during which the Everblack Empire seized world hegemony and flexibly manipulated the continent under the sun. The losers who had to hide in the shadows. I am making them an offer they cannot refuse. After all, if they remain passive like this, they will forever crawl at the bottom. Rather than that, it would be better to gather all the remaining stakes with me and try our hand at one last game. Let's make one thing clear. After pondering, Mermaid King Poseidon slowly opened his mouth. Do you truly have the capacity to fulfill that promise? I do. Strictly speaking, I will have that right soon. After all, if a clash with Fernandez is inevitable, and if I can defeat him, the likely next emperor after his victory in the imperial succession battle, of course, that right will belong to me, the victor. It's a simple choice. Either lose and let the world be destroyed by monsters, or win and steer the world as I wish. And I have no intention of losing, not even the slightest. I'm a warrior who fights monsters. I didn't come all this way to be defeated in a civil war among humans. I will win. And for that, appeasing the whims of all the fallen kings is a relatively easy task. After a bit more silence, Clunk Mermaid King Poseidon, having emptied the bottle, placed it on the table with a light sigh. I've heard about what you've been doing on land through various channels. Ha, he knew about me. The front lines you lead, and your city treat all races equally in the face of monsters. Heard you took in that dragon lady. You also sheltered survivors from the beastmen tribes. News like this has even attracted the attention of the Elven Queen and the Dwarf Lord. Seems like I was more popular than I knew. That's why I tested your true intentions. If it offended you, I apologize. I hope you don't take it too hard. Rattle, Mermaid King Poseidon, slowly withdrew the knife he had pointed at my neck and placed it on the table. But it wasn't a knife. It was a long rod of ice. Using his ability to manipulate water, he had turned the water from the bathtub into an ice rod and pretended it was a knife against my neck. Of course, I thought it was a knife. In my half-asleep, drunken state, and just after he had been slicing sashimi with a real knife, when something cold was pressed against my neck. Naturally, I assumed it was a knife, but it was ice. I still hate the Everblack Empire, Mermaid King Poseidon murmured calmly. I still despise humans, but as the leader of my race, I know your offer is an opportunity that won't come again. Does that mean? Consider it positively, putting down the bottle, the knife, the ice. With empty hands, Mermaid King Poseidon showed a bitter smile. After all, we have nothing more to lose. After Mermaid King Poseidon, XIII had dragged his portable bathtub to the guest room. Alone in the empty parlor, I gulped down cold water and, looking up at the ceiling, exhaled deeply. It's safe to come out now, Elise. No sooner had I spoken, whirl thump, a shadow moved from the ceiling of the parlor, and a maid with navy blue hair agilely dropped down. Serenade's exclusive guard and housekeeper, Sword Master Elise. Elise scanned the area where Mermaid King Poseidon had exited with sharp eyes. I was ready to intervene if the situation escalated, but it seems to have resolved amicably, so I remained hidden. Well done. Serenade, having finished interpreting and returning to handle Merchant Guild affairs, left Elise to monitor Mermaid King Poseidon in case of an emergency. Our Merchant Guild has been trading with the remaining merfolk for some time. The blue coral I presented to you before was also acquired from them. Serenade earnestly cautioned me to be careful. I heard it from them back then. The current king of the merfolk is quite violent and emotional. Please be careful, Your Highness. I'll leave Elise here to monitor just in case. So, although it seemed like I was having a royal showdown with Mermaid King Poseidon, in truth, I had the insurance of Elise. If things had gone south, Elise would have immediately intervened to protect me. Even if Mermaid King Poseidon is a formidable opponent, Elise, an SSR-rated swordsman, could certainly protect me. It's always best to have a safety net when possible, right? There are times when one must gamble everything on a single move, but the best strategy is always to operate within a realm of certainty. The more insurance, the better. As I smiled, Elise cautiously observed me. "Excuse me for asking, Your Highness. I overheard your conversation while hiding above." "Ha! You said you would fight Prince Fernandez." "Really? To gather the divided kings of different races and challenge Prince Fernandez, the victor of the imperial succession battle. Even Lord Lark, leading the elite First Imperial Army, was defeated." Elise seemed quite worried. "That's understandable. Her mistress, Serenade, had committed her family and even her life to me. And here I am, planning to face off against the victor of the imperial succession. It's natural for her to be concerned. But I just said it, Elise. If there's a safety net, then I'll use it. It's the same as the negotiation with Mermaid King Poseidon today. I will prepare thoroughly and then challenge Fernandez. But before that, I'll prepare another, insurance. Insurance to tilt the odds of victory in my favor. I've devised a plan while wandering in the darkness. If things go as planned, the battle with Fernandez might be surprisingly easy." I rubbed my hands together and grinned wickedly. "Just watch. I'll give my smart older brother a taste of his own medicine." Elise looked at me with complex eyes. She trusts me, but still, it's undeniable that Fernandez is a formidable opponent. Well, what can I do? I prove myself with results. "You've worked hard on overtime, Elise. Let's go to the central square." "Ha! It's the night of the victory banquet. It would be a shame to end it just watching from the rooftop, wouldn't it?" I led Elise out of the mansion and headed towards the central square. Despite the late hour, the square was brightly lit, filled with the sounds of singing and lively conversations. "Ah, Your Highness. Why are you only coming now, Your Highness? All the alcohol is gone. We've almost finished all the fish." The soldiers noticed me and erupted into noisy laughter. Having just come from another battle of negotiations for alliance after the fight with the monsters. But no need to mention that. "I ran out of drinks, so I came to refill them, you bastards." Just then, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild appeared, carting expensive alcohol stored in their warehouse. Serenade, having finished her backlog of work, was leading them. "Your Highness!" Seeing me and Elise safe, Serenade showed a relieved smile. I smiled back and thought to myself, Mermaid King Poseidon is just the beginning. Now I will gather the fallen kings scattered across the world here in Crossroad. I will make them an offer they cannot refuse. Even if I have to borrow the rights of the victor, even if I have to bluff and mix lies, I will bring them all under my command. In the end, it's a simple choice. Either let the world be destroyed by monsters in defeat, or win and steer the world as I desire. I no longer fear or hesitate before this choice. The dice have already been cast. I will move the world. Chapter 425. The world was burning. Standing atop the walls of the imperial capital, New Terra, Fernandez gazed down in dismay. The entire world, every horizon within sight, was death and flames. A horrific wave of monsters surged endlessly from the south. The Monster Legion, having penetrated the southern front, swept north, engulfing the entire world. Humanity struggled to resist. United under the command of the Emperor, they fought with their lives on the line. But they were defeated. The fortresses fell, and massacres occurred in the cities. Mountains and rivers were dyed with blood, and monsters devoured human corpses. The endlessly multiplying greenskins trampled over human cities. In the fields and valleys, werewolves hunted people. Those who fled to the sea met ghost pirates and were left stranded in the vast ocean. Those enchanted by succubi were hung alive and drained of their vitality. On top of the high piles of corpses, the black spider queen laid her new eggs. The bloodkin freely drank human blood and craved human flesh. Above this hell on earth, the plague spread endlessly. Under the sky flickering endlessly with ominous and bright magical lights, the humanity's last stand, composed of the strongest knights and wizards, was defeated by the Demonkin Legion, and the retreating last stand was burned by the black dragons that swooped down with their black flames. Watching the end of the world, Fernandez could only let out a hollow moan. There were 4 foretold downfalls of the Empire. Despite victories on the Dragon's Blood front, the Shadow front, and the Foreign Guards front, the final monster front was insurmountable. The overwhelming monsters that flooded from beneath the Black Lake were too strong and numerous, utterly beyond human resistance. Now, the last remaining stronghold of humanity was here in New Terra. However, the final defense line spread across the walls of New Terra crumbled all too easily under the wave of monsters from all sides. "Fight!" Resist to the end. Let them know we were here. The emperor was fighting, in front of the southern gate of the imperial capital, leading the remnants of his personal guard. He fought to the last, swinging his sword tirelessly, as befits a transcendent who had long surpassed human limits, the last prince to rule the world. But the defeat was clear. The countless monsters devoured the imperial guards one by one and ultimately led them to their death. At one point, no living person remained around the emperor. Huff, huff, huff. Thud before the blood-soaked emperor, three monsters landed. A magician wearing a wide-sleeved robe, a ceremonial hat decorated with small beads, and his face covered with a large amulet attached to the hat. The grand sorceress White Knight, horns like a deer's protruding amidst cream-colored hair. A woman in a splendid dress, wearing a mask suitable for a masquerade, hiding her eyes. The demon guard commander Cromwell, dressed in a neat black and white suit, with long black hair hanging loosely and shining golden dragon eyes. A being in human form, but in essence a dragon. The black dragon, Nightbringer. The three monsters each raised their powers, staring at the emperor who resisted to the last. The emperor's sword, which had been swinging tirelessly, suddenly fell to the ground. The emperor looked at his dead subordinates, the destroyed walls of the city, and the torn flags of the empire in turn. So it is, he muttered bitterly. Dot, 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 it seems this is the end. Flash. The three monster commanders simultaneously launched at the emperor. Countless magical bullets fired by the grand sorceress rained down on the emperor. The emperor, fending them off with his sword, faced a direct charge from the Demon Legion commander. The woman with red skin saw her muscles swell rapidly. Then, using the membranous wings spread on her back, flew in at a terrifying speed. The demon's fist and foot, along with her tail that whipped like a lash, fiercely battered the emperor's sword. Pressured by two monsters attacking from close and long range, the emperor kept getting pushed back and eventually revealed an opening. And the black dragon did not miss that gap. Snap! With a flick of the black dragon's finger, an invisible, formless force poured out, penetrating the parts the emperor couldn't defend with his sword. Puff! The emperor blankly stared down at his chest. Blood was spurting out like a fountain from the hole in his chest. The formless force had made a small hole in the center of his chest, but as it passed through his back, it tore the emperor's flesh into shreds, like a cannonball. The emperor, bleeding from his chest and back, slowly collapsed. The knees of the human who had never known subjugation finally touched the ground. The emperor, coughing blood from his nose and mouth, suddenly raised his head. Thud, thud, thud. To the south, beyond the horizon, a massive, grotesque monster appeared. The grand sorceress, the Demon Legion commander, and the black dragon all kneeled in respect before the newly appeared creature. It was a woman with her face covered by a mourning veil, charred at the edges. Her dress, too, had its hem and sleeves burned, and the tall crown on her head was scorched and blackened, even her long white hair trailing to the ground. The ends were blackened by fire. In her hand, a longsword made of pitch-black darkness. Facing the approaching most powerful and worst monster, the emperor muttered the opponent's name with blood-filled lips. The sleepless princess of the lake. The walking nightmare that single-handedly annihilated the southern front. The worst monster, embodying all the curses of the Lake Kingdom, had finally descended upon humanity's last land. The sleepless princess of the lake, reaching the emperor, indifferently stared at him and then, raising the sword in her hand, clang. She swiftly beheaded the emperor. The emperor's body, now without a head, lifelessly fell to the side. The last leader of humanity died thus. Father, watching this scene from the walls, Fernandez wept tears of blood. Ah, ah! He was powerless, too powerless. Despite being the Empire's guardian, the last wizard in this world, there was nothing he could do. The sleepless princess of the lake, having slain the emperor, raised her free hand towards the southern gate of New Terra and then clenched it. Crack! With that, the gate was twisted and torn away in an instant by black magic. Cough! Fernandez, spreading a defensive spell on the wall, couldn't resist the immense power and spat out blood, falling backwards. With a casual flick of her hand, the sleepless princess of the lake made the torn gate roll pathetically on the ground. The last defense line of humanity collapsed in vain. Is it my turn now? And inside the gate, Lark, missing an arm and a leg, waited and then, using his longsword as a cane, struggled to his feet. Fernandez shouted from atop the wall towards Lark. Brother, No, it's impossible. Retreat, we can't stop that monster. Fernandez, I'm sorry. It's my fault for letting things come to this. Despite Fernandez's desperate cries, Lark just faintly smiled towards the wall. Let's meet again in the afterlife. And Lark, with a battle cry, charged towards the monsters. Boom. In the next moment, with a mere gesture from the sleepless princess of the lake, he shattered into pieces. Blood droplets scattered like rain in all directions. Brother, brother, Fernandez screamed, shedding blood tears. Then, in his ear, it seems we're the only ones left now. He heard his younger brother's voice. Turning around, the youngest of the Imperial Guardians, the third prince, was climbing the wall with a haggard expression. Fernandez dumbly called out his brother's name. Ash! Ash, with eyes as settled as dust, glared at the monsters passing through the gate. Ash, listen. Fernandez wiped the blood from his mouth and gathered his magic power. I'll use my last strength to hide you. You must survive and plan for the future. The world is doomed, brother. There's nowhere to hide or run. But you must survive. Though they had different mothers, they were brothers. In the final battle to save the world, the Guardians had become true comrades and ultimately a family. That's why Fernandez wanted to use his last strength for his brother. But, sorry, brother, but in the next cycle, click, Ash had already drawn a pistol-like magic gun, aiming it at his temple. In the next game, I will definitely save this world. What? This world is endlessly repeating, and it always ends the same. Saying so, Ash silently looked down at New Terra being devoured by monsters. I've only played this game a few times as a player, but no matter what I do, I can't change the ending of the monsters destroying the world. Stop talking nonsense and put the gun down. It's dangerous. Fernandez desperately reached out his hand, but Ash just smiled faintly, paying no heed. But I'll try to change it. If the world repeats infinitely, then we have just as many chances. Click. The safety of the gun was released, and Ash's finger tightened on the trigger. Don't do this, Ash. Trembling, Fernandez shook his head. Tears were even welling up in his eyes. Don't leave me alone here. Please, Ash. If you die too, that can't happen. We brothers, the Guardians, must fight together. You know, brother, Ash chuckled. Even though you were an annoying, pompous freeloader, fighting together was somewhat fun. Ash. No, see you again, brother. As Fernandez ran towards Ash, Ash gently closed his eyes. I'll definitely protect you next time. Bang. Blood splattered in all directions. Ash's body, having committed suicide with the gun, fell forward. Fernandez stumbled a few steps, then fell to his knees and covered his mouth. In the end, all the fighting, all the struggle, all the sacrifice, it was all in vain. The Guardians had fallen and the world would end. This was such an ending. Then, oh dear, suddenly a voice came from the side. I'm too late. Startled, Fernandez looked over to see a man with grey hair in a worn robe flying through the sky and landing on the wall. The Empire's prophet, Ada. He looked over Ash's body and sighed deeply. Player Ash has accepted defeat and ended his own life. It seems this cycle's battle is decided. Then, if that's the case, we too. A malevolent voice echoed through the air, and black shadows gathered in the empty sky, eventually taking human form. The malevolent lord who created and ruled all monsters. The demon king, with a sneer, formed white cracks on his dark face as he smiled. Shall we move on to the next cycle's game? And all this scene. Fernandez watched in a daze, nothing else he could do. Chapter 426, the demon king gazed intently at Ada and opened his mouth. This time, too, we didn't reach a conclusion satisfying to us all. Neither you nor I could save that person we each long for. Just when will we succeed? Ada silently listened to his adversary's words. The demon king chuckled. Repeating this ordeal over and over, truly tiresome, but well, I've always been good at enduring boredom. The demon king extended a hand made of shadows towards Ada. But how much longer can you endure, Ada? Your soul has long exceeded its limits, and yet you continue this game, even going so far as to pass the player role to another, that kid named Ash. The Demon King looked down at Ash, who lay dead on the city walls, and clicked his tongue. This substitute player really not up to par. Ash will do well, Ada asserted strongly. Better than me, he will do well. Keek, let's wait and see. Then the Demon King looked up at the sky and shouted, let's start the next game. With that, the atmosphere began to ominously ripple. Fernandez blankly listened to the incomprehensible conversation, then suddenly noticed something amiss and looked up at the sky. And Fernandez saw it. In the now pitch-black night sky, densely packed like stars' countless eyes. Flash! A beam of light flashed among those eyes, falling from the sky and enveloping the Demon King. The light began to disintegrate the Demon King's body into fine particles. Even as his body disintegrated, the Demon King smiled leisurely. Then, see you in the next cycle. Hero! Flash! Another beam of light fell upon Ada's head. Ada murmured bitterly, see you again, Demon King. The Demon King vanished first with a bizarre laugh. Finally coming to his senses, Fernandez stumbled forward. Prophet. Hearing his name called, Ada slowly turned around. Fernandez asked in confusion, what on earth? I don't understand any of this. Ash's words, your words, it's all so confusing. There's a repetition of the world. Cycles, game, what is this nonsense? You don't need to know, Fernandez. Ada sighed deeply. More precisely, even if you knew, nothing would change. This world is over, and you in the next cycle won't remember. What does that? Give up everything and embrace a peaceful end. That's the best advice I can offer. As he turned into particles, Ada murmured bitterly, I'm sorry for failing again. Wait, Prophet. Someday, for sure. Prophet. As Fernandez's desperate calls fell on deaf ears, Ada, like the Demon King, completely disappeared. Looking at the empty spots where the Demon King and Ada had been, Fernandez wondered if he had seen a mirage. But it wasn't. The countless eyes still floated in the sky. Each eye, a divine being with a power and will far beyond Fernandez's comprehension. Fernandez barely managed to realize. What in the world? What were these otherworldly guards looking at? Following their gaze, Fernandez eventually realized what the eyes were observing. Ara, Ag, save me. We must flee. The eyes were watching the destruction of this world, like a child peering into an ant hill after a flood. They were looking down at the end of this world, heading towards death with a sense of interest. Bang, crack, crunch. The monsters that had penetrated the city walls started their massacre, and the screams of people cowering within the imperial capital echoed. A massacre occurred. One person, while running away with their child. Another, while fending off the monsters with weapons. While fleeing, hiding, crying, guarding, consoling, holding their breath, prostrating in prayer, fighting died. Sliced, torn, ripped apart, pierced, shattered. Without a single exception, people across the city were brutally killed by the monsters. Everything Fernandez had strived to protect was crumbling like a sandcastle. Please save me. Fernandez covered his ears with his hands, but the screams and roars still pierced directly into his mind. There was no escape. This was hell itself, and the eyes in the sky were intently watching this hellish scene. Don't make me laugh, grind. Fernandez gritted his teeth. Repetition, cycles, game. Stop talking such nonsense. While people cry, suffer, and die. Like resetting a chessboard, placing new pieces, and starting the next game, how could one speak so easily of such things? Fernandez, with tears of blood, looked up at the sky. He confronted the eyes that were observing the destruction of this world. And he thought, if what he had overheard was true, if the world continues to repeat itself, then I will not be a passive victim. He, too, could make a final struggle. Fernandez began to create a new spell on the spot, assuming the premise that the world repeats itself was true. He formulated a spell accordingly, to convey the truth of this world to his next cycle self. Even a very short message would suffice. A fragment of memory, or an image, or if not that, a line of text, no. Even a single word would do, if he could convey a hint about the truth of this world, pouring all his being into it to convey anything to his next cycle self. Then, perhaps, a clear-minded him could realize. At the moment of the world's destruction, watching his citizens die, the last guardian thus created a new spell, and completed it. A spell that, at the cost of his own life, could convey just one letter to his next cycle self. He had created it. Fernandez did not hesitate. He willingly sacrificed his life to activate the spell, and present. Fernandez opened his eyes on the bed. He had dreamt, repeatedly, hundreds, thousands of times. A loathsome nightmare of the Empire's destruction. It felt so vivid, as if he had actually seen it, though he never had. Sigh. Exhaling a sigh, Fernandez slowly got up from the bed. His body was drenched in cold sweat, perhaps due to the nightmare. He threw off his clothes and went into the bathroom. Turning on the hot water, he absent-mindedly looked at the mirror. There was a letter there. In the reflection of the mirror, Fernandez's lean body was densely marked with letters. Fernandez clicked his tongue. I'm not one for tattoos or anything like that. This was a record sent by his past cycle self. More precisely, a total of records sent by his selves from many past cycles. The world had repeated countless times, and the words gathered as the final message became sentences, then stories. The densely inscribed letters on his body were the truth of this world, and at the same time a record of the battles he had fought. Fernandez meticulously examined the records sent by his past self. He does not remember, however. Records do not lie. The world is repeating itself. No matter what is tried, the world ends due to monsters coming from the south. What methods had he used to prevent this destruction? All the records were left on his body. With every accumulated failure, new sentences were etched onto his skin. And now, in this cycle, with no more space left on his body to inscribe messages, now covered from neck to toe in letters, Fernandez suddenly realized the fact that it is impossible to win against the Demon King. Defeat is inevitable. Destruction is certain. Then perhaps surrender is the only option. Accepting the destruction, deciding to surrender to the Demon King, he had made up his mind. And for that to happen, he must become the Emperor, the position to decide the fate of this world and the lives of the Empire's citizens. The seat that held the power of life and death over all people. He must ascend to the throne. Truly, Fernandez loved his family. His father, his brother, his sister, he loved them all. But the greater good of preserving humanity as a species is more important. Therefore, he decided to willingly sacrifice them. Please understand, brother. After finishing his shower and changing into new pajamas, Fernandez murmured quietly, all of this is to protect the Empire. He was not speaking into the empty air. In one corner of the spacious room, there was a portable prison, and Locke was imprisoned there, both arms severed, his magical veins destroyed to prevent him from using magic. Though it was widely rumored that he had been executed, he was certainly alive. Fernandez. Lark looked at his brother with a hoarse voice and dry eyes. His parched lips parted, and a raspy voice barely came out. What exactly are you planning to do? Fernandez gave his brother a faint smile, then slowly walked out of the room. To break this repeating destruction and to survive with the people, in whatever form that takes. As Fernandez stepped out of the room, the corridors of the imperial palace unfolded before him. The place where he had rested was none other than the emperor's chamber. Dressed in pajamas, Fernandez walked leisurely towards the audience chamber. Standing in front of the locked door of the audience chamber, he used a key necklace around his neck to unlock it and stepped inside. Inside the spacious audience chamber, there was a frozen thorn tree everblack and a frozen golden throne sitting alone. The original owner had vanished, leaving the chair empty. Step, step. Approaching, Fernandez slowly sat down in it. A chilling cold spread from the throne, as if biting into his flesh. But undeterred, he leaned fully back in the throne and tightly closed his eyes. He had finally made it here. His father was trapped in the spirit realm, and his brother was captured. There was no one left in the imperial capital to stop him from becoming the emperor. And once he became the emperor, once he became the leader of humanity, he could evacuate humanity, the empire, from the inevitable destruction. Through his final plan, the last arc, Fernandez suddenly rubbed his tired eyes with his hands. The road ahead was long, and this path, demanding much more blood than he had shed so far, was a true path of carnage. But Fernandez had resolved to walk this path willingly. In the end, it's a simple either-or choice. To let defeat happen and the world be destroyed by monsters, or to win and move the world as he wishes. Fernandez made his choice, even if it meant subjugation, even if it was miserable, even if no one in this world would understand him. He would do whatever it takes to protect his people. So, Ash, turning his head towards the distant south, Fernandez whispered, it must be the first time for you to see me move like this. A thin smile stretched across his narrow lips. How will you try to stop me? Chapter 427, the struggle between Crown Prince Lark and Second Prince Fernandez had initially been sluggish. For Lark, Fernandez's imperial defense forces were never the enemy. They were citizens of the same country, just temporarily divided. That's why he couldn't be cruel. He couldn't mercilessly kill them. On the other hand, Fernandez used every tactic to delay Lark's army. Fernandez had the Aegis Special Forces, experts in dirty operations. They didn't hesitate to use all kinds of traps, including taking civilians hostage to stall the enemy. They continuously harassed the rear and flanks of the First Legion, exploiting any vulnerabilities. Fernandez also had the Empire's finest army of mages, the Mage Corps. The mage known as Cold Wind, Rene, who led the Mage Corps, relentlessly attacked the First Legion. Since Rene herself originally came from the First Legion, she knew their strategies and weaknesses inside out. She constantly exploited the First Legion's vulnerabilities. In a direct confrontation, Lark and the First Legion were overwhelmingly strong. That's why Fernandez and his forces avoided frontal battles. After 1 or 2 months of stalemate, as the exhausting war dragged on past half a year, a sudden event changed the course of the war. A secret piece of intelligence was received in Lark's camp. It was information that the Emperor, who had been detained in the palace, was planning an escape outside New Terra. Since escaping alone would be difficult under Fernandez's strict surveillance, the Emperor's side requested the First Legion's help. The seal, signature, and handwriting on the request were undoubtedly the Emperor's. However, Lark had an intuition that it was a deception. Fernandez was extremely skilled in deception. This, too, must be a trap. But if by chance it was the real Emperor? As the commander of the Imperial forces, a knight sworn to loyalty to the Emperor, and above all, as his son, Lark couldn't ignore it. After much contemplation, Lark decided to go meet the Emperor alone. If it was the real Emperor, he could escort him out himself, and if it was a trap, he could escape without endangering others. And as expected, it was a trap. Specifically, not a trap for Lark, but a trap to attack the First Legion while Lark was away. The critical weakness of the First Legion was that everything hinged too much on its commander, Lark. Both in terms of military power and leadership, the First Legion had an overly imperial command structure. During the 3 days Lark was away from the camp, the First Legion faced a total offensive from the Imperial Defense Forces and the Mage Corps, with the commander and strongest swordsman Lark absent, and an unprecedentedly fierce total offensive involving all of the Imperial airships. Eventually, the First Legion suffered terrible losses and had to retreat. The unit was torn apart and scattered in all directions. However, the damage was severe, but only a temporary defeat. The First Legion still had its core forces intact. If Lark returned and reassembled the scattered forces, a decisive defeat could still be averted. The decisive factor became the rumor spread by Fernandez. Fernandez spread the rumor that Lark had fallen into a trap and died, not only on the battlefield but throughout the Empire. With the unit disbanded and the commander isolated, bad news spread in all directions. Psychological warfare using information was Fernandez's specialty, and Lark, while a competent warrior, lacked skills in this area. He had no way to counter. The defeat was real and the death was false, and the false rumors, intermingled with truth, gained credibility and spread widely. As he quietly recovered his strength, gathering the scattered forces one by one, Lark was dismayed. However, the situation of the army was too precarious to reveal himself and demonstrate his well-being, despite such rumors spreading. He had to continue moving in secret, and during this time, Fernandez fanned the flames of the rumor. The exaggerated rumor spread as if the battle for the throne had been conclusively settled. The rumor eventually reached the southern front and even the ears of Lark's wife and children. Third Prince Ash, who had promised to protect her, was missing. If Fernandez had truly won, their lives, no matter where they were, would be like candles in the wind. Preferring to die boldly by her husband's side, rather than wait for news of his demise in a distant land, she decided to lead her 3 children to the battlefield. And there they were captured by the waiting Fernandez. Fernandez brought his sister-in-law and 3 nieces and nephews directly to Lark's camp and urged him to surrender. From the beginning, Lark's will to fight was not strong. He was tormented by guilt for fighting against his own people and pained by the fact of being hostile towards his brother. He had suffered a great defeat, and now his wife and children were taken prisoner. He could no longer bear to see more bloodshed of his people. Eventually, Lark declared his surrender. It seems I was never meant to be the emperor from the start. Bound, Lark spoke to Fernandez. Rule the empire well, Fernandez. Of course, brother. Fernandez smiled slightly. But first, there's much to be done. Immediately after Lark's surrender, Fernandez used illusion magic to publicly execute Lark, his wife, and their 3 children by beheading. This brutal execution sparked widespread outrage. The remnants of the First Legion declared a rebellion in a bid for vengeance for Lark, and the noble families that had supported Lark also rose up. The old families who traditionally served the emperor, along with those dissatisfied with Fernandez or opposed to his methods. There was a collective uprising within the imperial capital. In a short time, they united, growing in size and strength. Fernandez crushed them one by one. It's quite convenient when the reactionaries expose themselves. The cruel spectacle of executing his brother's family was designed to provoke a reaction and then crush the united opposition with force. A blood purge occurred. Fernandez thoroughly trampled his enemies. He eradicated them root and branch, leaving no chance for a resurgence. Only after clearing a mountain of bodies did the battle for the throne come to an end. Lark lost his base of support and military strength. The few surviving nobles and remnants of the First Legion either died or were completely dispersed, fleeing the imperial capital in all directions. This grim scene Lark could only watch helplessly as the loser. His arms were severed to prevent him from wielding a sword, and the magical veins in his body were completely destroyed. "Don't worry, brother." With his brother imprisoned in a portable jail, Fernandez whispered affectionately, "You, your wife, and your children are all people I wish to protect. I will definitely protect you, so please stay calm for a little while." Fernandez's eyes, fiery red, were not looking at his brother but at some distant place. After all, everything will soon come to an end. Everything will soon come to an end. "I hope so, Fernandez." The Emperor's chamber. Trapped in a portable jail, with dull eyes staring into the darkness, Lark pondered his brother's words. Lark's only hope now was that. The only words from his brother he wanted to believe in. That this terrible situation would end in some form, and that he could find peace. Truly, he prayed for it. Imperial capital New Terra, underground. Leaning on a staff, the middle-aged female officer, Riene, was supervising her subordinates. She was inspecting the progress of the subordinate mages who were engraving a magic circle before her, ensuring that the entire process was error-free. Shutdown protocol. A sacrificial magic circle that burns all humans within its range and uses that immense energy to magically embalm the entire area. Once activated, every human inside the circle would be annihilated, and the embalmed space would become impervious to external intrusion. This magic circle, which Fernandez and the Mage Corps had been installing in numerous cities and were now completing in the underground of the imperial capital, was nearing completion. The last arc. Rene, fully aware of Fernandez's plan to save humanity, smirked bitterly. Truly a mad scheme. But if what Fernandez had told her was true, this insane plan might be the last way to truly save humanity. Above all, she was a soldier. A soldier follows the orders of their superior. As a well-trained hunting dog, she faithfully executed the commands of the future emperor. That's all. All for the future of the Everblack Empire. Repeating this now tiresome phrase to herself once more, Rene watched the completion of the magic circle. The battle for the throne had ended, and the magic circle was about to be completed. The last arc plan was soon to commence. Lieutenant Rene, that's when it happened. A subordinate mage ran up frantically, shouting almost like a scream. "Disaster! A disaster has occurred. What's all the fuss about? What's happened?" The northern sector of the magic circle, Rene's brows furrowed deeply at the following words. "It's been damaged. No, destroyed." "Destroyed? What do you mean? Was there an accident?" "No, it was a deliberate attack. It's like explosives were used. The ground where the magic circle was drawn has collapsed." Rene's lips twisted in frustration. "What is this nonsense? Just as the magic is about to be completed, this happens. And it wasn't the end. Lieutenant Rene, disaster. Urgent news, Lieutenant Rene." Following the initial report, one after another, reports of damage to the magic circle poured in from all directions. While calmly assessing the extent of the damage, Rene clenched her teeth in anger. The shutdown protocol was being installed on a large scale, enough to encompass the entire imperial capital. Therefore, the security for the entire magic circle was inevitably sparse. And some unidentified group had persistently exploited this vulnerability, attacking the magic circle. Who could it be? Simultaneously and clearly planned, this attack caused significant damage to the magic circle. At this rate, the schedule and plan would suffer a significant setback. Riene was bewildered. Hadn't they completely rooted out the forces opposed to Fernandez in the imperial capital just recently? Yet, such an organized movement now poured cold water on their plans. Who could it be? Riene muttered in despair. Which bastard, no? Which bastards are interfering with our plan? A young woman in a black dress, holding a black parasol, walked along the main streets of the imperial capital. Despite being dressed in mourning attire, the woman's expression was bright. Carrying a small box in her arms, she walked lightly, heading towards the canals of the imperial capital. At the harbor where the inner sea met stood a large building, large yet deserted and tranquil. Silver Winter Trading Company. Originally one of the busiest places in the imperial capital, it had long been emptied of people and goods, now desolate. The woman approaching the building knocked lightly on the door. Knock, knock, soon the door opened, revealing an elegantly bearded old man. Sorry, madam. The Silver Winter Company is currently suspended due to the war situation. The old man politely explained the current situation while bowing to the woman. However, the woman seemingly ignored him and abruptly spoke. You are Alberto, aren't you? The head servant who managed Ash's palace and an advisor to the Silver Winter Company, Alberto was taken aback and narrowed his eyes. Yes, but may I know the purpose of your visit, my lady? Something like that. The woman smiled slyly and lowered her voice. You've been in contact with Prince Ash recently, haven't you? Oh, I see, no worries. I came knowing everything, Alberto, swallowing hard, asked cautiously. Are you, from the Aegis Special Forces, have you come to arrest me? Ahaha, no, quite the opposite. We are the people who have been preparing for a long time to give the Aegis Special Forces a hard time. Oh dear, you have no idea how much trouble we went through destroying that magic circle this time. The woman, speaking in riddles, heaved the small box she was carrying forward with a grunt. Forget it, just take this box. And later, if you happen to see Prince Ash, please convey this to him. Yes, tell him it's a gift from the past. He will understand. Still dazed, Alberto took the box. The woman, smiling contently, clapped her hands lightly and then turned around gracefully. She started walking away again. As Alberto stood dumbfounded, holding the box and watching the woman's retreating back, he asked urgently, Who are you? Who are all of you? Exactly. The woman suddenly stopped in her tracks, turned slightly towards Alberto, and smiled mischievously. We are the underground operatives who truly exist in this imperial capital. Then Alberto realized who the woman was. The very person Ash, in his wild younger days, was rumored to have scandalously involved with. The first noble lady whom Ash, the playboy, had seduced. A secret organization prepared since Prince Ash was 15, solely for him, pulling down her black hat to cover her face. The woman smirked playfully. We are known as the Jilted Women. Chapter 428. After the defense battle ended, and the victory banquet was held the very next day. The Mermaid King, King Poseidon XIII, left immediately. It was partly because he had been unexpectedly caught in an unforeseen situation, and he seemed eager to discuss the matter I had proposed with his people. He says he hopes we can meet again soon. Serenade, standing beside the Mermaid King, translated his sign language for me. Why pretend you can't talk when you can? I broke out in a cold sweat. He's not comfortable with land-based communication, and merfolk voices have an enchanting power, so he prefers to use sign language, is what he says. Seemingly catching my puzzled look, the Mermaid King explained through Serenade's translation. I blinked in surprise. Ah, right. Originally, merfolk used their enchanting songs to manipulate human minds and cause shipwrecks. It must be that kind of ability. Thinking back, during our conversation yesterday, he might have tried to enchant me to extract my true intentions. Thanks to my passive skill, unyielding commander, I was oblivious to such enchantment attempts. Well, at least my sincerity got through, I guess. The Mermaid King gave me a big smile and a double thumbs up. I shrugged and returned the gesture. Serenade agreed to take responsibility for escorting the Mermaid King back. We had initially planned to transport him by airship, and it was Serenade who had been in contact with the remnants of the merfolk anyway. Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness. Okay, take care. Yes, King Poseidon XIII also sends his regards. Ah, that was for me. Sweating from her interpretation efforts, Serenade led the way to the airship. With a final thumbs up, the Mermaid King was carried onto the airship in a portable bathtub. Farewell. I hope you return with good news. Waving goodbye, I lowered my hand and looked around at my subordinates. Let's get moving, too. As much as I'd like to bask in the glory of our victory a bit longer, the outside world is moving at a breakneck pace. We need to act quickly. According to the fallen king's plan, we need to send envoys to various kings and chieftains of different races. Just like the Mermaid King, I need to extend my invitation to the other kings. The envoys for each king had already been selected. Strangely, or perhaps inevitably, among my subordinates, heroes related to each of these fallen kings were positioned. Just dress them up nicely, put gifts in their hands, and send them off. I'm not sure about the response, but at least they'll listen. But before that, we'll conquer the Mage Tower. The 8th Zone Mage Tower boasts an even more overwhelming scale and threat than any dungeon we've cleared so far. It's necessary to respond with our best heroes. It's better to quickly clear it all together before scattering envoys in all directions. Fortunately, there's plenty of time until the next stage. Thanks to the last stage being a boss stage, we have over a month's time. Quickly completing the Mage Tower and dispatching envoys in all directions will allow for more relaxed operations afterward. So, everyone assemble. I clapped my hands and shouted. We're diving into the dungeon first thing tomorrow morning. Today we will have the briefing, so I want every hero in the First Army to gather at the Lord's Mansion by lunchtime today. Thus, around lunchtime, all the heroes had gathered at the Lord's Mansion. I apologize for summoning you all without a break right after yesterday's defensive battle. Having Ada serve tea and coffee, I began the briefing about the upcoming expedition. However, given the urgency of the current world situation, we too need to respond quickly. I paused midway through my speech. It was because the faces of the heroes sitting around looked utterly exhausted. They all appeared to be suffering from a hangover. Seriously, how much did you guys drink last night? Junior, representing the group, offered an excuse. Well, since you returned, and we defeated a Legion commander-level enemy. It was all good news, and with all the seafood dishes, the drinks just flowed. Ah, she stopped talking and suddenly coughed up blood. You want to drink when you're in that state. I mean, I also drank quite a bit yesterday. Looking around at my zombie-like party members groaning in hangover pain, I would like to give you a few more days to rest, but we don't have the luxury of time. We are diving into the dungeon first thing tomorrow morning, I declared resolutely. The heroes all made gloomy faces, but I gave them a sly smile. Besides, this dungeon might have almost no combat, so there's no need to be in perfect condition. The hero's eyes widened at the mention of almost no combat. I tapped the chalkboard with my stick. We will be tackling the 8th Zone Mage Tower this time. It feels like it was just yesterday when we first entered Zone 1 and got lost. Now we've reached the Mage Tower, the representative dungeon of Zone 8. Lost in these brief reflections, I pointed my stick towards the elves sitting in the corner of the reception room. The path to here has already been cleared by Verdandi and the Holy Grail Seekers. Yay! Then Verdandi and the elves waved their hands around as if to show off. These rodent-like elves, who even cure hangovers with nuts, were now drinking some sort of decoction similar to Essangwa tea with plenty of nuts to sober up. So the Holy Grail Seekers will take the lead in guiding us. Holy Grail Seekers. In this Mage Tower, you'll find the Holy Grail you've been longing for, so lead the way enthusiastically. Leave it to us, Prince Ash. Verdandi's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fist. The other 4 elves nodded vigorously. Good. The path is clear, so we just have to enter the dungeon tomorrow, clear it, and get out. Thump. I tapped the chalkboard and began to explain in detail about the interior of the dungeon. Let me say this in advance. There are no monsters in the dungeon Mage Tower. The heroes all looked puzzled at this statement. It must seem strange. A dungeon without monsters. But it's not that there are no enemies. Instead of monsters, a fully automated defense system guards the tower. Ah! The mages gasped in unison. Especially the young mages under Junior's command were all starry-eyed. Maybe they're imagining illusions in the Mage Tower. Typical of the Mage Tower. The essence of ancient magic gathered in one place. I'll sneakily grab some souvenirs on the way. Maybe the Lord will let it slide. Ahem! I deliberately overlooked the mage's shining eyes. You know that all loot has to be inspected by me first, right, kids? High-grade items will be examined by the Lord first. I'll give it back when you grow up, okay? It's the same principle as parents taking their children's New Year's money. I'll grow it well and return it to you. Anything you pick up, give it to me first. Anyway, I continued with the explanation. The Mage Tower is, in short, a puzzle gimmick dungeon. The structure is the same as other dungeons, with dungeon rooms connected in a series, but instead of monsters, each room presents a puzzle. Solve it and you're through. Success in solving it. You get a reward and move on to the next room. Fail to solve it. The defense system will do its best to kill the intruder. What was it, in terms of setting? The Wizard's Tower is a space for all magicians, so it provides a fitting reward to those who pass the trial. Thus, you receive a reward for passing the trial puzzle. But if you fail, you'll be mercilessly beaten up in this kind of dungeon. Of course, like a typical dungeon, you can also solve it through combat. There's also a way to break through by smashing the turrets and artifacts, magical traps, and automated golems that pour out instead of monsters. In fact, in the game, many users just overpowered their way through with brute force. You can get the same rewards, and additionally, gain combat experience. If you're only looking at efficiency, it's actually better to solve it through combat. But what I'm aiming for can't be obtained through combat. There's a special reward that can only be obtained by clearing all the puzzles up to the boss room. Moreover, if you can avoid danger without taking risks, it's better to avoid combat. It's better than trying to earn a little more experience and causing casualties. After conveying this content, I looked around at the heroes and said, "So, rest well today, sober up by tomorrow morning, and let's meet here again." "Got it?" "Yes," they all responded loudly. Then Lucas, who was sitting in the front, raised his hand. I pointed at him with my staff. "Got a question, model student?" "Yes, my lord," Lucas asked cautiously. "Just by listening, it seems there's hardly any combat, or if there is, it's expected to be minimal. Is there a reason to deploy so many people?" As Lucas pointed out, the current lounge is filled with all the First Army heroes. It's a sizable group, dozens of heroes. If it's a non-combat-oriented dungeon, there's certainly no need to employ so many. It would be better to move with a smaller group. I smiled bitterly, because there's always a just in case. We have to be prepared in case we fail to clear a puzzle, and most importantly, we need to be cautious about someone who might be holed up in the deepest part of the Wizard's Tower. I decided not to tell the heroes about this someone. It seemed like it would only increase their anxiety. Instead, I clapped my hands loudly and said, "Well, that's enough for the meeting. How about we all have lunch together and cure our hangovers?" At this, everyone cheered. Especially the drinkers started taking out bottles of alcohol they had hidden, saying, "You cure a hangover with alcohol." These crazy guys. Just quietly eat your meal. After lunch and disbanding the heroes, I teleported to the Lake Kingdom below. Arriving at the base camp, I distributed fish dishes to the people there. "Oh ho, it's been a long time since I've had sea fish cuisine. I'll enjoy it," I bribed Calliope, who was delighted with alcohol to accompany the meal, and then, click, I pulled out two magic cores. The Goblin Guard King's magic core and the Ghost Captain's magic core. They were the magic cores of two Nightmare Legion commanders. As soon as I put these out, flames flickered in Calliope's round eyes. "Finally, you've brought these out. I've been waiting for just this. I've roughly decided what to use them for." I ordered Calliope to make equipment out of these two magic cores. Calliope, making sounds like oh ho, quickly noted down my request. A sly smile flickered around his bushy mustache. "The Nightmare Slayer guarantees power equivalent to its danger. Hee hee, I'm looking forward to what these two can do. Please take good care of it, Master Craftsman." Calliope thumped his chest confidently. I just smirked, knowing full well the dwarf grandfather's skills were completely guaranteed. After finishing the equipment request, I intended to meet Nameless, but she was nowhere to be seen. Coco the Severer had returned, so I handed her a fish dish and asked about Nameless's whereabouts. Coco then showed a strange smile. Nameless has realized that her destiny is ripening. What? The time is coming. The time is coming, hee hee. After uttering these incomprehensible words, she took the fish dish and disappeared into her workshop. I frowned in dissatisfaction. What's coming? I had finished everything at the base camp. I stepped out of the base camp. There was another place I needed to visit. Whoosh, I raised a blue flame torch and walked alone in the darkness. How long had I walked? The space I was looking for finally appeared. The area where the aqueducts between Zone 5 and Zone 6 connect. A space where water leaking from broken pipes seeped into the torn stone walls. Around this narrow passage, where clear water flowed unusually, nameless grass and moss grew lushly. And next to this waterway, there was a finely tilled plot of earth. It looked as if seeds had been planted in this soil, but nothing had sprouted yet. As I quietly looked down at this plot of earth, "Ash!" a voice rang in my ears. Turning around, there stood Verdandi with a bewildered expression, accompanied by members of her Holy Grail Seekers. How did you? This place was the base of the Holy Grail Seekers. These elves were living separately here, not in the base camp. I opened my mouth with a bitter smile. I came to talk, Verdandi. Chapter 429. Verdandi and I sat silently in front of the stream. Should I call it the residence of the Holy Grail Seekers, or a hideout? Anyway, it was right beside that place. How long had we been quietly watching the babbling brook? Verdandi spoke up awkwardly. How did you know to come here? I've known for a while that you've been staying here. I keep track of where all my party members are. In case of battle, I need to know where everyone is. More than how I knew to come. You must be more curious about why I came. I gave Verdandi a faint smile. She awkwardly scratched the back of her head. The reason I sought out Verdandi quietly today, it was to talk about the Holy Grail we were about to find. I hesitated a bit, but then gathered my courage and spoke. Verdandi. Yes, the Holy Grail certainly exists, but it might be a bit different from what you're thinking. The reason Verdandi is searching for the Holy Grail, it's to use the immense regenerative magic within the Grail to resurrect the dead World Tree, and to revive the World Tree, and activate the ancient magic it holds to rebuild the Elf Kingdom. This is why Verdandi has been searching for the Holy Grail beneath the Lake Kingdom for over 100 years. But the Holy Grail is a bit different from what Verdandi thinks it is. Having secured the Holy Grail in the game before, I knew its true identity, and I also knew that Verdandi's goal would inevitably be frustrated. After a moment of silence, Verdandi said, Ash, do you see that dirt plot over there? She pointed to the plot beside the stream. I looked in that direction. We've been planting sunflower seeds here continuously, but they never sprouted. Whether it's because there's no sunlight or the soil here is contaminated from the dungeon, I don't know the exact reason. Anyway, the seeds died and never sprouted. A bitter smile hung on Verdandi's lips. I know now that sunflowers won't bloom here, but we kept planting anyway. Even though it's a slim chance, the possibility that sunflowers might bloom, that hope remains. For that hope, we've continued this futile task. No sprouts are visible in the finely tilled plot, but I know there's nothing more foolish and heart-wrenching than holding on to a vain hope. Sunflowers won't bloom here, and using that holy grail to revive my homeland in reality is also an absurd notion. Even while denying her past 100 years, Verdandi remained composed. I'm well aware, but we just want to see. Tears glistened in her eyes as she firmly gazed forward. The true identity of what we've been searching for over a century, the result of our futile efforts. After quietly listening to her, I gently asked, what about after that? What can we do? Verdandi shrugged. We've done our best so far. We'll shake it off and start searching for another way. To save her homeland, searching for a holy grail that might not even exist. A century buried in that quest. Verdandi had long accepted that the holy grail they finally find might be entirely different from what she sought. And then, again, to save the Elven Kingdom, she will continue her new fight, searching for another way. Verdandi, you are strong, I uttered without realizing. In fact, I found her a bit admirable. I too started this fight to convey a word of encouragement to that child lying in the hospital bed. But just imagine, if that encouragement meant nothing, if it brought no change, how frustrating would that be? Yet, despite this, Verdandi declared she would continue to fight and search for the next method. Whether this was due to the responsibility she bore as a member of the elven royal family, the unique temperament of the long-lived elves, or her own strong will, I'm not sure. However, I thought I should learn from her attitude. Life doesn't end with the fulfillment or failure of a wish. We must continue to fight until the end of our lives. Verdandi smiled broadly at me. Thank you for helping me find the Holy Grail, Ash. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far. We help each other. You've given me a lot of strength too, right? I extended my hand to Verdandi. I'll continue to help, both in finding the Holy Grail and in the battles that follow. We're comrades, aren't we? Verdandi now skillfully reached out her hand to grasp mine, shaking it vigorously. With tear-stained eyes, the elf princess smiled brightly. Yes, because we are comrades. The next day, as I entered the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom, I looked up at the tower in front of me. The spire rose sharply, a slate-grey color. The magical lights surrounding the tower swirled in a bizarrely twisted manner, reminiscent of a scene from a Van Gogh painting. Zone 8. The Mage Tower. I surveyed the party members gathered in front of this place. Evangeline's night party, Damien's sniper party, Junior's mage party, the Holy Grail Seekers, the Penal Squad, the Dragonblood Knights. Along with me and Lucas, there was a total of 32 members, a large group. The other heroes were left at the crossroad, in case of an emergency. The defense forces at the crossroad were also necessary. As I explained yesterday, after looking around at my party members, who were gazing up at me with bright eyes, I shouted, "Just follow my instructions to pass the trials, and we can clear it safely without any combat." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." It felt like being a teacher leading a group of kids on a field trip. Leading the way into the main gate of the Mage Tower, I said, "Let's go." Upon opening the large glass door and entering the lobby of the tower, the familiar dungeon information window appeared before my eyes. Zone 8. Mage Tower. Clear progress. Normal room 0/10. Boss room 0/1. Treasure chests acquired. 0/11. The lobby of the Mage Tower was circular. In this perfectly round lobby, a total of 10 doors were lined up in a row. Above each door was a magic lamp, all of which were currently lit with red light. Something about this. It doesn't feel like a dungeon. Really, the heroes murmured in confusion. I felt the same. It seemed less like a dungeon and more like, perhaps, the entrance to a high-rise building on Earth. After bringing the heroes to the center of the lobby, I pointed to the first door and said, "These 10 doors each lead to individual dungeon rooms. Each room has a designated trial, and each trial requires a different person who can effectively respond." Then I swept my gaze over the heroes. "So, I will select different members to enter each dungeon room. The rest of you will comfortably rest and wait here." Immediately after, I pointed to one of the heroes. "Damien, ah yes, your highness. Come here." My overpowered sniper quickly stepped forward. I slung my arm around his shoulder and nodded. "Then be on your way. Let's go, Damien." "Ha! Oh, yes." As the two of us headed for the first dungeon room, a flustered Evangeline hurriedly asked, "Wait, just the two of you are going?" "Yep. The first trial can be cleared with just Damien. I plan to let as many of the others rest as possible, excluding those needed." However, when it came to actually entering with just the two of us, the other heroes objected. "Don't you need escorts? I will go as well." Me too, me too. I'm curious, so I want to go." Lucas and Evangeline quickly followed suit. I'm also a main party member of your highness." Junior hesitantly followed, feeling perhaps left out. "Ash, may I accompany you too?" "What? Are all of you going? Then myself will also join." "If it has come to this, let's just have all party leaders join." Verdandi, Duskbringer, and Quillan all hurriedly followed. I nodded happily. "Fine, follow along, though Damien will likely clear the first trial alone. It's good for everyone to understand how it works." So, along with each party leader, we all entered the first dungeon room. We walked down a long, dim corridor. I wasn't tense, but the other heroes were unnecessarily cautious, gripping their weapons tightly. "Guys, there's no combat if we don't fail the trial." After walking through the corridor for a while, a brightly lit room suddenly appeared before us. On each wall of the bright room, large murals were drawn. They were pictures of magicians building a tower. However, interestingly, the two pictures were almost identical. Two identical murals. What do they mean?" Amid the puzzled heroes, I chuckled and looked at Damien. "Damien." "Yes, your highness." "What do you think? Are these two murals really the same?" Then Damien immediately shook his head. "No, they are similar, but these two, they are different." "That's right. The first trial of this Mage Tower was Mage Tower Room 1. Wave 1. Find the differences between the two presented pictures. It's a spot the difference game." In the center of the room were paintballs and a slingshot. I pointed to them and instructed Damien. "The left wall is the original, and the right wall is the comparison. Mark the differences with these paintballs." Nodding, Damien loaded the slingshot with a paintball and precisely shot it at the right wall. Thwack! Thwack, thwack. With each paintball Damien shot hitting the mural, the heroes groaned. No way. A different leaf decoration in the hair. How did you find that? How could you tell the direction of the eyes is different? Who could distinguish between white and beige clothing colors? Everyone complained about the impossible difficulty, but we had Damien on our side. After Damien hit 10 paintballs, the mural started to rumble. Then, Kuguang, the wall with the mural sank downwards, revealing a new mural behind it. Mage Tower, Room 1. Wave 2. Find the differences between the two presented pictures. Evangeline broke out in a cold sweat. Dot, 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 it's not over. If it ended that easily, would it be a Zone 8 dungeon? The mural became even more complex and elaborate, and was it just my imagination? Or did the figures in the mural seem to glare at us? It depicted magicians conducting experiments inside a completed tower. They were seemingly grafting branches with magic. Damien calmly launched the slingshot again. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Kuguang, once again, the wall descended, revealing a new mural behind it. This mural was much more complex, detailed, and larger in size. Something feels like the difficulty has escalated compared to the game. But no matter how complex or enlarged the picture became, it was futile. We had a clairvoyant on our side. Damien, without blinking an eye, kept firing the slingshot. After solving a total of 5 different spot the difference waves, Mage Tower, Room 1, clear. The clearance announcement displayed. Kururururu, Chulk, Dulkruk. This time the wall in front split open, and along with a misty fog, a large treasure chest appeared. Standing in front of the chest, I grinned mischievously. Just like this. Okay, I was calmly smiling, but the heroes looked pale. They were looking not at the treasure chest, but behind it. Curious, I turned around too. Ah, right behind the chest, there were dozens of Mage Tower cannons loaded with various attack spells, and dozens of defensive golems in a stance ready to burst forth. If Damien had been wrong, these would have tried to kill us. I shrugged my shoulders. But Damien couldn't possibly be wrong, right? Everyone wore a horrified expression. But after all, the probability of Damien getting such puzzles wrong was 0. Well done, Damien. Grinning, I opened the chest. This item is for you. Flash. Golden light burst forth from the open chest. Eventually, the golden light condensed into one, transforming into a sharply shaped rifle. Chapter 430. The item that emerged from the chest was a magic gun, resembling an assault rifle from Earth. Venom Fang, SSR. The magic gun, Venom Fang. It's a rare magic gun that basically enchants bullets with poison properties. But what's more unique is its magazine capacity. A staggering 60-round magic gun. Considering most of the magic guns Damien used had around 10 rounds, this was an insane magazine capacity. Of course, its damage is on the lower side. Poison enchantment with 60 rounds. As you can guess, it's not primarily a damage-dealing weapon. Its purpose is to rapidly fire a large number of rounds, inflicting poison status on enemies with its overwhelming magazine capacity and rate of fire. Magic guns are a unique weapon category, but this one is exceptionally bizarre. But it's still fundamentally a magic gun. Despite its lower damage, it has sufficient lethality, given that most of Damien's magic guns were either for long-range sniping or close-range suppression. This medium-range control magic gun would be an excellent choice. Wow, Damien's mouth dropped open as he took the magic gun. I was hoping for a magic gun like this. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll use it well. Hee hee. Good, good. Make the most of it. Though I handed over the equipment as if I knew all along, I was the most surprised. No way, an SSR-grade item right off the bat. This Mage Tower is a very generous dungeon with 11 guaranteed reward chests. Even so, it's random what item each chest will yield. Although the rewards are generally quite substantial compared to other dungeons, I didn't expect an SSR grade, fully formed magic gun right from the start. After handing the magic gun to Damien and looking at the other heroes, I saw greed flickering in their eyes. Oh dear. Evangeline jumped up, exclaiming, Senior, is the item distributed to the person who contributes the most in breaking the trial? Eh? Oh, not necessarily. We first consider who needs the equipment. But you do consider contribution, right? Yes, yes, we somewhat take it into account. Awesome. Evangeline rolled up her sleeves and shouted, The new armor is mine. Ah, she still had her hopes set on the armor. The other heroes also seemed to overflow with desire for the new equipment. They all shouted enthusiastically and rushed out of the first dungeon room. Well, they have to come with me anyway. Exiting the first dungeon room and returning to the lobby, I noticed that the color of the magic lights in the first corridor had changed from red to green. It seems the color changes upon clearing. All right, let's break them all like this. Whoa! Perhaps motivated by witnessing Damien get a good piece of equipment, everyone's enthusiasm visibly increased. Knowing what each trial puzzle entailed, I repeatedly reorganized members and entered the dungeon rooms. The second trial, a maze puzzle. A puzzle of escaping a complexly intertwined labyrinth where subtle flows of magic provided hints. The catch, however, was that among these magic flows, there were traps as well. The key was to discern the true magic flow leading to the exit. Naturally, this trial involved the magicians. Junior and the young magicians huddled together, groaning and discussing as they navigated the maze. Junior seemed to figure out most of the answers right away, but for the sake of the younger magician's development, she allowed a bit of wandering. Sorry, Your Highness, I could have cleared it myself, but no need to apologize. It's important to foster growth in the juniors. So, although it took a bit of time, we cleared it safely. The third trial, connecting beams of light. A puzzle where light shot from the entrance had to be guided to the finish line by manipulating mirrors placed around the room. While everyone was busy adjusting the direction of the light beams, suddenly a rumbling sound occurred, and the trial was cleared. Wondering what happened, I saw Lucas standing at the finish line, wielding his bestowed sword. I thought shooting the light at the finish line might work, so I used my sword to create light. It worked. Just like that. It was unbelievable, but any means to pass the trial meant it was cleared. From here, the approach to solving puzzles started to get a bit weird. Most puzzles involved delicate manipulation of magic or required keen senses, observation, or intuition. Where my heroes began to brute force their way through the fourth trial, a complex magical mechanism puzzle where a giant clock had to be set to a specific time. Evangeline ignored the mechanism and forcibly turned the hour, minute, and second hands of the clock using her strength. Kuguang, clear, I gaped in shock. Shouldn't it be impossible to clear it like this? This trial is quite flexible. Eventually, other martial heroes rushed in and started solving the puzzles in their own unique ways. Even though the puzzles seemed to be intended to be more delicate and complex, they were being solved in a straightforward, forceful manner. The fifth trial, a puzzle involving freezing falling stone walls at the right time with ice magic to advance. Dragon Punch, Bandit King Kick. Duskbringer and Qulan destroyed the falling stone walls with their fists and feet. Stone fragments scattered in all directions, some hitting and falling off my head. What is this? Watching this, Evangeline nodded happily. If you're physically incapable, you have to work harder with your brain. If you have absolute strength, there's no need for brains. Why? Why is the Mage Tower succumbing to physical force? The sixth trial, avoiding various traps on the floor using levitation magic. When Verdandi threw her blinking dagger and teleported, the trial was cleared instantly. The cerebral gimmicks were crumbling before our heroes, who had maxed out their strength and agility stats. I was worried that the tower's defense systems might activate due to the unconventional approach. But as long as the clearing conditions were met, the tower didn't intervene. What a game with absolute freedom. Thus, all the heroes eagerly plunged into breaking the trials, and we swiftly completed all 10 trials. Zone 8, Mage Tower, clear progress. Normal rooms 10/10, boss room 0/1 treasure chests acquired. 10/11, we cleared everything except the boss room. It was going smoothly, but I couldn't help wondering if this was really okay. Anyway, we looted a whopping 10 treasure chests, and a variety of high-grade items poured out. Lucas grabbed a new helmet. Junior obtained a package of magic scrolls. Hulan chose a headband tied around the forehead, Verdandi got new boots, and Duskbringer took a crimson dress. In fact, Duskbringer, being of the dragon kind and not really needing equipment, immediately took the dress as soon as it appeared, heavily laden with magical options. The reason? Because I like it. After all the hard work, I happily decided to just give it to her. Cradling the dress, Duskbringer revealed her sharp teeth in a wide smile. The dress might not quite fit the Grand Duke's small stature. Perhaps a tailor is needed. Anyway, as everyone was picking out their equipment, why? The armor Evangeline had been eagerly waiting for did not appear. Why, my armor? Where did it go? Everyone else had picked something, but Evangeline was still empty-handed. No equipment suitable for her had appeared. I smiled wryly at the distraught Evangeline. It will come from the boss room chest. What? Your armor? It will be in the last chest. Yes, I hadn't mentioned it until now. But the equipment guaranteed from the Mage Tower boss room chest is armor meant for Evangeline. Evangeline's eyes widened in surprise as she looked around fiercely. The boss room. How do we get to the boss room? Currently, all 10 magic lights connected to the lobby had turned green. There was no apparent path to the boss room, leaving everyone puzzled. We needed to clear the boss in the boss room to complete the dungeon. But this mage tower was a bit different. Here it comes. As I looked up and spoke, everyone followed my gaze upward. A round-shaped magical elevator was slowly descending, floating in midair. Click, SSSSS. The elevator landed softly, and magical light flashed from it. I stepped onto the elevator first, turned around and gestured. There won't be any combat, so those who want to follow, come. The rest can rest. After a brief discussion among the heroes, only the party leaders decided to follow me, while the rest stayed in the lobby. Once everyone who was coming had boarded the elevator, I pressed the switch. Then the magical elevator began to rise into the air again. If we hadn't cleared the previous trials and had to fight the defense systems, there would have been combat in the boss room too. As we ascended to the boss room, I explained briefly. But we, in a strange way, have cleared the trials, so there won't be any combat in the boss room. Instead, a special event will occur, and the boss monster will become an interactable NPC. What I was aiming for was this special reward, an interactable NPC. This way, the Mage Tower is quite a unique dungeon. The Holy Grail? Verdandi cautiously asked. Is it up there? I nodded silently. Verdandi swallowed hard and clenched her fists. Kuguang. The elevator stopped. We, who had risen from the first floor to the top floor in one go, cautiously stepped onto the top floor. The structure of the top floor was simple. The area where the elevator operated, a short corridor, and a glass door at the end of the corridor. And as if sensing our arrival, click the glass door automatically opened. A dense magical aura, almost suffocating, wafted through the opened gap. The heroes, who had been chatting in a relaxed atmosphere, instantly stiffened their faces. Shall we go? For Evangeline's new armor, Verdandi's holy grail, and I led the way towards the open door. To meet the owner of this mage tower. Even though I knew there would be no battle, an overwhelming and pure magical power flowed from inside, causing a tingling sensation in my stomach. Step, step. As we entered, what unfolded inside the glass door was an unexpected sight. Trees. The top floor of the Mage Tower was covered with stems from various trees. The complexly intertwined vegetation all differed in type. The heroes looked around, bewildered. This place, is it a greenhouse? All kinds of plants can be grown here with the equipment provided. Why would a Mage Tower be growing trees? That's when it happened. Welcome. You have passed my trials. A mechanical, yet feminine voice resounded. It's been hundreds of years since someone visited this place. Everyone was startled and raised their weapons towards the direction of the voice, except for me, who had been waiting for her arrival. From the densely overgrown bushes, she slowly emerged. Let me introduce myself. I'm the guardian of this mage tower and its last survivor. Surprise flickered across everyone's faces, and for good reason. The entity before us was not a living being. Creak, creak. What appeared, dragging its wheels, was a machine crafted through magical engineering. Regular operational sounds, like those of a working computer, emanated from the heavy machinery. At the top of this heap of machinery, her face was displayed as a magical image on a rectangular magic panel, similar to a computer monitor. A skull. A skull face with flames flickering in its eye sockets. In the screen, she introduced herself calmly. A magician from the Lake Kingdom who, in pursuit of the ultimate in magic, ended up like this. A cyberlick who had digitized her own brain. Call me White Knight. She was the third-ranked commander of the Nightmare Legion, White Knight herself. Chapter 431, White Knight is a lick. A lick refers to a wizard who has achieved immortality by turning themselves into an undead. These mad wizards, who plunge themselves into the abyss of the dead to avoid death, each have their own reasons for becoming a lick. Some do it out of a straightforward fear of death, while others for the perverse reason of gaining more powerful dark magic. White Knight's reason for becoming a Lick was simple. There was still much to research. Born in the Lake Kingdom, she was a wizard who dedicated her life to magic research, but met her demise before seeing its end. To see the end of her research, she turned herself into an undead, a Lick. The problem came afterward. About a decade after she became a Lick, the entire Lake Kingdom sank beneath the lake. Not being alive, and thus unable to receive the curse of eternal life, White Knight continued her magic research below the Lake Kingdom as a Lick for 500 years. However, even the flesh of the undead is not immortal. Her skeletal body began to disintegrate over time. So, 300 years after becoming a Lick, White Knight began searching for a new body. At first, using Eastern sorcery, she transferred her consciousness into the body of a Jiangshi zombie. Though this new body was strong enough, White Knight realized the physical limitations of a corporeal form. Even if I transfer to a new body, it will eventually disintegrate. I need a way to preserve my mind without the need to transfer. Thus, White Knight began researching how to digitize her ego and sustain it within a magical mechanical device. After a long time, her research succeeded. White Knight managed to digitalize her consciousness and upload it into the machine system of the Magic Tower. If a wizard who pursues immortality becomes a Lick, then she, having digitized herself into a machine, was still a Lick. Hence, White Knight still referred to herself as a Lick, and the game players called her a Cyber Lick, after explaining her past in detail. The White Knight, who is acting as a commander of the Nightmare Legion outside, is not me, White Knight continued as she led us to the rooftop garden of the Magic Tower. To be precise, she shares the same ego as me, but she's another me who turned against me. What the hell does that mean? Seeing that we all had the same perplexed expression, White Knight grimaced within the magic panel. I couldn't fathom how a skull could make such an expression. I digitized my consciousness and placed it into a machine. Meanwhile, I ordered the physical me, who had been continuing this research, to commit suicide. When White Knight uploaded her consciousness into the machine, two White Knights were created in this world. The material world White Knight, who remained in the Jiangshi body and continued her research. The digital world White Knight, who had achieved the immortal mind she desired. To maintain her uniqueness, and as pre-agreed, the digital world White Knight commanded the material world White Knight to commit suicide. But the other me refused to die. The material world White Knight refused death. On reflection, it was inevitable. A Lick is one who flees death to seek immortality. Even if another me persists in the digital world, there's no reason for me to die in reality. At that moment, we became separate entities. That's how the other me, who refused suicide, left the Magic Tower, killed all the ancient wizards revived by the Demon King, and even rose to the head of the Demon King's Wizard Legion. I knew all these stories, having read the game's setting book. The rest of my companions still seemed to be having a hard time grasping it, their faces a mix of confusion and understanding. I clapped my hands. Simply put, this Lick's mind split in two. One is the good person here, and the other is the bad guy we need to kill. Okay, Evangeline's face lit up. Wow, that suddenly makes it much easier to understand. It's not that simple, White Knight sighed softly from within the panel. No, actually, that pretty much sums it up. That's what I'm about to request of you. The wheeled mechanical device stopped and turned to face us. Then the Lick spoke from the panel. Please, kill the other me. Great Sorceress White Knight, ranked third in the Nightmare Legion hierarchy. She asked us to kill someone who was once the same being as her. This Cyber Lick was making a request to us. We couldn't kill each other. We knew each other's moves too well. That's why I need help from someone else. If you do this for me, I'll grant you one wish, whatever it may be. Of course, I will provide whatever assistance I can. Anyway, naturally, all the commanders of the Nightmare Legion must be defeated. If we can get help from the skull in this machine along the way, we should gladly accept it. But out of pure curiosity, I asked, can I ask why? Um, why do you so desperately want to kill the other you? Perhaps because I am also Ash, a duplicated and added entity. I was curious about her intention to kill another version of herself. White Knight looked intently at me and said, if you look into a mirror and the reflection moves differently than you, she began, wouldn't that be extremely unsettling? How would you feel if you encountered an entity exactly like yourself while walking down the street? There's something called a doppelganger, an old superstition that seeing someone who looks exactly like you brings bad luck. I wonder if there's an instinctual aversion to another being like oneself in everyone. I need to be unique. If there's another me to replace me, there's no need for me to exist, right? So, I have no choice but to kill the other me who is just like me. I shrugged and nodded emphatically. We'll take the job, but in return, I want a promise of full cooperation. Don't worry about that. Just tell me what you need. Great. Then, first, I pointed to a large chest in the corner of the garden. Please open that treasure chest, shiny and flashy. The chest, emitting an I'm expensive aura, looked luxurious at first glance and was locked with several complex mechanisms. In response to my request, White Knight readily agreed. Of course, you've cleared this magic tower, so you have the right to open that chest. Click-clang. Almost simultaneously with her words, the chest began to open. Emitting smoke like dry ice, a dazzling golden light spread from the open chest. SSR. I slowly walked up to the chest and took out its contents. They were a pair of silver bracelets and a pair of anklets. Holding them, I approached Evangeline and gave her a sly smile. These are yours, Evangeline. Oh, does that mean this is? Evangeline hesitantly accepted the bracelets and anklets. Armor, you say? I nodded at Evangeline's puzzled expression. Then Evangeline, looking intrigued yet hesitant, quickly stripped off her existing armor and slipped on the bracelets and anklets on her wrists and ankles. How can this possibly serve as armor? Whoa! Before Evangeline could finish her sentence, it happened. Swish, swish, swish. Starting from the bracelets and anklets, scales sprouted, forming a white armor that began to cover her entire body. Clank, clang, click. In an instant, a full-body silver-white armor tailored to Evangeline's physique was completed. The cape, starting from the shoulder armor and draped behind, was as white as snow. The helmet had a sleek shape like a bike helmet, but the front was a transparent visor made of a magical panel. Evangeline's astonished face was clearly visible through it. The rapid armor deployment, which could be called a transformation, ended in just a few seconds, and the final armor, snow white, revealed its dazzling form. Wow, wow, wow. Evangeline, sensing that this was something incredibly special, gaped in awe at her own reflection. The culmination of Lake Kingdom's magic engineering, the magical armor, Snow White. White Knight explained nonchalantly. It's the strongest armor with the highest defensive capability, originally worn by me. Before I completed my research, I couldn't die, so I consolidated all the techniques I could use to protect myself. Now that I've lost my physical body, I don't need it anymore, so take it, White Knight added. Amazing, Evangeline muttered in awe, examining the gauntlets that meticulously covered even her fingertips. I nodded approvingly, looking at Evangeline, who had finally completed her item setup. Snow White is an armor that performs excellently regardless of who wears it, but it particularly resonates well with Evangeline. Its various additional features synergize perfectly with Evangeline's skills. Well, we'll have to test it out in real combat to see. Anyway, as I watched Evangeline, thrilled with her new armor, Lucas suddenly appeared behind me and murmured ominously, Master, aren't you favoring Evangeline a bit too much? Whoa, you scared me. Startled, I turned around to find the other heroes glaring at me with dark expressions. These rascals. No, no, it's not like that. I'll take care of all of you too. And you all got an item each from conquering this magic tower. If anything, I'm the only one who didn't get anything. But since everyone else got items of only SR grade, and Evangeline got an SSR grade of the highest class equipment, they seemed envious. I'm fine with it. Damien smiled broadly, proudly holding up the venom fang he acquired earlier. Well, yours is also an SSR grade item. After reassuring everyone that they too would receive great items, Verdandi cautiously approached me. Ash, yeah, it's your turn now. I turned to White Knight and asked, White Knight, is there an item here called the Holy Grail? Ha, the Holy Grail. We need it to defeat the other you. I was hoping you could provide it. After a moment of contemplation, White Knight exclaimed in realization and moved the mechanical device towards the interior of the garden. That's what you're talking about. It's over there inside. Come, follow me. At the very back of the garden, there was another glass door. Following White Knight's lead, we entered it. As soon as we stepped into the inner chamber of the garden, Verdandi stopped abruptly. What's wrong, Verdandi? I asked, and Verdandi murmured hesitantly, "Dot, dot, dot, it can't be, but I smell the scent of my homeland." Your homeland? Yes, and it's... Verdandi frowned. The scent of the world tree. Verdandi was spot on. Inside the inner chamber of the botanical garden, there were trees that are rarely seen in the outside world. These aren't just any trees. Verdandi, examining a tree's trunk, murmured tentatively. After looking closely at the leaves and even smelling them, Verdandi let out a bewildered groan. This is a tree of the same species as the world tree of our elves. However, the tree was withered and dead, twisted and dry. It seemed as if it had been preserved in its dead state by magic, all life activities having ceased. It was petrified. I'd rather not remember. Hulan growled, glaring at the red leaves of a maple tree beside it. This is the same species as the cursed maple tree of our Leaf clan tribe. The maple tree was also dried up, as if mummified. Beside it stood a metallic tree, its golden branches stretching out in all directions. Duskbringer murmured softly, "These golden branches belong to the dwarves' guardian tree, the golden tree." Looking at the blue coral in a tank that filled one wall, I muttered quietly, "And this, the merfolk's blue coral." The golden tree and the blue coral, both in the same withered and preserved state. Although dead, the guardian trees of the four major races were all gathered here in this magic tower. Why? In front of our astonished group, White Knight, who had stopped, pointed to each tree and spoke slowly. The elves' guardian tree, the tree of life, evergreen. The beastmen's guardian tree, the tree of struggle, evered. The dwarves' guardian tree, the tree of wealth, evergold. The merfolk's guardian tree, the tree of circulation, everblue. Finally, she pulled out a black tree branch, and this is the result of artificial magical grafting, combining these four trees. The dried, withered thorn tree was unmistakably humanity's guardian tree, the tree of darkness, ever black, in the imperial palace of the imperial capital, and the same tree I had seen in the spirit realm. Chapter 432. What I researched here in this magic tower was the origin of the magic used by humanity. White Knight looked at the piece of wood, a branch of everblack, in her mechanical hand, and continued her explanation. The guardian tree of humanity, everblack, which brought the miracle of magic to humanity. My research was to unravel how it operates. The miracle of abilities like magic. It can be used only with the help of the guardian tree of that race, which connects to the spirit world and draws out the power of the soul. I remembered the roots of Everblack, stretching into the spirit realm. Perhaps they were like a power transmission tower or a frequency antenna, drawing power from the spirit realm and delivering it to the physical world. In the distant past, there were many more guardian trees, but ancient races waged wars to burn and kill each other's trees. And in the end, only 5 trees remained on the surface. By the way, the reason why the revived monsters here can use magic without their respective guardian trees is that the Demon King directly provides them with power, White Knight explained. Anyway, White Knight turned back to the topic at hand. So I researched the 4 guardian trees of each race and the human guardian tree, Everblack. Well, the originals are no longer in this country, so I had to research using only these preserved corpses. White Knight glanced at the preserved trees around her. The guardian trees of the other races were all directly planted by different guards, but the human guardian tree, Everblack, she repeated what she had said a moment ago, is an artificially created result. A long time ago, someone forcibly grafted 4 trees together and magically synthesized them into an artificial tree. In the silence, I cautiously asked, "Who? Why? Why would they do that?" Unfortunately, all records of that time have been lost, as if someone deliberately erased them. The only certainty is that this Lake Kingdom was the site of its manifestation. White Knight smiled wryly with her skeletal face, but the reason can be guessed. The reason? It said that humanity was originally a slave race subjugated by other races. Without a guardian tree, they couldn't use magic and were always persecuted. Perhaps it was to give humanity freedom and a future. I was a bit taken aback to hear hopeful words like freedom and future from the mouth of this lick. But, yes, it might really have been like that. Someone in the distant past pitied humanity and took the dangerous step of creating a new guardian tree. So, White Knight. Anyway, enough of these cosmological setting plays. I asked the real reason I came to this magic tower. If I bring the trees of the other four races in their living state, can you synthesize a living Everblack? It's possible, White Knight nodded eagerly. That's exactly what I've been researching here in the Magic Tower. Theoretically, it's completely feasible. Even just a stem or branch of each guardian tree would be fine as long as it's alive. Good. It's a deal then, I nodded. I'll take responsibility for killing the other you. In exchange, when I bring the other four guardian trees, you'll synthesize Everblack for me. A mutually beneficial arrangement. I like it. Pleased, White Knight then looked puzzled. But what do you plan to do with Everblack once it's created? Well, since I'm the prince of the kingdom named after that tree, I grinned wickedly. With that tree, I can do a great many things. This is precisely my insurance for a decisive blow in the war against Fernandez. With the deal concluded, White Knight ventured deeper into the innermost part of the botanical garden alone. She went to retrieve the Holy Grail I had requested earlier. Holy Grail. The object Verdandi and her party, the Holy Grail Seekers, had been searching for over 100 years. 100 years ago, during the racial wars, the Elven Queen issued a secret order to her royal guards to retrieve the Holy Grail, a source of magical power that was once a national treasure of the Elven Kingdom, but had been stolen. She believed that with the Holy Grail, they could use the ancient magic of the Elven Kingdom, which had been lost. Verdandi bit her pale lips. I stood quietly beside her. It wasn't long before White Knight returned. She manipulated the arm of her mechanical device and extended something towards us. Take this. This is the Holy Grail. Surprised, Verdandi quickly took it and swallowed hard. It was a long sapling with branches shaped like a cup from which clear water pooled. Verdandi asked with a trembling voice, "Is this, by any chance, a sapling of the World Tree?" "Yes, it's a child tree sprouted by the World Tree evergreen itself," White Knight explained calmly. "Guardian trees are living beings too. They try to reproduce. The World Tree evergreen gave birth to 3 saplings, and the Elven Queen at that time secretly sent one to the Lake Kingdom. This magic tower also served as a seed bank in case of emergencies. It's ironic that the seed bank itself sank first." White Knight laughed self-deprecatingly. "And Elf, the fact that you are searching for this means the situation in the Elven Kingdom is dire." Verdandi stuttered. "I thought the Holy Grail was just a source of magic." "That sapling itself is indeed a tremendous source of magic. It contains the energy to grow into a world tree. Then, can it be used to revive the dying world tree of my homeland? It's possible, but it will only revive part of the dead tree. And if you use it as a source of magic, the sapling will immediately exhaust its life." Verdandi, closing and then opening her eyes, asked cautiously, "If we plant this sapling, how long would it take for it to grow into a new world tree?" "As long as the time that has passed since the birth of your race until now, and there's no guarantee it will grow properly." White Knight summarized the situation for the anguished Verdandi. "You have to choose one. Either revive part of the old tree or take the gamble of growing a new tree from scratch. It's not my decision to make." Verdandi looked at me and then bowed her head. "I will return to my homeland and discuss this with my sister and Queen Skuld." "Do that. Have a thorough discussion." I had planned to send Verdandi in that direction anyway, due to the Fallen King's plan. It would be good to have this meeting as well. "Thank you, White Knight." Verdandi also bowed to White Knight, "for preserving this sapling for such a long time. It's just returning what I received, Elf. Besides, you all are allies who will help kill the other me. It's only right for me to help as much as I can." And so, our conversation ended warmly. Our business here was now finished. Area 8, Magic Tower, clear progress. Normal rooms 10/10, boss room 1/1 treasure chests acquired. 11/11 area 8 Magic Tower, all clear. No battles, just solving puzzles easily and receiving numerous rewards. Finally looted the ultimate equipment, Snow White, and found the long-sought Holy Grail. Moreover, Everblack will become the biggest variable in the battle with Fernandez. I've even secured the NPC who will synthesize it. It seems I've gathered everything necessary. Looking around at the heroes, I smiled slyly. "Shall we head back now?" Free exploration ended. Level up characters. None deceased or injured characters. None equipment acquired. Snow White SSR armor. Venom Fang SSR magic gun. Plus 9 other types expand list items acquired. World Tree Sapling X event item. Magic Goblin Room key. Clearing the dungeon activated the teleport gate in the first floor lobby of the Magic Tower. Now, if there's business here, this gate can be used for travel. Flash. I returned comfortably using this gate. Everyone worked hard today. Rest up and I faced Verdandi and the Holy Grail Seekers who had followed me to Crossroad. From tomorrow, let's seriously discuss what lies ahead. Verdandi nodded firmly with a tense face. I gave her a bright smile. Finally, the time has come to put into practice the Fallen King plan, the method for cultivating the team of terror. Back in my room in the mansion, I pulled out the plan I had written beforehand and began to organize it once more, sending messengers to the fallen kings in various places to build an alliance. To the elves, Verdandi; to the beastmen, Cuilan; to the dwarves, Celebi; to the merfolk, Serenade. To dispatch messengers like this to the four major non-human races, and then to the minor nations and nobles of the south, those who had come as reinforcements to Crossroad in the past. I planned to send Dusk Bringer to them. During my 6-month absence, most of the First Imperial Army had withdrawn from the Bringer Duchy, and the war between the two countries had fizzled out. Dusk Bringer seems to have regained quite a bit of control within the Bringer Duchy. I'm not exactly sure why she continues to support me here without returning. In any case, if the Dragon Queen, who survived the war with Everblack, steps forward, it should be possible to bring together some power from the various minor nations in the south and west. And the north. Maybe I'll ask Yun for a favor. The Aryan kingdom, which now holds the real power in the north. Its second princess, Yun. I'm not sure of her exact intentions, but she stayed as a guest in Crossroad and helped with the defense. She should help me to some extent. I will send her as a messenger to the north. Lastly, the real fallen kings hidden in various places. I turned my head and looked at the hotel building rising high on one side of the city. The magical construction technology derived from the defense tower construction is really efficient. The completion date is already in sight. With the completion of the hotel, I should soon hold an event to lure in the rest of the fallen kings. The event name, perhaps Casino Royal. It was about time the tourist city plan I've been preparing since the first year started yielding results. Sigh. After finishing the writing, I lifted the pen from the plan. The names of numerous fallen kings I had identified during my 742 rounds of the game were written in rows on the plan. Of course, not all these people will easily come under my command just because they're asked. The center of this world is the Everblack Empire, and Fernandez holds its imperial capital. I'm significantly behind in terms of power. However, I precisely know what each of them wants, and I have the capability to grant it to each one. Even if it means making a few empty promises for now, I will make them an offer they cannot refuse. To choose me over Fernandez. Even if it means boasting and lying, mixing in empty promises and bluffs, I will bring them all under my command. Let's go head-to-head, second brother. And then, after defeating Fernandez, I will mobilize the gathered strength of humanity to conquer the Lake Kingdom. To subdue the Demon King in one fell swoop. I smirked. It appeared. The path to clear victory, undoubtedly. Chapter 433. No, I thought I saw it. The path to clear victory. But from the next day I encountered difficulties. I don't want to go. I don't want to meet my son. When I asked Celebi to deliver a message to the king of the dwarf race, Celebi vehemently refused. Wait, is your son the king of the dwarves? I didn't know about this backstory. Beside the despairing Celebi, who was clutching his head, Dusk Bringer, who had followed along, explained. You might not know, but dwarves are extremely individualistic. In other words, they hate taking public office. Oh, that kind of individualism. After the tribal war, dwarves scattered in all directions, and no one wanted to take the throne of the fallen kingdom. When the right to the throne drifted down to Celebi and his brothers, this dwarf, Duskbringer gestured towards Celebi, fled with his brothers, saying he'd dig up the legendary Golden Branch. He formed a Golden Branch mining crew. So the metal digging under this lake wasn't just out of curiosity or a sense of adventure, but to escape from succeeding the throne. Duskbringer finished explaining. So the wandering throne eventually settled when Celebi's fourth son decided to take it. That's why the current dwarf king is Celebi's fourth son. I looked at Celebi in surprise. You have 4 sons, Celebi sighed and shook his head, and 4 daughters. You had so many kids. What are you doing here instead of supporting them? Such an irresponsible parent. Please devote at least half the love you have for metal to your children. I've fed and raised them till adulthood. What more? Dwarves are independent from the age of 12 and grow up on their own. That's the culture of dwarves. Well, every race and culture has its own way of living. It's not for me to say. Besides, they're all over 50 by now. My youngest son must be around 40. Ah, dwarves have long lifespans, right. It's confusing with the different age concepts here. Celebi, turning his head sharply, flailed his arms and legs. Anyway, I can't go. I won't go. I'll spend the rest of my life here hammering away at equipment. Come on, don't be like that. Go see your son, it's been a while, and pass on my message, all right. But Celebi covered his ears and huddled quietly inside the forge. This stubborn old man. Then Duskbringer, smiling slyly beside me, spoke in a subtle tone. Every race except the dwarves has already agreed to gather. If only your race doesn't join. That would be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it? What? Celebi's eyes fiercely flickered. All the other races are gathering. That's right. The merfolk, the beastmen, even the elves you dislike, and even I, a dragon, are joining. Only the dwarves are missing. Duskbringer clicked his tongue and shrugged his shoulders. Well, how can we discuss the affairs of the world with such short, narrow-minded fatties? Now that I think about it, it's right for you to be left out. Just stay at home, scratching your belly, playing with your beloved metal scraps. Don't make me laugh. Dwarves have pride. How can we be the only ones left out? Celebi stood up resolutely, growling. Fine. I'll go back after a long time and see my sons and daughters and wife. Damn it. If going is what it takes, I'll go. Just don't leave us out. As Celebi turned to go, Duskbringer gestured towards him and whispered in my ear. Individualistic, but with a strong sense of racial pride. Just scratch a little, and like this. Your Grace, every time you show such an attitude, I deeply realize that you are indeed the Duchess of your principality. She really knows how to turn the situation to her favor. I admired her purely. Celebi, who had been grumbling, looked at me. So, what exactly do I need to convey? Please deliver this letter to your son, the Dwarf King, when you go. That will be enough. I handed Celebi the letter I had prepared in advance. When you depart, come to Crossroad, and we will also send gifts prepared along with our escort troops. I see. The sooner I go, the better, right? Of course. All right, then I'll finish up the equipment I was working on and head out right away. Celebi sighed heavily and glanced at me. You really know how to make the most out of me, Ash. I smiled slyly. Of course, I must utilize everything I can. Kulan was already preparing to leave. Leaving right away, Kulan. You can take it easy. Hee hee. There's a saying, strike while the iron is hot, right, and I have many places to visit. Kulan tied his bootlaces and sprang up his large body. The beast tribes are scattered all over the world. As you know, not just wolves, but bears, tigers, foxes, and others. I hummed in response to Kulan's explanation. Then there's no one who can be called the king of the entire race. How can we gather the collective will of the race? There are chieftains in each tribe. I plan to visit and persuade them one by one. Oh, persuasion. How? Kulan then grinned and raised his fist. Ah, that kind of persuasion. A punch can be quicker than 100 words. That's how we beastmen are. Just leave it to me. But it might take some time. Kulan nodded gravely. And I'll stop by my homeland and bring back part of that maple tree. Don't worry and wait for me. I'll wait and trust you, Kulan. Hee hee. Seems like we've built quite a trust between us, eh? Of course. You're a man I can trust to have my back. Speaking sincerely, Kulan raised his thick red eyebrows in a silent smile. He quickly packed his bag and left with only the members of the penal squad. He's unexpectedly efficient in his actions. The figure of Kulan, walking away with his silver leather cloak fluttering, looked truly like a king, thanks to his imposing stature. Not a bandit king anymore, I smiled to myself. Maybe I should call him the Beast King, and right after Kulan left. Where did he go? Yun appeared a beat too late. She rushed out so hastily that she was in her pajamas, and her distinctive ivory hair was wildly tousled. She had leaped out swiftly, even riding the northern wolf, which she hadn't used during her stay in Crossroad. Yun looked around fiercely, and I asked her dryly, "Who are you looking for, Yun?" Kulan. He said he'd move with me while he's on the road. Ah, that's why Kulan left in such a hurry. Did he flee because Yun was too much for him? Since it wasn't something I could hide, I told her Kulan had left just a moment ago. Yun ground her teeth in frustration. Ah, really? Ever since I left home, I've been getting dumped by men, damn it. Being one of those cold men myself, I laughed awkwardly. Now that it's come to this, I'll follow him out of spite. I'm going too, Lord Ash. Right now. But I thought the people from the Northern Kingdom were leaving in a few days. I learned something after being rejected by you, Yun growled fiercely. A man's heart is like a reed. If you don't grasp it in time, it just drifts away. You think I'll keep losing? Me, Yun Aryan, that's not my style, so I'm leaving first. Tell my subordinates to follow quickly. Whoosh. The wolf Yun was riding quickly followed the direction Qulan had left in. I waved my hand in that direction and shouted, please convey the message well to the northern kingdoms too, and do well with Qulan, whatever that might be. Qulan is oddly popular, and Yun seems to be oddly rejected, so their romance seems challenging. But that's for them to figure out. Verdandi had finished preparing to lead the Holy Grail Seekers on their departure. Wow! She was not in her usual tight adventurer's outfit, but in a traditional elf ceremonial dress, which made me utter a surprised sound. Dressed in a flowing green gown and wearing elaborate decorations on her long ears, Verdandi held the sapling of the world tree in her arms and smiled at me. My outfit feels awkward, doesn't it? It's 100-year-old style, so it might seem outdated. No, Verdandi, it suits you very well. Somehow, I had only seen her as a warrior until now. But like this, she really looks like an elven princess. I plan to visit both the Elven Autonomous District and my homeland. I dressed carefully for the occasion. Verdandi, though embarrassed, seemed to like her outfit. The glass ornaments on her forehead sparkled. Along with the 3 teardrop marks, she gave a smiling glance. So, as Lord Ash's envoy, what should I convey to my queen? Give her this letter, and my gifts for your race. I've put them on the backs of these creatures. After handing her the letter, I signaled, and 5 animals, which had been grazing around Crossroad, approached. They were deer as large as horses. Verdandi asked with a surprised look, what are these? When the Elven Queen visited Crossroad, she left these, saying you should ride them when you return. Verdandi, at a loss for words, stroked the deer's neck. The deer let out a soft sound, enjoying the elven's touch. Don't be too tense, Verdandi. Your sister is probably more ready to accept you than you think. I hope so. Verdandi climbed onto one of the deer first. The other Holy Grail Seekers also mounted the other deer. I'll be back, Lord Ash. Take care, Verdandi. I waved my hand. I'll be waiting for good news. Yes, absolutely. With a final bow, Verdandi drove the deer forward. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop the 5 deer, carrying 5 elves, quickly disappeared into the distance. I watched their backs quietly, hoping that Verdandi would bring back a favorable answer from the Elven Queen, and that the 2 of them could reconcile amicably. I appreciate your reliance on me, Ash, the person who had stayed by my side while sending off the other envoys. Now it was time for Duskbringer to depart. Her 4 personal knights and a series of troops were busy loading carriages and horses, preparing for departure. Beside them, she smirked and then looked at me intently. Even so, isn't it too much to leave most of the small nations in the south and west to me? I can only apologize for the inconvenience, Your Grace. I entrusted Duskbringer with the task of liaising with most of the small neighboring nations. There was no one more suitable for this job than her, who had reigned as the queen of the Bringer Duchy for many years. While not as much as the imperial homeland, the Bringer Duchy also wielded considerable influence in the south and west. Hee, well, all right. After all, my fate is already tied to this southern front. And to you. And Duskbringer happily accepted the role. Despite being a queen herself, she chose to act as my envoy, the commander of the southern front. I hesitated a bit before asking. It feels awkward to ask this myself, Your Grace, but why are you helping me to this extent? Duskbringer then made a playful expression with her youthful face. When everyone in this world and my own country had abandoned me, it was you and your city that extended a hand to me, she answered in an unexpectedly serious tone. Whether it's a favor or a grudge, I repay it twofold. That is the way of the dragon. Chapter 434, whether it's a favor or a grudge, I repay it twofold. That is the way of the dragon. Following this, Duskbringer shrugged her shoulders. Well, and whether it's Traha, Lark, or Fernandez, they all were busy trying to devour my country. Whichever of the 3 seizes the empire, it's only a loss for my country. Duskbringer stretched out her little finger and lightly poked my chest. It means that you have to be the one to make a move. Ha ha. I appreciate the honesty in this part. Immediately after, Duskbringer's expression hardened slightly, and, yes, no, never mind. She seemed about to say something but faltered. Forget it. It wasn't anything important. No, what is it? Why start speaking ominously and then stop? Don't be so impatient, child. You will understand in time, soon enough. Duskbringer, revealing her sharp teeth in a grin, swiftly kicked off the ground and climbed atop her horse. Then, without a word of farewell, she just waved her hand and departed with her subordinates. I silently watched the people of the Bringer Duchy leaving in a rush. They had been here for quite a long time. Maybe that's why their departure seemed so unfamiliar. They will all return. I had to believe and wait. Well, with that, most of the emissaries have left. Looking around the now desolate crossroad, I pulled out a pocket watch and grumbled about the time. Why hasn't Kellaby come? The last emissary, Kellaby. I had prepared gifts and escorts because he said he would leave today, but he was nowhere to be seen. When exactly is this old man going to show up? That's when it happened. Hey, Ash! From the direction of the mansion's teleport gate, a rough old dwarf voice called out. Turning to look, there he was. Kellaby, who should be departing as an emissary, was in his usual blacksmith attire, covered in grease and soot, running towards me. I was about to scold him, but Kellaby excitedly shouted out, I've finished it. The new equipment. In his hand, a piece of equipment was shining with the distinctive golden glow of an SSR-grade item. The new Nightmare Slayer. Bringing an indemnity privilege, I see. This calls for recognition. Can't help it. I stopped my retort and welcomed him with a broad mind. The item Kellaby had made was a helmet, a combination of a mask, helmet, and a crown. I rushed to finish it, but my finishing is perfect. Here, see for yourself. Receiving the somewhat familiar item, I felt a bittersweet emotion. Yes, this was the Nightmare Slayer, forged from the Goblin God King's magical core. Its name was the greatest helmet I've ever made, Original Sin. Original Sin. Thinking of the Goblin God King and the new owner of this helmet who will bear its torments, it seemed a fitting yet cruel naming. I closely examined the helmet. The original helmet of the Goblin God King had an integrated crown, and its mask part was quite elaborate. However, this helmet had a laurel wreath instead of a crown, and the mask part was changed to a simple design. Even though you are a prince, it wouldn't be right for your subordinate to wear a helmet with a crown, so I changed it to a laurel wreath. A laurel wreath was also used by emperors in the past. Well, it's not used much these days, and I focused more on the functional aspect of the mask. It wouldn't break even if hit by a cannon. Anyway, I received the helmet. Let's see. Original Sin, SSR, LV50, category, helmet defense, 50 durability, 50/50, stamina plus 30. The MP you hold is converted to HP. The wearer's magic and skills now consume HP. All attacks deal additional magic damage proportional to maximum health, but the wearer also receives a portion of that damage. Every time you receive any form of damage, physical defense and magic defense increase by 1%. Stacks last for 3 minutes and can accumulate up to 100 times. Upon reaching maximum stacks, maximum health is doubled and additional health regeneration is granted. This effect lasts until the end of the battle. Unlocks depending on the number of enemies killed while wearing this equipment. Unlocks depending on the number of enemies killed while wearing this equipment. It's a lengthy explanation. To put it simply, it's an equipment that enhances tanking ability by stacking during combat. You just need to take damage 100 times in any form. And since your own attacks and skill usage also inflict self-damage, the stacks should accumulate quickly. But if you fight recklessly just to build stacks, you might pass out from accumulated damage before you can stack up. Will you dive into danger for a quick comeback, or play it safe and preserve your health? This equipment requires choosing between such dilemmas during combat. It's quite a perverse design. I like it. As a nightmare slayer, shouldn't I have this level of perversity? And the design is striking too. I nodded in satisfaction. Excellent work, Kellaby. You've done a great job. Heh, I always make great stuff. Anyway, I was finishing this up and didn't prepare much. Can't I just leave tomorrow? You can prepare along the way. Leave now. You're ruthless, my lord. Come on, don't be like that. I forcibly grabbed the grumbling Celebi and ordered him to wash up at the Lord's mansion. After he hastily washed and dressed in clothes I had prepared, I put him in the carriage that was waiting. The gift I'm sending is loaded in the carriage behind. Please deliver the letter well and convey my words too. All right, all right. Thanks for seeing me off. I'll be back. Celebi, grumbling but obediently sitting in the carriage, looked back at me and exclaimed, "Ah!" Also, my assistant Hannibal. He has something to say to you. Hannibal. Yes, I brought him here, so talk to him. Turning around, I saw the shaggy-haired boy, the spirit enchanter Hannibal, standing awkwardly. I thought he came to see off Celebi, but it seems he has business with me too. Anyway, have a good trip. Yes, sir. Have a safe journey. After Celebi and the escort troops left, I waved my hand and turned around. Hannibal had already approached me. Crouching in front of the boy, I smiled gently. Hannibal, what do you want to tell me? Yes, your highness, it's about. Hannibal hesitated, took a deep breath, then puffed out his chest and said, I think I need to talk about my origins. Origins. I looked at him with curious eyes. After finishing the conversation with Hannibal in Crossroads City Center, emptied of those who had departed, I strolled leisurely, heading towards a facility located in one corner of the city. The temple. At its entrance, as always, was a big man with an inverted helmet, grooming himself. I called his name. Torkel. Ah, your highness. Torkel, turning his body slowly, bowed to me. Have you come? What brings you today? I have a task for you. I handed a new helmet to Torkel, who was slowly blinking within his helmet. Take this, your new equipment. This is... Torkel flinched as he took the helmet. It was clearly not ordinary equipment at a glance. Your highness. Torkel extended it back to me. I do not deserve such equipment. The shield and mace you gave me before are already more than enough for me. I am grateful, but this equipment should go to someone else. Torkel. But I did not back down. You are the right person for it. Torkel looked back and forth between me and the helmet in a daze. In a recent battle, Torkel reached level 50 and awakened his ultimate skill along with his third job change. Torkel, SR, level 50 title, Leprosy Exterminator occupation, Painkiller, Strength 20, Agility 10, Intelligence 10, Stamina 50, Magic Power 15. His awakened occupation name is Painkiller. It means an analgesic, but considering the disease Torkel has suffered from all his life and his tumultuous life, the name feels strangely apt. And his skill status. Own skills, passive, Leprosy Annihilator skill 1, Endurance of Pain skill 2, Repentance of Pain ultimate. Restricted state, a passive skill that further extends and enhances leprosy patient characteristics. A first skill that increases defense. A second skill that recovers health, and his newly awakened ultimate, but it's in a restricted state. A restricted state means, literally, that the skill cannot be used due to various factors. There can be many reasons, but in Torkel's case, it's probably a psychological one. He still feels guilty for causing Margarita's death. The fact that he has been doing menial work in the temple every day since then is telling. Moreover, he has lost not just Margarita, but also all the other colleagues from the leprosy extermination squad he has been with his whole life. I will never fully know the torment and agony he lives with, but still, for future strategies and for his life going forward, he cannot remain stagnant forever. Torkel, from now on, you must fight as one of the core vanguards of our army. A solid anvil is essential for a strong army. Of course, we have Evangeline, a pure tanker who can also deal damage. Having acquired Snow White, Evangeline is now indisputably the strongest tanker in the world. But war is not fought alone. A strong sub-tanker to form the anvil with is desperately needed, and Torkel can certainly fulfill that role. Take it. I'll make you new armor soon, too. Torkel eventually accepted the helmet, but he was still hesitant. Your Highness, Torkel was about to say something after a long hesitation. That's when it happened. Hello there. Suddenly, a wavering voice was heard. Surprised, we turned around to see a tall man swaggering towards the temple entrance. This is the Crossroad Temple, right? Yes, the man had an appearance that could only be described as such. Late 30s, early 40s, around that age, in a shabby priest's outfit, with greasy, unkempt hair. His eyes were bleary, his beard untrimmed and dirty, and a burnt-out cigarette butt was in his mouth. The man in such attire staggered to the front of the temple, exhaled a long breath, and flung the backpack he was carrying against the temple wall. Bibles and other contents spilled out of the backpack. Wow, that was damn tough. Isn't Crossroad way too far? Ah, seeing this unfamiliar man walking around so casually, I asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "Ah, haven't you heard?" The man pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket, saw that it was empty, threw it to the ground, and while chewing on the remaining butt, introduced himself to me. "I'm Zennies, dispatched from the Central Church. I've been newly appointed as the priest here in Crossroad." Then he formed a circle with his fingers, winked, and smiled. "Looking forward to your generous donations, my lord." Chapter 435. Serenade adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose as she read the documents to me. Name, Zennies. Age, 38. A heresy inquisitor affiliated with the goddess religion's central church. This is the Silver Winter Merchant Guild's Crossroad branch. Just yesterday, who had returned from escorting the Mermaid King, I asked Serenade to look up information on Zennies. And within a day, Serenade had gathered the data and was informing me. Since switching to information trade as her main business, she had become incredibly fast. I tilted my head in confusion. Heresy Inquisition. Does the goddess religion engage in such activities? No, basically, while the goddess religion is the state religion of the empire, it doesn't persecute other religions. The term heresy inquisitor here means a combatant. The title sounds menacing, but he's just a shoulder for the church. Every organization needs to use force sometimes. Is he skilled? He entered the order as a heresy inquisitor at 18 and has not failed a mission in 20 years. He has also made achievements as a healing priest. That sounds pretty elite, doesn't it? Why would he be dispatched to such a remote place? My suspicion deepened. With the Imperial throne battle unfolding in the Imperial capital and my impending clash with Fernandez, if a new priest dispatched by the Central Church to this region is of such elite caliber, is he one of Fernandez's dogs? Just then, Serenade, stuttering slightly, read the next piece of information. But it seems he was subjected to a punishment akin to excommunication. Excommunication? Yes, he hasn't been excommunicated thanks to his past merits, but he was demoted to an ordinary priest and sentenced to lifelong service without rank. The assignment to Crossroad might be a continuation of this punishment. That's the analysis. I blinked in surprise and asked, "What did he do to deserve that?" "Well, that's—" Serenade hesitated, her face turning slightly red, and then answered. "While he was dispatched abroad for proselytizing, he ended up impregnating a princess of that country. Generally, priests of the goddess religion are allowed to marry, but this is a different issue. A priest sent for proselytizing, falling for a foreign princess, and impregnating her. This incident escalated from a mere religious issue to a diplomatic problem between the empire and that country. After hearing the whole story, I thought to myself, is he crazy? This is honestly impressive. He really made a scene. Serenade continued to explain to me. The incident happened 10 years ago, and since then he has been an ordinary priest, being sent from one undesirable location to another for 10 years. Even now, he is only acting as a priest. His position is still that of an ordinary priest. And the princess who was impregnated. She gave birth to the child, but soon after passed away due to weakened health. Oh dear, what a situation. Shaking my head slightly, I gestured. Anyway, enough about his history. What's the likelihood that this guy is a spy for Fernandez? It's highly likely. Serenade nodded seriously. Given the timing, it's too coincidental. It's safer to assume he's an enemy. According to our counterintelligence network, there's no movement from other spies. It's unusually quiet, but suddenly, someone dispatched from the Central Church arrives. It would be foolish not to be wary, especially since the goddess religion has historically used priests as spies. Don't take your eyes off him. Always keep a close watch. Praising Serenade for her efforts, I stood up and smiled slyly. Well, whether he's a spy or not, we can just work him to death on the battlefield, right? Upon checking through the system, Zennies was an SSR-grade hero, possessing skills that could heal allies on the field. Whether he's a spy or not, he can be used. In either case, he was going to be thoroughly utilized, just like Margarita had been. I suddenly missed Margarita. Unlike Zennies, who caused tremendous trouble, she simply got posted to this remote place and devotedly healed people, breaking her back in the process. Zennies, this wouldn't be right for you. I smiled bitterly. Your predecessor's shadow looms too large. Even if Zennies were just a devout priest and not a spy, he would inevitably be compared to Margarita. Under the shadow of the former esteemed administrator, how would the new priest prove his worth? It was something to observe from now on. Ah, taking a bath feels great. Humming a tune, Zennies emerged from the temple's bathroom. Oh, it's been a while since I've thoroughly cleaned myself. Lucky for me, Crossroad has abundant water. Even after washing his hair and shaving, there was an unmistakable uncle-like air about Zennies. The towel around his neck, his hunched back, his wide, shuffling steps. Most of all, the smell of cigarettes on his body, which seemed not to wash off. Below, he wore shorts, and above, a crumpled shirt. As Zennies was returning to his room, he ran into Torkel, who was cleaning. Torkel had just finished cleaning the hallway and was moving to clean the bathroom with his cleaning tools. Zennies cheerfully waved his hand. Hard at work, I see. Oh, you're a temple staff member. I'm Torkel, a volunteer. Torkel adjusted his mop and pointed to the path Zennies had walked. Please make sure to dry off before leaving the bathroom next time, Priest Zennies. Huh, my bad. Turning back, Zennies smacked his forehead. There were watermarks following his steps in the temple corridor, caused by his wet slippers. Ah, sorry about that. I can be a bit careless. After quietly wiping the floor, Torkel walked past Zennies toward the bathroom. Zennies scratched his chin awkwardly. Am I being watched? Zennies, feeling a bit bitter, pulled out a cigarette and matches from his pocket. I'm used to being treated like a stranger wherever I go, but it still hurts an old man's heart a bit. As Zennies put the cigarette in his mouth and was about to light the match, CHK, Torkel, who had returned unexpectedly, snatched the lit end of the match, extinguishing it with his bare hand. Startled, Zennies blinked as Torkel stated heavily, smoking is prohibited inside the temple. Ah, right. I should smoke outside. Zennies hastily stuffed the cigarette back into his pocket and pointed at Torkel's hand. Is your finger all right? Didn't you just get burned? Show it to me. I'm a priest, I can use healing magic. Torkel stepped back and answered lowly, I am a leprosy patient. Ah, I don't feel pain from a burn like this. Don't worry about it. Torkel nodded slightly and strode back towards the bathroom. Zennies, with his hands in his pockets, quietly watched Torkel walk away and then suddenly called out, Hey, lost lamb. Confused by the unfamiliar title, Torkel slowly pointed to himself. Are you referring to me? Who else here looks like a lost person? Lost. As Torkel looked puzzled, Zennies gave him a sly smile. You seem to be carrying a lot of worries in your heart. If you need a place to unload, come to me. Hearing confessions is part of a priest's duties. Then, carry on with your cleaning, waving his hand. Zennies walked down the corridor, still leaving water marks from his slippers. Watching his retreating figure, Torkel swallowed a sigh internally. Bang! The temple's main door burst open, and Bardibag rushed in with a desperate look on his face. Gasping for breath, Bardibag shouted, Huff, huff, any priest. Is there any priest here? It's urgent. Unfortunately, the Crossroad Temple was currently facing a severe staff shortage, with all other priests away on visits. Damien was also absent. Zennies was the only priest present. Zennies, sensing the urgency, stepped forward and asked Bardibag, What's the matter? Huff, huff, Miss Lily. She's suddenly in pain. Okay, young elf friend. I don't know who Miss Lily is or what her ailment is. It would help if you could provide some personal details in the affected area. Prompted by Zennies' words, Bardibag stammered out. Miss Lily is pregnant, but she suddenly started having abdominal pain. Right, say it like that. Where is she now? At the alchemist's workshop. Unfortunately, even with the location, I have no idea where that is. Can you guide me? But Bardibag was too breathless from his hurried arrival. Zennies shook his head slightly. Never mind, elf friend, you catch your breath here. Ah, there, volunteer friend. Zennies gestured, and Torkel pointed to himself in bewilderment. Zennies nodded. Guide me, please, it's urgent. Alchemist's workshop. Lily's private room. Ah. Lily was clutching her swollen belly in agony. Beside her, Burnout and other alchemists were helplessly trying to care for her. Make way, make way. The priest has arrived. Pushing through the crowd, Zennies and Torkel had just arrived and entered the room. What's all this fuss? The patient is in pain, don't make it worse. Everyone, please step outside for now, Zennies shouted, clearing the alchemists out of the room. Now only Lily, Zennies, Burnout, and Torkel, in case physical assistance was needed, remained in the room. Checking Lily's belly, Zennies asked cautiously, How many months pregnant are you? Over 8 months. And the father? He's dead. Lily clenched her teeth and corrected herself. No, he's missing. Ah, what a coincidence. The mother of my child left right after giving birth too. As Zennies placed his hand on Lily's belly and infused it with holy power, he grinned. Lots of tips I could give as a single dad to a single mom, but let me ask again. What race is the baby's father? Finally understanding the intent of the question, Lily answered laboriously. An elf. I thought as much. This is labor pain common in interracial pregnancies with half-elf offspring, often referred to as half-blood pain. Zennies shrugged nonchalantly. You'll experience periodic pain like this until the baby is born. Pregnancy is hard enough without unexplained pain, right? It's rough. Childbirth is never easy. Is he mocking her? As Lily looked at him incredulously, Zennies removed his hand. But ta-da! Dr. Zennies here has treated this half-blood condition before, so I can heal it just like magic. What? Heal what? Mid-sentence, Lily blinked in surprise. It was true. The pain in her belly had lessened, almost like a lie. Half-blood babies have high magical sensitivity, leading to excessive accumulation of magic power. The problem is that this interferes with the mother's magical aura, causing severe pain. We just need to gently dissolve that. Ah, babies naturally struggle with controlling their strength. Given the level of pain in your belly, the baby seems to have a fair bit of magical talent, huh? Congratulations in advance. Thank you. Lily, flustered, cautiously sat up. Zennies continued. This might happen every 1 minute 2 weeks from now on, so don't hesitate to call me if your belly hurts. I'll teach you some deep breathing techniques to try when it does. Now take a deep breath in. Zennies covered Lily's belly with a cloth and taught her the deep breathing method. After watching Lily practice a few times, Zennies stood up. That's it for today's work. Everyone can disperse now. Opening the door widely, Zennies called out to the alchemists waiting outside with worried faces, signaling that the situation was over. He then turned back to Lily. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Zennies, the new priest of Crossroad. We'll be seeing each other quite often. Lily. Ah, thank you for your help. I should be the one thanking you, really. Let's keep our spirits up until you give birth. Zennies clenched his fist and cheered, then turned to Torkel. Let's head back, Torkel. You have to finish cleaning, and I need to find a corner to sneak off and smoke my unfinished cigarette. Torkel looked at Zennies with newfound curiosity. It was hard to gauge him as a person, but as a healing priest, his skills seemed not bad. A single mom who can't use her legs, giving birth to a half-blood child. Leaving the alchemist's workshop, Zennies clicked his tongue bitterly. That young lady's road ahead looks tough. Chapter 436. Many heroes were dispatched as lions according to my fallen king plan, and at this slightly empty moment at Crossroad, starting with the new high priest, Zennies, unexpected other guests began to arrive. Dujujudu, north gate of Crossroad. Standing in front of the open gate, I quietly watched a series of troops rushing from afar. Defeated army, they clearly looked like an army that had lost in war. The soldiers' broken armors were clotted with blood, their equipment was damaged, and their injured horses limped. But their eyes, still shining brightly. The flag this defeated army was holding high, fluttering long in the wind, belonged to my brother Lark, Lark's direct army, the first legion of the Imperial Army. They were its remnants. Click, click, click. Despite being a defeated army, every single one of their movements was incredibly precise. One knight stepped forward in front of this group, lined up at the north gate of Crossroad. He was a fierce-looking old knight with scars all over his body like tattoos. One of his eyes seemed blinded, unfocused, and glaringly white. The old knight dismounted with a heavy motion and bowed deeply to me. I greet Prince Ash. I am Metallic, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Knight Division of the 1st Legion of the Imperial Army. Nice to meet you, Metallic. Metallic gave another polite bow, and I lightly nodded in return. Metallic continued, I believe you know why we have come here. It's not hard to guess. With the widespread news of Lark's execution, the fact that the remnants of the army he led did not surrender to Fernandez, but came to me. It means they have not given up yet and are looking for another to fight alongside. The question is whether I can live up to your expectations. His Highness, Lark said. Metallic looked at me with a fierce gaze. If anything happened to him, he ordered the remaining army to be led to Prince Ash, to entrust you with the command of the army. His Highness said you are the only one who can stand against His Highness Fernandez. Therefore, I believe you can easily fulfill my humble expectations. What are your expectations of me? Metallic replied immediately. Revenge. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, death for death, a requiem for his highness Lark, revenge for him. My purpose and expectation are only that. In other words, killing Fernandez is the goal of this old knight. You've come at the right time, Metallic. I stepped aside in silence and pointed to the open north gate. Heal your injuries and recover. We'll soon be heading back to the battlefield. Metallic bowed deeply again and then remounted his horse, leading his army into Crossroad. Lucas, who was standing behind me watching this scene, let out a faint groan. At First Legion, to be so thoroughly defeated. But they survived and have now come under my command. Although defeated and reduced in size, it's still the First Legion of the Imperial Army, considered the elite of the elite. The training level of ordinary soldiers is extremely high, and more importantly, they are skilled in warfare against humans. Considering that most of Crossroads soldiers are adept at fighting monsters, but inexperienced in fighting other humans, their joining is very timely. I'll be able to hear about the tactics Fernandez uses on the battlefield. They will be useful in many ways. And with their joining, the existing barracks finally reached their capacity limit. The construction of new barracks is urgent. I should put in a request right away. And then another new guest arrived. While I was out to meet the First Legion, I decided to drop by the Mercenary Guild, where a noisy ruckus was coming from inside. I turned to Lucas and shrugged my shoulders. Is it some kind of drinking party? More like. It sounds more like a fight. As I opened the door and stepped inside, it was a sight to behold. Catch him, kill that bastard. The mercenaries were entangled with each other, grabbing by the collar and punching. Looking at the chaotic scene of the brawl, I clicked my tongue. Looks good, that's how mercenaries should play. But when a few, agitated, started pulling out their blades, I shouted loudly. That's enough. The mercenaries, recognizing me, hurriedly lowered their weapons in surprise, still glaring at each other and breathing heavily. Entering the mercenary guild, I frowned. Aren't you here wanting to be employed in this city? But if you cause such trouble even before being employed, how can you be useful? Why did you fight? Let's hear the reason. Then one of the mercenaries, still holding a blade and breathing heavily, pointed inside the guild and shouted, That woman! She invited people to play poker, and then she swept the whole game. Hey, drawing a sword over that. When you play poker, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But, the next words even made me shut up. Isn't 20 consecutive wins a bit strange? How can she keep getting four of a kinds, full houses, straights, every time she draws? That woman must be cheating. I turned my gaze in the direction the mercenary was pointing. There she was sitting there, at the central table of the guild, overturned, amidst scattered playing cards and dice. Sitting nonchalantly with her legs crossed, a woman dressed in a fedora suit and coat. SR grade. Behind the woman, a purple hue flickered. Recognizing her rank, attire, and especially through the playing cards, I chuckled. A big shot has arrived. Creak pulling a chair to sit in front of her, I gestured at her. Miss Violet, aren't you the famous gambler? At the mention of her name, the woman Violet slightly tipped her fedora and looked at me. Well-maintained long hair of a light violet hue. Eyes showing under the brim of her hat, a deep violet color. A woman of violet like violets, thus called Violet. But she is more famous for her nicknames. Miss Gamble, Miss Fortune, Miss Hold'em, a genius of gambling, wreaking havoc in the gambling world, devouring her opponents. I came to this city because I heard there was a casino. Violet shrugged nonchalantly. They told me it's still under construction, so I ended up venting my frustration here. She must have been so eager to gamble that she came early upon hearing about the not yet opened casino. It's fine to vent, to gamble, to wait for the casino to open, but I gestured towards the ruined table. You shouldn't cheat. Give back the money to this poor mercenary friend right now. Why should I do that? I played fair and square, according to the rules of poker. Violet smirked. I just happened to be lucky to get good hands, and this unfortunate friend, coincidentally, unluckily, kept getting bad ones. To overturn the results of a fair game, even if you are the lord of this city, you have no right to do that. Right, I don't have that right. I too smirked in return. If that game was truly fair, that is. What? Care to play a round of poker with me? I righted the overturned table and gathered the scattered cards into one deck, extending it towards her. If I win, you give the money back to that guy. Violet scoffed as if the idea was preposterous. Ha! And if I win, I'll give you whatever you want. For starters, 100 times the money that guy lost. Let's start with that as the bet. Everyone was startled when I suddenly proposed such a large amount, especially Lucas, who stood behind me, almost dropping his jaw. But I don't gamble without a chance of winning. I smiled leisurely and gestured to Violet. What? Getting cold feet, afraid your true colors might show. You're too full of bluster, Lord. Violet, twisting her lips in a smile, snatched the deck of cards from my hand. Fine, let's have a game, but you must keep your word. I always keep my word. The poker in this world is similar to Earth's Texas Hold'em. Each player gets 2 private cards, and 5 community cards are laid on the table. The goal is to make the strongest possible hand using 5 of the 7 cards. Flick, flick, flick. She shuffled the cards smoothly and dealt 2 to me, 2 to herself, and then laid out 5 in the center. And as I picked up my cards, keying, from beneath her fedora, Violet's purple eyes flashed as she activated a spell. A purple magical flow spread across the area, beginning to distort reality like a mirage. This was the power behind the gambler, or rather, the cheat, Violet's winning streak. Illusion domain, Violet zone. The entire area turned into her mental domination zone, making it impossible for people to distinguish between reality and her illusion. In this zone, she manipulated the outcomes as she pleased. However, my passive skill, unyielding commander, completely nullifies mental status abnormalities. I'm immune to her illusion. Clang. Violet zone couldn't even fully deploy before being nullified. The others in the mercenary guild didn't even realize what had happened. But Violet and I clearly knew that we had just exchanged blows, and that I had overwhelmingly won. Wah, what? Violet, who had maintained a poker face until then, looked utterly baffled, her mouth slightly agape. How can this be? My zone. It didn't work. Done with your tricks. I smiled leisurely, picking up and checking my hand. There are all kinds of people in the world. Among them, some are immune to your shallow tricks. Pretty good hand. Should we raise the stakes? After checking my cards and the community cards, I grinned. On top of the earlier amount, let's bet this city's budget for a year. What can you bet more, Violet? Seems fair to balance the scales of the bet. Violet tightly closed her eyes, then flipped over her 2 cards and pushed them forward. I concede. The game ended anticlimactically. Here, the money I took from that man. Admitting defeat suits you. I took the purse Violet handed over and threw it to the mercenary who had been wielding a blade earlier. He quickly caught it and bowed deeply to me. As I stood up, Violet asked hesitantly, "What was your hand?" "Ha! What was your hand to make you so confident?" I flicked my fingers, showing my 2 private cards. Violet examined them and her eyes widened in surprise. "What is this?" Violet, who had kicked her chair back and stood up, yelled at me. "It's a trash hand." Indeed it was. Not even a minimum hand ranking, and as a basic hand, it was garbage. Anyone in their right mind wouldn't bet such an amount on that hand. But I won. Bluffing is also a legitimate skill. I grinned, and Violet's face turned to one of utter disbelief. Of course, the reason I did this wasn't that I was crazy or a gambling expert, but based on information from the game, a kind of strategy. Violet has a trait, overconfidence, which increases the power of her illusions, but conversely, she falls into a confused state if her illusion is nullified. I bet on that. When her illusion was nullified, she fell into a state of confusion and lost the capacity to deal with my bluff. That's why she was easily defeated. Relying on things like illusions, you'll never experience a real victory. Violet, she might be a competent cheat, but she wasn't a strong gambler. And while I might not win against a gambler, I can demolish a cheat. The casino will open in 2 weeks. Until then, enjoy your time in this city. I waved my hand and left the mercenary guild. In the meantime, try improving your real poker skills. Violet stood there, dumbfounded, watching me leave. Chapter 437, after easily defeating Violet in poker. I muttered to myself as I walked away from the mercenary guild. Is it because the hotel and casino are about to be completed that renowned gamblers are starting to come? Lucas, hurrying to catch up, asked me, "Are you saying more cheats like that woman will come?" Violet is a member of the Gambler Party, Gamblers Club. In other words, 4 more are likely to come. The high-ranking heroes I wanted to recruit for the casino-attached hotel. One of them, and the first I wanted to recruit, the Gambler Party Gamblers Club, they were the first to take the bait. Good as they come, I grinned. I'll crush them, laden them with debt, and make them my subordinates. In a forest, a little distance from Crossroad, at a crossroads, there, skillfully set up camping tents were placed around a burning campfire. In front of the fire sat a tired-looking middle-aged man and woman, and a young boy and girl, one each. At a glance, they looked like a regular family, but they were all glaring sharply at each other, and for a good reason. What they held in their hands were gambling tiles. Holding gambling tools similar to Earth's mahjong tiles, these people of all ages were scrutinizing each other, progressing in a serious game when wah! This is so infuriating, Violet burst out. Dressed in a neat fedora, coat, and suit, her light violet hair fluttering, she suddenly threw her hat to the ground. The 4 people playing mahjong immediately brightened up. Violet, our leader has returned. How was the recon? Does Crossroads smell tasty? Is it worth our while to come all the way to this backwater? The 4 people eagerly bombarded her with questions, to which Violet gritted her teeth. I was fleeced. What? I got fleeced, damn it. Dropping her formal speech, Violet sat down on the ground in frustration, roughly pushing back her sweat-soaked bangs. Her words shocked the other 4. What do you mean you got fleeced? The Lord of Crossroad, that crazy third prince. We played a round of poker, and that man. My illusions didn't work on him at all. I was utterly defeated. The news of Violet's defeat surprised them all. After all, although Violet might not be the strongest in gambling skills among the 5, her ability to cheat was the strongest. That's why she was nominally the leader of this gambler party. I've never met a man like that before. Violet bit her lower lip in frustration. He nullified my illusion in an instant and toyed with me using bluffing. It was like he sliced open my belly and exposed my insides. Ah, damn embarrassing. Violet, lying sprawled on the ground, screamed and flailed her arms and legs. The other 4, looking down at her, turned serious. And we came here thinking we could easily rob this rural city's casino. If they made Violet like this, they're not ordinary, are they? Isn't this serious? Should we just run away? We can't do that. The last to speak was the youngest among them, a girl with a red cloak, her hood pulled low. We've come too far to give up now. As the girl spoke, the other gamblers fell silent. She continued quietly. I don't know how Violet's illusion was dispelled, but our 4 skills are still effective. If we 5 join forces, we can toy with any opponent. That's why we formed the Gamblers Club. The girl, murmuring softly, glanced at Violet. Right, Violet. As the girl sought agreement, Violet suddenly sprang up. Yes, of course. I might not know alone, but you. And if we move together, we can take down anyone. Then it's decided. Come on, get up. Violet hastily stood and picked up the trilby hat she had thrown on the ground, placing it back on her head. The girl smiled thinly and gestured with her chin. Now, Violet, as the leader, command us to re-engage with vigor. Ah, okay. Violet, after gauging the girl's reaction, raised her arms high. All right, let's go. Gamblers Club. We'll repay this humiliation. That man know that city. Let's clean them out. Violet, looking again for the girl's approval, saw her nod. Violet grinned. When the 5 of us gather, we can even rob the Empire's central bank. A countryside city like this is nothing. Hearing this, the other gamblers laughed and packed their belongings. A middle-aged man, Lime, a middle-aged woman, Orange, a boy, Cobalt, a girl, Scarlet, and the leader, Violet. These 5 gamblers, each using a color as their nickname, were the Gambler Party Gamblers Club. Checking their respective skills, the 5 gamblers started heading towards Crossroad. Like all gamblers, aiming for a big score. The day after Violet was defeated by me, the 5 gamblers of the Gamblers Club came to my mansion. I didn't expect you to come directly, lead them to the parlor. Are you sure it's okay, my lord? Lucas sweated coldly. They are professional con artists. Do you really want to get involved with them? A con artist is still just a human. My main enemy is monsters. What they're aiming for from me is just money. Monsters aim for our lives. Compared to them, how harmless are these con artists? Considering their shallow goals, their small measure, there's no reason to be afraid. They're just toys for me to play with. As I entered the parlor, the 5 gamblers all bowed to me in unison. Their ages varied widely. I was very rude yesterday, Prince Ash. As I sat on the main sofa in the parlor, Violet stepped forward and spoke. Having lived abroad, I never thought that a member of the royal family would govern such a remote city. Please understand with a generous heart. Her tone changed, probably because she was in front of royalty. Don't worry, Miss Violet. And this time you've brought friends. Yes, my beloved parents and siblings. I smirked at them, bowing again in front of me. A family setup, huh? Do they think I'd believe that, you Khan artists? From what I experienced yesterday, your highness is quite good at poker. I'm as good as anyone else. Actually, just an average level. You also had a high reputation for enjoying leisure in the imperial capital. Well, I partied as much as others. And you're even building a luxury hotel with a casino in the city. It seems your affection for this isn't ordinary. Ash, in his wild days, was said to have lived crazily in alcohol and gambling, essentially saying, you're a gambling addict, so you're building a casino in this countryside. That was the implication. Violet gauged my reaction. I gestured with my hand. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point, Miss Violet. Won't you be bored until the casino is completed, your highness? Violet pointed to her colleagues. How about you enjoy a little game with us until then? Ah, you gambling addict. We'll entertain you. Let's roll through the night together. That was their intention in approaching me. I curled my lips into a sneer. Look at these guys. Planning to work me over before the casino is even built, trying to strip the wallet of a prince. Sure, just what I wanted. I wanted to recruit you as quickly as possible to make use of you. I flicked my hand. I'm not sure if you can handle me, though. Shall we warm up right now? What will the game be? Poker, of course. I don't really know the rules of other games. I gestured to the side, and Ada immediately brought me a pack of playing cards. Snap, snap. Shuffling the cards in my hand, I beckoned the gamblers to take seats around me. Sit down, won't you? You said you'd play with me. As if they were waiting, the five of them sat in chairs around me. And thus the poker game began. We played poker for hours. During that time I won a lot. Not because I was good, but because they let me win to keep my spirits high. I bluffed excessively, and they fell for it. In this petty poker, I kept winning and making money. Meanwhile, they assessed my skills. Their thoughts were obvious. This guy's poker skills are mediocre. He's addicted to bluffing, continuously bets big on low hands. Reckless tactics, typical of a wealthy royal. Yesterday's win against Violet was just a big bluff that luckily worked. I saw the gamblers exchanging glances. I snorted internally. Time to really start playing. Ah, this is fun, so fun. It's great playing with someone new. I'm tired of playing with locals, knowing each other's style. After another round of bluffing and scooping up the stakes with a low hand, while shuffling the new cards, I shrugged. Being in this backwater, I always get the itch to play. That's why I'm building a casino. It's great to have people like you to play with before it opens. Your Highness, aren't you getting bored? Just as expected, I raised my eyebrows. Bored, playing for such small change. Isn't it too unexciting for someone like you? Ha, you know me well. I was just getting tired of this kid's money. We've been playing for a long time, and the tension has eased. How about we raise the stakes a bit as we start anew, little by little? Gradually, like clothes getting wet in a drizzle, they plan to increase the stakes and strip away my wealth. But why raise a little? Let's make a big raise. No need for preliminaries among pros. Let's dive into the real game, you bastards. I gestured to the side, and their aider appeared, grunting as he dragged a cart with a box on it. I opened the box myself. Whoosh, a dazzling golden light burst from the box. Gold bars. The box was full of gold bars, each the size of a child's arm. The eyes of the five gamblers widened. All of you from now on will take turns challenging me one-on-one. I grinned wickedly at the five of them. If even one of you beats me, I'll give you this whole box of gold bars. I tapped the gold bars with my hand and glanced sharply at them. But if even one of you can't beat me, that is, if I smash you all, your lives will be at my mercy. In other words, your lives will be mine. Expressions of disbelief flickered across the faces of the five. In their eyes, I probably seemed like a naive prince who had only dabbled in gambling in the imperial capital, now foolishly challenging professional hustlers. I hope they keep that misconception. I'll show them who's boss. How about it, will you try? Just one thing, make it clear, your highness. Violet, swallowing dryly after looking at the gold bars, looked at me. After the match is over, I'm worried you might change your mind. Is this condition really valid? No need to worry about that. This contract will be sealed with notarization magic. If violated, there will be a corresponding price to pay. You thought to trap me and suck away my money, but it's the other way around. So, what do you say? This is your only chance to back out, friends. I took out a gold bar, held it in my hand, and shook it, grinning wickedly. The one trapped isn't me, but you fools. Chapter 438. It's too risky no matter how you think about it. In the corridor outside the parlor, Violet whispered to her colleagues. It's strange that a prince, even one known for big spending, would suddenly wager such a large amount. You saw his habit of bluffing. That must be his style of betting his money. But the prince really did break my illusion yesterday. What if this is also a trap? Violet, Scarlet, the girl in the red cloak, shook her head. He's royalty, and a human so rich that he's building a casino in such a remote southern area. Would such a person really bother setting a trap for us, mere flies like us? But it's true that the conditions are overly favorable for us. Shouldn't we use that to our advantage instead of thinking of running away? Scarlet sighed lightly at Violet's hesitation. Fine, let's say we run away now. What then? Scarlet looked around at the other colleagues. Do you think we'll get a chance like this again? We need one last big score. That's why we gathered, isn't it? Gambling always involves risks. There is no such thing as a 100% safe bet. Sometimes you have to embrace big risks and bet boldly. Scarlet judged that now was such a time, and the other colleagues agreed. But Violet, she kept thinking about the gaze she had encountered with Ash the day before. Ash's eyes then were not those of a prey being hunted. Rather, they were the eyes of a top predator preying on them. Trust the skills we've honed all our lives. Scarlet gently folded her little finger. Let's win cleanly and leave. The other gamblers nodded. Scarlet smiled faintly under her red hood. Let's go. Time to fleece a sucker. The rules of the game were simple. A one duel between me and a gambler, each with 100 chips for poker. The first to exhaust the opponent's chips wins. This is repeated in a 5-round series. The location and cards would be checked for magical tampering before the game. If the gamblers win even once, they win. If they don't win a single time, I win. At first glance, it seems the Gamblers Club, have an unfair advantage. But actually, the one cheating is me. I was completely relaxed. After all, I already knew every trick they had up their sleeves. It was like playing poker while seeing the opponent's hand. Characteristic of con artists. So preoccupied with their own deceit, they rarely consider being deceived in return. That's why they remain mere con artists. If they could think beyond that, they wouldn't be called con artists anymore. They would be in a much high position in life. Anyway, the game began, the first round. The location was the parlor. The opponent, an R-grade hero, a middle-aged man, Lime. Lime, with eyes the color of his name, respectfully bowed before sitting opposite me. He picked up the pack of cards on the table and began to shuffle. Snap, snap. Just as he finished shuffling and was about to hand me the cards, thump, I grabbed Lime's wrist. Stop right there. Are you bottom dealing? What? Do I look like a gullible fool to you, bastard? I recited a famous line from a movie from Earth Korea, but Lime just looked baffled, not understanding what I meant. I don't understand what you mean, Your Highness. I was just about to hand you the shuffled cards. Admit it now if you were playing a trick, and I might spare you. I'll count to three. Three. I can't understand what you're saying at all. The cards were provided by Your Highness, and this place is your mansion, isn't it? 2. I'm innocent, Your Highness. Where was there even a chance for me to cheat? 1. Crash. I roughly pulled Lime towards me and slammed him down on the table. Lucas, Junior, come in. Amidst the scattering playing cards, I yelled harshly. Lucas entered immediately with Junior, whom I had called to cast the notarization magic for this duel. I instructed Junior, check the cards. Junior, examining the playing cards, frowned. There's magic on these, very faint but detectable. What's the effect? Invisibility. No, it's X-ray vision. In this world of magical civilization. Naturally, con artists who stripped others through gambling also incorporated magic and skills into their gamblers' techniques. In Lime's case, it was X-ray magic, a method of applying magic to the playing cards by hand. The cards with X-ray magic cast on them appeared transparent to his eyes. As the magic was exposed, Lime trembled. How did you know? Did you think I haven't caught a fly or two like you in the imperial capital? Normally, it would not have been detected. The cards are usually inspected before the game, and the magic, operating on an extremely low level of magical power, would not be easily exposed even if suspected during the game. But on this side, there's information about you and an SSR-grade magician. Thanks, Junior. Lucas, take this guy away. As you command. With his head bowed low, Lime was dragged away by Lucas. Receiving a new pack of cards from Ada, I twisted my lips into a grin. Good, next. Second round. The location is the dining room. The opponent, R-grade hero, a middle-aged woman, Orange. Thump. Orange, true to her name, offered me tea brewed with dried oranges. It's orange tea I brewed myself, Your Highness. It's already been tested for poison. How about you try it for its taste? I'll gladly drink it. My throat is quite dry. I took the teacup, smelled it without drinking, and set it aside. Orange laughed amiably, watching me. This orange tea was the first step where her abilities were activated. Even without drinking, just smelling the diffused aroma activates her ability. Orange, the mind reader. With specially processed magical tea, anyone who smells her orange tea's scent allows her to read their thoughts. If you drink the tea, she can read thoughts clearly, but even just smelling it transmits vague images. Anyway, the poker game began in that state, and not many rounds later. Raise, 50 chips. I wagered half of my chips. Orange glanced at me. She was closely observing the image of the hand that appeared in my mind. A pair of the same number, one pair. I was bluffing, wagering half the stakes on just one pair. She checked her hand. She had two sets of two cards of the same number, two pair. Her hand was clearly superior. Orange didn't hesitate. Shuffle. Orange pushed all her chips forward. I'm all in, Your Highness. Immediately after, she smiled at me. What will you do? Fold. Back down here. Clearly a provocative tone. Knowing my aggressive style in poker, she was confident I wouldn't back down from such a challenge. How could I all in? Naturally, I followed suit, and we revealed our hands. She had two pair, and me. A consecutive sequence of 5 numbers. It was a straight. My hand was far stronger. I placed the cards on the table and grinned smugly. I won. What? Confused, Orange stuttered, and I spoke her thoughts for her. You were sure it was a one pair, but why did it change to a straight? Right. Simple, Miss Orange. I knew beforehand that you use mind reading. I tapped my temple with my index finger. So, after receiving the cards, I deliberately imagined receiving a different hand. That's nonsense. Impossible. What you read wasn't my sight, but the image I conjured in my mind. If I know you can read my mind, naturally I can counter it. It's the trap of mind reading. You thought you read my mind, but I intentionally fed you false information, leading you to misread. An easy game of turning the tables. As I got up to find the next opponent, Orange called out laboriously. Then how did you know my hand to bet? I see no reason to answer that. Farewell. I waved my hand and left the dining room. How did I know? Well, there was a small mirror placed behind you. It's my house, after all. I did some preparations in advance. Why bother using magic to stealthily steal thoughts and then be deceived by it? Try something more primitive. Life might be simpler. Third round. The location is the courtyard. The opponent, SR-grade hero, a boy, Cobalt. Cobalt looked like any ordinary boy, but his fingernails were distinctively colored. They were dyed cobalt blue, just like his name. Nice nail color. Thank you, Cobalt replied awkwardly and started shuffling the cards with his small hands. I watched for a while and then looked around the courtyard. There weren't many people in the courtyard, but a little further away, beyond the fence, I could see some citizens. Children playing outside the fence. So peaceful. As I murmured, Cobalt cautiously handed me the cards. Taking them, I asked, "How old are you?" "What? Your age? How old are you now?" "Oh, 12." Cobalt smiled shyly, and I smiled back. "At your age, you should be playing like those kids outside, not playing cards here. It's a bit sad." Hee. It's okay. I find playing cards the most fun." "No, let's pause the game, call those kids over here, and play with them for a while." As soon as my words fell, the children playing around the fence started running away towards the other side of the city, laughing. "Ah, they're leaving," Cobalt murmured with disappointment, but I laughed menacingly. "Didn't you hear the Lord's command? You shouldn't run away, you little bastards." Then I pulled out a wand from my cloak. I said to play here, didn't I? And launched blades of magic. Whoosh, whack! The magical blades struck the children on their backs and necks in an instant. Thud! The children fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. I calmly put the wand back into my cloak, while Cobalt looked on in horror. Squeak, squeak, a moment later, Lucas dragged the fallen children into the courtyard. They weren't human, they were puppets. I've never seen such children in this city. Puppeteer Cobalt. The children outside were all puppets manipulated by Cobalt. I growled into Cobalt's ear, looking at his pale face as he gazed down at his puppets. In this small city, I know the faces of the citizens around here. Ah, ah. Don't underestimate a lord, you little brat. Cobalt, an SR-grade puppeteer, manipulated his puppets with threads of magical energy emitted from his fingertips. The puppets could move like normal people as long as they didn't receive damage exceeding 10,000, revealing their true nature. Conversely, if they didn't take damage, they moved just like ordinary humans. Optimized for solo raiding gambling houses, his skill specialized in controlling a table full of puppets, ensnaring and fleecing a single mark. However, in a one-arm-1 situation like this, it was awkward to use, probably intending to place them around to read my hand. But he picked the wrong opponent. Are you wasting such a great skill on gambling, kid? After flicking Cobalt's forehead, I stood up. Let's call it quits today. Cobalt, with a dejected face, was dragged away by Lucas. I snorted and stood up. Next, the fourth round. The location is the guest room, and the opponent. Approaching the girl waiting demurely in the room, I called out her name. Miss Scarlet. Then, the girl in the red cloak met my gaze and smiled faintly. Despite knowing that her colleagues had all been defeated by my arrival, she maintained an incredibly composed demeanor. N-grade hero, Scarlet. This girl is the toughest opponent. And for good reason. This girl doesn't use magic at all. She's just a traditional Khan artist with insane sleight of hand skills. Chapter 439. Swish delicate fingers shuffle the cards. The girl in front of me, N-grade hero Scarlet, is a Khan artist. Unlike the other members of the Gamblers Club, she doesn't use magic in her technique. Pure skill. She has been holding cards since she was born in a circus troupe. Every subtle gesture and movement is a fake designed to bewilder the opponent. Her fingers are trained to the extreme, coupled with overwhelming psychological warfare. While other gamblers rely on one cheat skill each, she is a monster among monsters, fighting solely with her pure skill. In games, she would normally be a less interesting opponent, but now, she's the worst opponent to face. Watching her finish shuffling and dealing the cards, I broke into a cold sweat. This girl doesn't cheat. Because if the victim doesn't realize they're being cheated, it's not considered cheating. Her skill is that cunning. She doesn't even need to use a technique. With her innate poker skill alone, she could easily crush me. Since she doesn't use magic, I can't flip the game by catching her cheat, as I did with the previous gamblers. And if we just play 1-1 poker, my defeat is as clear as day. Now, how will I bring down this girl? What are you thinking so deeply about, Your Highness? Scarlet, dealing the cards, smiled with her eyes. Don't do that. Please focus on the game with me. Even though I look young, many people at my previous place considered playing cards with me as a lifetime wish. An idol, were you? Hee hee. It's a somewhat embarrassing nickname. The flower of the underground poker room, the mascot of the house. Everyone adored me. Snap, after dealing our cards, Scarlet whispered softly. Then they all got eaten by me. Without any pretense, she radiated the aura of a true gambler. Picking up the cards she gave me, I grinned. Well then, let's see if I can eat you. I got completely fleeced. You're too good at this. I mumbled in disbelief, but Scarlet just smiled with her eyes and quietly shuffled the cards. She was crushing me with a mere difference in skill, not using any Khan artist techniques. After what happened to her colleagues, she must have decided to play it safe and go for a straightforward win. A very accurate decision. I had asked Damien to observe this round from the next room. If he saw her using any sleight of hand to win, he would immediately intervene. But Damien detected nothing from her. In other words, she's just playing poker normally, and yet she's overwhelmingly beating me. I was left with only 10 chips, having lost 90 to her. Scarlet glanced at the chips piled on her table and licked her lips playfully. I laughed helplessly. The poker in this world is similar to Earth's Texas Hold'em. 2 whole cards and 5 community cards are used to make the strongest 5-card hand. However, not all 5 community cards are revealed at the start. Initially, 3 are opened, then 1 more each time, deciding whether to continue the game or give up and hand over the stakes to the opponent. The crux of the skill lies here. You need to read your hand, calculate the odds, and if it seems disadvantageous, you shouldn't hesitate to give up the stakes. That's how you win the overall game. In essence, it's a game where you win by losing well. I was inexperienced in this aspect. I overused bluffing even with a decent hand and was utterly crushed by Scarlett's sharp calculations. As a result, I was left with only 10 chips. Swish, with incredibly smooth movements, she shuffled the cards. I casually asked her, "Why did you choose to live as a gambler?" "It wasn't my choice," Scarlett replied nonchalantly as she finished shuffling. "A commoner girl born in a circus troupe doesn't have the luxury of choice. I had to do whatever it took to make a living. Fortunately, it was the cards that chose me." She said it was not her who chose the cards, but the cards that chose her. I asked her again, "If you had the chance to choose your life, would you still pick the cards?" Scarlett paused then. "Yes." She looked down at the cards and answered, "All right, Miss Scarlett." I smiled faintly and gestured with my hand. "I wish you would deal me a really good hand from now on, so I can definitely win." "Hee hee, I wish I could do that for you, but isn't it all up to your luck, your highness?" But from that round onward, suddenly my hands started getting incredibly strong. Diamond flush, full house, 4 aces. Impossibly strong hands started coming my way, and in no time I had almost all of her chips. The tide had turned. I had 190 chips, Scarlett had 10. "How?" Scarlett looked at me with widened eyes, unable to believe the situation. "How did you do it just now?" "Well," I grinned and dealt the last hand. "I guess I'm just lucky today." Spades 10, JQK, a royal straight flush. The strongest hand in poker, practically unseen in reality. I threw my hand forward, then drew her last chips towards me. Scarlett's mouth hung open in shock. "This can't be real." "No." Standing up, I declared clearly, "This is definitely a reality you created." A little earlier, I told Scarlett, "I wish you would deal me a really good hand from now on, so I can definitely win." As I said this, I used gaze of command. Under conditional mind control, Scarlett, as a skilled con artist, sorted the cards during shuffling to give me the strongest combinations possible, sorting a deck to hand over a desired combination to the opponent, a feat possible for a first-class con artist. I used gaze of command, believing in Scarlett's skills, and she faithfully lived up to my expectations. "You're very competent, Scarlett." Still bewildered and not understanding the situation, I patted her shoulder and left. "It makes you easy to use, too." I hope she doesn't find it too underhanded when she realizes the truth later. After all, that's what gambling is, a fight of deception and not being deceived. Certainly, Scarlett is very strong as a con artist. Other gamblers using usual tricks would be easily crushed by her, but in the end, she lacks magical talent. In other words, she has no means to counter my magic. No matter how skilled she is in gambling, she's still an N-grade hero. She might have gained fame and a name for herself in the gambling world with her sleight of hand, but this is a battlefield. Fighting against real magic is, to put it simply, a battle of a different genre. From the start, it was an overwhelming challenge for her, but she can be very useful in other ways. Thinking this, I stepped out of the guest room and stretched my neck. "So, where's the last one? The final round?" "The location is the training ground. The opponent, SR-grade hero, Violet." Sitting anxiously at the table placed in the training ground, Violet jumped up upon seeing me. I sat down in front of her with a relaxed gesture. With a pale face, Violet stuttered, "My colleagues, they've turned into chips," I said casually and winked. "They all underestimated me too much." "Right. Playing tricks in front of royalty, didn't they cherish their lives? Or were they that confident in their skills?" Violet bit her lip hard. I chuckled. "So, Miss Violet, how are you planning to challenge me? Your trick has already been thwarted by me." "Ah, it's okay to tuck your tail and run. Want to give up? Fold if you want. Then at least your life will be spared." As I taunted her, Violet gritted her teeth. "Don't joke." Don't joke with me, you prince. How could I fold after coming this far?" Violet slammed her trilby hat on the ground, spitting out her words fiercely. "Shit, I've rolled enough in all kinds of dirty back alleys. I've been at gunpoint, stabbed in the stomach. I've played poker while bleeding like a stuck pig and won my way here." Finally, I heard her true tone. The formal tones she had been using, all awkward and ill-fitting, were gone. Backed into a real corner, Violet finally let go of her pretenses and revealed her true colors. It's do or die now. If I can't pull off a big score here, I am as good as dead in the cold streets. Her coarse, cheap dialect clashed with her artificially dyed purple hair, meant to look noble. I've survived all kinds of hellish shit. Mafia bosses, arena champions, serial killers. I've beaten them all and crawled my way here to survive. I like that. Think you can take down a prince? Screech. Her violet eyes sparkled as she deployed her illusion field, Violet's own. Smartly learning from our encounter yesterday. Whoosh! Her illusion field deployed around me but didn't touch me, surrounding the entire Lord's mansion, but carefully controlled to avoid affecting my immediate area. Oh, I genuinely admired her. Not bad at all, Violet. My magic doesn't work on you, but it works outside. Unyielding Commander has a limited range of effectiveness. Outside of its range, I can't provide immunity to mental status effects for allies. By now, the Lord's mansion must be under the sway of Violet's illusions. Visibly strained by the effort to maintain such a large area, Violet gasped for breath. While I hold you here, I'll use my illusions to free my colleagues and steal your gold bars, then escape. Right, right. You should have used it like this from the start. I nodded. Your skills are too precious to waste just on gambling. What? Above all, I see clearly now, Violet. I clicked my tongue briefly and snapped my fingers. Snap. Folding when you should, yet you hold a losing hand and challenge again. And even in such a situation, trying to save your colleagues. As I snapped my fingers, F-whip pop, a rubber bullet, fired from the direction of the Lord's mansion, struck Violet right on the forehead. It was shot by Damien. Damien's farsight is not deceived by illusions like Violet's. I had already instructed him to prepare rubber bullets sniping in case of an emergency. Violet crumpled to the ground without even a scream, knocked out cold, and her illusion field dissipated and dissolved. Looking down at Violet, who fell foaming at the mouth, I clicked my tongue. You really don't suit being a gambler, so I'll find a more useful way to employ you. Chapter 445. Gamblers knelt before me. If you were true gamblers, you would gracefully accept the outcome of a duel, but you are con artists. Sitting on a chair in front of them, I waved the notarized magic contract in my hand. Some forceful restrictions are necessary, I suppose. So, now your lives belong to me. The reactions of the 5 gamblers varied. Some hung their heads in defeat, some trembled in shock, and others welled up with tears. Violet bit her lip, unable to hide her frustration. Only the girl Scarlet looked at me squarely. I gestured towards them. So, let's hear it. Why did you dare try to fleece a prince? You must have been really desperate for money. To survive. Quick to grasp the situation, recognizing that obeying me was the wisest course in their current predicament, Scarlet readily answered. To get on the last arc. The last arc, I frowned. What was that? Ever since the end of the Imperial Succession War, rumors have been rampant. The world is coming to an end soon, and the only ones who can survive this apocalypse are the citizens of New Terra in the Imperial capital. Scarlet continued with a clear voice. It's said that Prince Fernandez will only take the citizens of New Terra with him on a ship to the New World, the Ark. Central Continent is already in chaos. But after the Succession War, New Terra's gates were firmly shut, and the paths inside are very limited. And to use those limited paths, one needs a fortune. I chuckled cynically. You believed such an outlandish rumor and tried to enter the Imperial capital, paying a fortune. New Terra in the imperial capital is the center of the world. 30% of the world's economy is concentrated in that city. When it suddenly closed its doors in preparation for an external invasion, global logistics and industries halted. At the same time, ominous signs are appearing around the world. Scarlet shrugged. People are scared. Everyone wants to escape to a safe place. What good is a fortune if you're dead? So, to put it in terms of Earth, amidst wars, famines, plagues, and rumors of impending global doom, New York, or Washington, suddenly goes into lockdown, and rumors spread that the U.S. president will only take New York citizens on a spaceship. Panicked people, before it's too late, spend all their wealth to get inside New York. Something like that. It's like a plot out of a disaster movie. Well, every day in Crossroad is like a disaster movie. So, you needed quick cash to enter New Terra, and in searching for a big score, you recklessly challenged me. In short, yes, that's right. I clicked my tongue and crossed my legs leisurely. Ever heard of Pyro? Where I used to live, there was a custom of giving back a little money to those who lost in gambling. It's called buy pyro. I opened a box and handed out a gold bar to each of the 5 gamblers. You bet your lives in this game and lost spectacularly, so you deserve a buy pyro. Here. The gamblers, bewildered, still accepted it meekly. Naturally, all these scoundrels had the gold mine attribute. They had no reason to refuse gold. I only wanted to own your lives, not to kill you. In other words, I orchestrated this battle to use you as my subordinates. The gamblers, who had been deathly pale at the notion of being killed, slowly relaxed their faces. I chuckled softly. And I'm not so poor that I would use subordinates without pay. That gold bar belongs to you. The gold bar swiftly disappeared into the bosom of the 5 gamblers. I nodded my head. If you work properly under me, earning a fortune enough to enter New Terra will be no big deal. However, my voice turned slightly ominous. There's no need for that. Stuff like an arc is just nonsense. I'm slowly beginning to see what Fernandez's plan is all about. I curled my lips into a smile, determined to put a stop to such a crazy plan. Let's work on a few things together. I gestured to the gamblers. I'm going to have a showdown with Fernandez soon. I'm going to punch that parasitic brother of mine right in the face and put a hole in whatever arc he's got. I'll take back the imperial capital too. You'll need to join me in this. The gamblers gaped in astonishment. Well, this might be too big a story for these guys. But what can I do? Our contract is already over. Of course, your lives are already mine, but I'd prefer if you would willingly and earnestly participate in my cause. I lightly kicked the gold bar box placed beside me. I won't treat you poorly. I promise. Lord Fernandez, who seized the imperial capital, and Lord Ash, who took over this small southern city. Scarlet shook her head slightly. To speak frankly, it seems like an unequal fight. That's why the odds are so high. If Fernandez and I were to clash, most people would guess Fernandez would win. But what's the fun in the world if things always go as expected? The thrill is when the underdog wins and the odds are upset. Isn't the life of you gamblers, these flies living for a stroke of fortune, just that? Slowly rising from my seat, I walked steadfastly towards the gamblers, not just risking your life to sneak into the back alleys of the imperial capital, but as a gambler, shouldn't you bet on something as big as the world's hegemony? The gamblers, swallowing their saliva nervously, looked up at me as I spoke briefly. Bet on me. On what aspect of your highness? There are many reasons, but there's one that should resonate with you. I grinned. You've all had a match with me, right? How was it? By any means necessary. I've knocked these 5 down. As a gambler, I don't think my skills are bad. Exactly as you say. Scarlet, who had been silent, readily agreed. I've met countless gamblers who use all sorts of bizarre methods, but you're the first to beat all of us at once, your highness. Even if it's flattery, I appreciate it. I looked each of them over. Yes, I am somewhat of the same kind as you, so I understand what you want. Of course, though I am a gambler, I'm not a gambler like them. We're fundamentally different, but I do understand their principles. You gamblers actually feel pleasure in the act of taking on risks. And for those like you who have lived their lives on the gambling table, unless it's something as risky as the edge of a cliff, it's hard to even feel alive. Isn't that right? That's the essence of gambling. Always earning a fortune, in truth, doesn't hold much charm. It doesn't become addictive. The thrill that comes at the end of a life-risking aerial stunt, like having a gun pointed at your temple when you finally hit the jackpot. That ecstasy. Addicted to the thrill of a dramatic turnaround, these people cannot escape this life. They are the gamblers. In short, to put it another way, it means that gamblers are a group of perverted psychos addicted to risking their lives. You masochistic bastards, I'll provide it for you, I grinned, showing my teeth. The place for you to risk your lives in battle, the biggest gamble in this world, the biggest risk, and the biggest return, I will provide it for you. I'll make you play in a game so big, your past fortunes will feel like child's play. If we're going to play the fool anyway. Looking down at them, overwhelmed and pale, staring up at me, I finished my statement. Why not play for the possession of the world? Thus, the Gamblers Club was incorporated into my party. Of course, I don't believe they are sincerely loyal to me right away. I'll have to train them diligently, alternating between carrot and stick. But they are useful, especially in the upcoming battle. In the Grand Sorceress White Knight raid, and in the final showdown with Fernandez. This Gamblers Club party will play the role of my joker. They've come at a very opportune time. The White Knight raid is one thing, but their participation in the fight against Fernandez was crucial. Fernandez is a master of illusion, and under him is the Aegis Special Forces, a special unit dedicated solely to black ops, illusion and black ops. In other words, Fernandez is optimized for dirty and underhanded tactics, and my subordinates are weak in dealing with such matters. They're all too honest and sincere. At least when the Shadow Squad was around, there was some counteraction. But now that the Shadow Squad has practically been annihilated, there was no team to deal with these kinds of things in the shadows. But now I will train the Gamblers Club in this regard. In short, my personal covert operatives. A versatile special unit to handle dirty and messy affairs rather than direct combat. That's why I recruited them. All of them are masters of deception and illusion, and having lived their lives in back alleys, they should be adept at espionage against humans, if not in battles against great monsters. Not offensive or defensive power, but utility performance. Such a party is also worth keeping. It's good to have a variety of options at hand. Anyway, with that, new heroes joined Crossroad while my other comrades were away. The suspected spy, High Priest Zennies. The remnants of the First Imperial Army led by Metallic, who was under Locke's direct command. And the Gamblers Club, the Gamblers Party. After a few days, more and more people poured in, and with the magic construction technology salvaged from the Lake Kingdom, a new barracks was quickly built. At the same time, the completion of the hotel, the core of the tourist city project that started in the first year, was just around the corner. My messengers, who had gone to various parts of the world, began to return one by one, bringing with them the fallen kings they had gone to meet, leaving behind the bustling crossroad. Flash. I teleported through the gate and arrived at the base camp. Walking calmly through the now familiar darkness, I headed towards a corner of the base camp. I had visited every day, but always in vain. But for some reason, I had a feeling, a premonition that today I would meet them, and sure enough, she was there whom I hadn't seen in a very long time. Her white, intensely bright hair carelessly spilled onto the floor, wrapped in a tattered robe. Sitting on the cold stone floor, leaning her head against a collapsed stone wall, holding an old sword tightly in her arms, with her eyes tightly closed, as if she were dead. I quietly approached her and stood in front. Then I observed her carefully, an existence that wasn't in the game, but an essential companion for the true ending. The last on my list, the final fallen king, nameless. As I quietly called out, Nameless slowly opened her eyes. Her turquoise eyes, clear as a lake, gazed at me. I smiled broadly. It's been a while. Ash, she smiled awkwardly. A weak but affectionate voice came from her pale lips. Indeed, it really has been a long time. An NPC merchant of the Lake Kingdom, the guardian of the Lake Kingdom, the princess of the Lake Kingdom, an entity that ultimately became the final boss in the last stage of the game. Nameless. To save this world. No, not just for such a grand cause, simply because she too was within my reach. That's why I decided to save her as well. I smiled broadly at her and asked, "Shall we have a talk?"